games like I'm the older Syndicate, Moon Knight, Masters of Orion, UFO, XCOM, like every single DOS game that was cool, I had it played.
My my first Nintendo. I mean, I still like remember like it was yesterday. Um, it was around. I don't know if we were at like a Hanukkah party of a friend or we were at their house, and they were both parents were doctors, and they were really good friends of my family of our family. They were like in my parents' wedding and stuff, and so I went over to this their house for this party that they had, and that they had a Nintendo there, and their son was playing it. And I remember having asked my parents for a Nintendo, and they were like, "No." My dad especially was like, I don't want our kid to get into like the brain drain that's going to be video games." But they saw how I reacted to it, and this kid let me play for like 5 minutes maybe, and he shared with me, and it changed. When my parents saw how excited I was when I could play that, they it was a it was a game changer. So my birthday is December 26th, and I think I think it was my birthday, but it, it was right then. It was like right around then. My dad um, saw my reaction to when I was playing these video games, and saw that I was just so happy, like he'd never seen me before, and uh, maybe maybe he saw me that happy at Disneyland or something. And then he came. I remember he came in the front door, and he had this Nintendo Entertainment System, and my jaw hit the fucking floor. And he's like, I think he bought a TV too, because he didn't want me taking up like the family TV. If I was gonna play, he did not want it to interfere with the family, like the news basically. And so I had like this TV, and um, he also bought this like Nintendo. It was a gray Nintendo cabinet that like a lot of people had, that had like little slots for the games. And I remember, I think the two games I had, like you had said, Super Mario comes with it, and the Duck Hunt, and I think he got Ninja Turtles. And
Hold on, did you know that the second controller controls the ducks?
no, I didn't.
Most people didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
No, I didn't
That the
know.
whole time you couldn't. Yeah, we played a two-player where the other person controls the ducks. We found that out.
Not know that, and there's nothing to tell you that until just now. I learned that.
Yeah,
That's amazing. Um,
just like up and B allows you to replay the same level in Mario Brothers.
didn't know that either. Um,
Yeah, if you press up and B and start at the same time at the end of the level, then it or when it takes you back to the screen, so you have one player or two players.
right.
If you hit up and B and start, it takes you back to the level that you were just on.
So even if you died,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you die, like, and you lose all your life,
yeah,
you can just continue back to the same level you were on if you don't restart your Nintendo by
dude,
pressing up B and start.
that would have been huge. Um,
I know. Like we figured, funny. There's a kid named Todd who was Filipino, and his dad was like a programmer and taught us a bunch of these weird like game code things for the games. So
yeah.
like we
Once
had some insider knowledge.
once somebody got that, it was game over. No pun intended. It was like, oh, so you mean to tell me that there are like codes? You know, like you don't know that there are codes before then. Like this is just like rumored information that some like 7-year-old has. Like, and then you doubt them. Like, do you like there are really codes? Yeah, my older brother's friend knows about them, and we'd be like, I don't know about that. You know how it is, or like secret levels. somebody would be like, "Oh, did you know that there's a secret level here?" And be like, "I don't know if there's a secret level." Like, there's a lot of that in.
I gotta run. I have some guests or whatever.
Take care, big dog. Good catching up.
I'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, God willing.
God willing, yeah. I love talking to you, man.
Thanks, big man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, bye.
Yo, Meta Mommy, how are you?
Rabbi, happy Sunday.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the thing is, I'm still unable to create them in Facebook, but I already created them on the WhatsApp.
Okay, that's great. Did you create an Instagram?
Yeah, I already have an Instagram account, but the Facebook is not going through at all.
Okay, so I had somebody who earlier today was having some issues similarly. All right, let's talk about it. Okay, did you use an American VPN?
Yeah. I use that.
Okay, what email did you use?
I use them like my number email. I created a new one.
Good job. You created a new email. Okay, and
Yeah.
did you try with the app or try with the browser?
Oh, I tried with the app. Should I have try with the browser?
Yes. Okay, exactly. So the person, that's great that you say that. The person I know is unable to do it with the app. So you do it with the browser. Okay, do you know what an incognito window is or a private browser?
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah. I know.
Okay, so here's how you do it. You go to your VPN, you turn it on, join an American VPN. Then what you're going to do
Okay.
is you're going to go to a private window of your browser so that there are no cookies.
Okay.
Basically, it starts at anew. You go to facebook.com,
Alright.
you you should be able to do it pretty quickly then. Okay? And I'm here.
Alright.
We'll get this for you. The person who I helped earlier today, they were like, I tried. And I was like, okay, did you do it in a browser? They're like, no, I didn't try that. And they came back and they're like, it worked. I'm like, okay, great. Don't mess with that account. Just leave it. We're not gonna post anything, but just let it be for a little bit. So we're gonna try the same with you, okay, Metamami? I saw you in some spaces. Good on you, girl.
Uh, Thank you. That, I'm still like learning how web series like an X, how
Absolutely.
it does it things. So I'm still learning everything.
We're all learning, Metamami. Don't you worry. Okay, so you go try to create the Facebook account, and then come right back and let me know what happened, okay?
All right, I
You,
will try it out.
excellent. I'm here for you. I'll be up. You don't have to go either. You can do it in here if you want. I'm just adjusting my different devices, so don't worry about me. There he is. Landabouts, how you living, Phil?
The house got filled with a party. After party moved to the house, so I had to come upstairs.
Right. We were talking about
Um,
the Disneyland game. It was amazing. Um, those are the big
oh yeah,
games.
childhood Nintendo parties.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So the big thing. Yeah. And I guess this is how they built these games as well, so that you couldn't beat them in a whole weekend, so that you had to re-rent them. That was like part of the marketing strategy with the video game developers. And
Yeah, 40-hour gameplay and then 100-hour gameplay.
yeah, there you go. Um, and we would just race to try to beat the whole game, and it was like such a big deal. If for whatever reason you were on like spring break or something, and you got a video game during it, like so you got to actually focus on it as opposed to like having to do whatever else. And I don't know, these are like pre homework days or whatever. Um, I I got into so well, I was talking about when I got my first Nintendo. It was such a big deal, and then I remember the first person I learned it was my friend's sister who beat uh, Super Mario Brothers. That was like a big event. Like I didn't know. Like, well, I believed her. It was like a big deal, but like, it was like I won't believe it until I see it. And then I think my cousin said that she beat it, and then she came over one day and I think beat it, and so that was a big deal. Um, then okay, so there was Super Mario 2, which was actually like a different game, but just masked over. They changed like the main player, but that was kind of a weird game. And then Super Mario 3 was baller, but also a weird.
Oh, but you has my favorite character in Toad.
It does have Toad. Yeah, absolutely.
Toad's sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's cool, man. Like
he is sweet.
that's when I first started drawing. Was I would always draw Toad because you didn't have to draw hair. You just draw a mushroom on top of his head.
That's true. Yeah. So
Made it
two.
real easy.
So I guess one just at least is the protagonist, the allies. One has Mario and Luigi, and that's it. Two, oh, Princess. Okay. Two, they somehow they worked in Princess Daisy or something into it. I could be wrong if that was in two, but it wasn't. Or maybe it was no. It was there was Princess, and then they started calling her Peach or something. I forget. But
Yeah, Princess. Yeah, and she can kind of float.
right, and then
Luigi could jump really high, and Mario was just like the medium to do everything. And Toad was
that's
super strong.
that's right. You could play as the different characters, which was a game changer. And it was the first girl I'd ever played as in a game, and she was good. Princess Peach was. Um,
Speaking of game changing, did you ever play Tiny Toons?
yeah, I did. Tiny Toon Adventures.
Yeah, because in that one you could change characters in the level while
Right,
you were playing.
right. That was a game changer, definitely. Um,
That made it fun.
yeah, it did. Um, yeah, I played that game.
X-Men was like that too. X-Men? Did you ever play X-Men on Genesis?
Yeah, I did later on. Did you ever play the Simpsons game? It's like Bart has spray. You have to spray paint stuff purple, and there's like an alien civilization that's taking over this Springfield. Did you ever play this game?
I did. I was never. It was always too hard for me.
I was just gonna
And
say,
like you're like Bartzilla.
yeah, very difficult game.
Very
Um,
difficult. And then it was random in the levels every time. Like you would go to random stages, and
wait,
the stages were always inconsistently hard.
I think it was called Bart versus the Aliens. Is that it? They made him made multiple games because I thought Bartzilla was a different game.
I don't know. I remember all of the Simpsons games were off the charts difficult
That's true.
Except for the arcade game, which
That
was awesome.
which was amazing. You're absolutely right. 4 different joysticks, and you could all. That game was amazing. That and the Ninja Turtles game were always the most popular games. Like, and then X Men.
What made that game better than Ninja Turtles was when you played with the different characters, like if you were Bart and Lisa, they would together do a special move.
Right.
Or if you were Lisa and Homer together, or
you
you
could
choose the characters.
Be on each
Yeah,
other's
do special things.
be on each other's shoulders and stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
that was amazing. That arcade game must have made. I mean, back when we were kids, thinking like billions of dollars, like just in coins. I'm sure it didn't, but I mean that was such a game-changing game, and it was so colorful and really pretty. Like that's a big thing for games to be attractive to children, if you want them to play it. And it was what you had seen on television, and that was an amazing game. Yeah, but the games that were on a console that were Simpsons games were like so difficult. Um, yeah, and then okay, there was that game. There was also I never had this with my cousins did. Paperboy. That was a tough game. I don't know. I don't think we ever beat it. They might have, but I never did. Um,
I never see Hit Boy. I could never even understand that game. Like it's one of those. It just got so difficult after level 2.
right. Exactly.
Like with death coming at you and the random
That's right.
lawnmowers
And dogs
and
like cars that. Yeah, it was. Oh, and then the whirlwinds, just a random tornado. Yeah, that was so difficult. There was a game. Okay, so there was Batman the game when Batman the movie came out. Batman the game was a big game. Um, I don't recall that much about it, but I remember thinking like this is super cool. Anything that had a movie tie-in was super cool. And that's like I'm trying to think of any other regular Nintendo games that really did big
you're
things.
gonna love this. Hey, really quick, you're gonna love this. Ready? There's 27 Nintendo titles with The Simpsons.
Oh no way! Regular Nintendo?
Yeah. Bart versus the Space Mutants, Bart versus the World, Krusty Funhouse, Bart's Nightmare, The Itchy and Scratchy Game, Virtual Bart, the Simpsons Road Rage, The Simpsons Hit and Run, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons Wrestling, The Simpsons Skateboarding, The Simpsons. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
that's the game.
Those weren't all on Nintendo, though, right? Because some of those I played on like PlayStation.
Nintendo and PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. Which, okay, so they made a really cool uh, Simpsons game that was like Grand Theft Auto, except you drove through the Simpsons world or whatever. That was an amazing game. Back to Simpsons versus the Space Mutants. That was incredibly hard. The Itchy and Scratchy game was really good. I remember, but it was like possible to find. It was always like, if any, like that was another thing. If you were renting a game, it had to be in stock, and there was just a lot of times not in stock. And you would like you'd run to the video game section, and it would be like what's available, and you'd see the box, and you'd look behind it, and it was gone. And it was like heartbreaking. Okay, then
it was that way with Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah, it was.
Everyone had to buy that game because it was always rented.
Always rented, and it was a really hard game.
Bike,
and it said
Bike was always rented out in the beginning.
It was a really hard game too. To get to Mike Tyson's like in a weekend was like really hard. Okay.
I don't think very many people ever got to Mike Tyson. I don't think most people got past the bull guy that bull rushes you.
Right. Yeah.
That guy, I had to put a piece of tape on the TV to know exactly when to press the button.
That's fine.
I did that game for a few of those bosses, just to put the tape on the TV to know when they're there, when to press the button.
There was the game. They had these weird tie-in games. They had like I remember Spy versus Spy had a game that was cool, and then
that
they
was
had
so cool.
they
That's
had
one of the best games, man. It's the best two-player game.
it was very good. And then they had the Noid game. Do you remember the Noid game from Domino's? But like,
Yeah, it's a Domino's Pizza noise.
yeah, he had his own game. Like the '90s, as they say, were like a lawless wasteland when it came to some of these tie-ins that were just like ridiculous, like things that you wouldn't necessarily see today. You wouldn't see like a video game studio putting out a game for like the Jolly Green Giant or something like that. Like it's just not. There's
Yeah.
just too much development. But back then, they would, or they would change.
I'm surprised though that you know what was so underdeveloped though that never got its own thing. Bud McKenzie. Remember the Budweiser?
Absolutely.
Bud McKenzie.
I think they didn't want to be marketing to kids.
I got you, but I'm just saying that like Bud McKenzie was cool, man.
Oh,
I
totally.
was really surprised he never got his own like show or like
That
cartoon or something.
That Bull Terrier I always thought was so cool too, but I think they got in trouble around that time for marketing to kids, and they had to do away with him because he was. I always thought he was really cool too.
I think he was pinnacle. If they would have allowed him to make movies and everything else, like there would be no other beer but Budweiser.
And he'd still be a thing.
Yeah, definitely.
He'd be like the Clydesdales for a new generation.
Totally.
Yeah.
The game's called, by the way, Avoid the Noise.
Avoid the Noise. Okay, very cool.
1989 is when it was made, but I don't think I ever. It was on Commodore 64. Yeah, it's a DOS game.
It was on. Yeah. It was on Nintendo too, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was different on Nintendo.
Yeah, and that would be a thing too. They would change it, and sometimes the games on one console were easier than they were on another console. So now we'll move into Super Nintendo, and just around the same time, Super Nintendo.
Well, I got one last question though.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Final Fantasy? Did you ever play it?
Yeah, I did. I played it. I thought it was amazing.
What was the combo?
Well, I don't remember. I mean, I was little, but I remember it being like, couldn't you use? Couldn't you? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Could you use any guns in that game or no?
No. It's a fantasy game. You get to choose like a fighter, a thief, a white wizard, a black wizard. You know, right. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons type game.
That's right. Like Zelda? Like Zelda?
Yeah, well, sort of. Every time there's a battle, though, it goes to a touch screen, and you have multiple choices.
Okay.
In the battle, whereas Zelda is like a twitch shooter, like real time.
Right.
This one's like turn based.
Okay. Let's talk about Zelda for a second. I never had it, and I didn't know anybody who had it. But like occasionally I would like play it somewhere, and if you aren't into it, it's kind of a boring game because there's a lot of reading to do in that game. And I remember just being like, oh, that was a thing. I couldn't read yet. Or I couldn't read really well. I was young. So, like, when he would talk to people or when Link would talk to people, I didn't know what he was saying. So I just hit go, 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 go. And then when you do that, you don't know what to do in the game. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yeah.
You have to be able to read. Zelda's a lot of reading everything. Yeah. Because there's all these clues that they give to find everything.
Exactly. And so that's why it was never that attractive a game to me, because then when I could read, it was kind of an outdated game. But I remember it was gold, and I remember that was like a huge thing. That like, you mean it's not gray, like all the space gray, like all the other ones? Okay, one other thing. This is such a cool statistic that I always think about, that I don't think it's possible to necessarily prove, but I think it's accurate. Okay, so imagine you're gonna play Super Nintendo. You're gonna play Super Mario Brothers on Nintendo, not Super Nintendo, Nintendo. The first time, it starts up, and the first bad guy that you encounter is like a Koopa. That, you know what I'm talking about, like the first guy in the first level. That bad guy allegedly has killed more people in video games than any other bad guy ever. And I think that's such an interesting statistic because I think it's true because a lot of times that was the first game that anybody was playing and that you didn't know that you had to jump. You know what I mean? Like you just maybe I can run through them or whatever. And and everybody had that game because it came like games don't like consoles don't come with a game anymore, but everyone had that game. And so I've always thought
I
that
bet Blanca from Street Fighter 2 is like second.
that could be. Now Street Fighter
Okay.
that was
That's so mean. Like no that oh man. Like when the computer on hard Blanca.
that was Super Nintendo, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And I loved that game on arcade. I would always play as Blanca, but then and when he would be like he'd win, he'd like I remember like grab his chest. But yeah, exactly. But then I'd learn like okay, so then the oh what's his name? The Indian guy with the, yeah, with the arms. He was so hard to beat if somebody would just use those arms on you because it's like how am I going to beat this guy? So then I quickly started learning like some guys are better than others. And Blanca, even though he's green and cool and stuff, maybe he's not better than this other guy. But then if you knew someone who really knew how to play with Ryu, a doom kick, or whatever, like that, like he could beat a lot of other people. Then there's E Honda, who was pretty. Yeah, Street Fighter was amazing. Um,
And there's Chi Chung Wing.
yeah. Who
The slap thing where they just hit you so fast.
yeah, with her leg, she'd just kick you. And I don't know a lot of people would choose her. I mean, nothing against her. And then there was like a there was a there was like a American military guy. I forget.
Guile.
Yeah, exactly.
Giles' his name. He's cool.
Right.
He's got Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom. And that was the thing. You would hear that like that fortunately I never worked in like an arcade or anything like that because you would just probably hear that 8 hours a day and it would drive you bonkers. Ooh, a doom kick, Sonic Boom. You know what I mean? Like the just incredible. There wasn't that much variety to it. Okay, so
well, you know that character in the arcade could like glitch out the arcade and just freeze the game.
No, I didn't. Like and ruin it.
Yeah, it was so cheesy. You would just freeze the game, time would run out, and then you'd win.
Okay, but it's not like you couldn't restart the game.
No, so check it out. Ready? Here's how it works. At the very beginning of the match, he jumps. If he kicks you in the beginning, the game then freezes, right? Neither character can move, and then the time runs out and he wins.
No way. And then
it's a glitch.
Does it let you proceed?
No, yeah, and he wins. Yeah.
No way.
Two-player move.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
it doesn't work against the computer. It only works when both players are playing.
Interesting. Look at all this stuff with them. I used to think it was so interesting. I've been I'm kind of obsessed with something. I don't know. I'm not like it's this thing that when I have an opportunity, I really want to delve deep into the backgrounds, not their personal backgrounds, but the actual backgrounds of the games that show like Mount Fuji and like like people like sitting around just like watching this fight. I find that stuff to be super like fascinating. Like I don't know, there's something about 1980s Japan that's interesting to me because there was a time of of like uh of unparalleled wealth in the country and also like it was very advanced but yet still very traditional. Like you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was. I mean, there still had deep samurai roots, right? Like
right.
Weren't the last samurais walking around in the 1970s still?
Potentially, but then yet they were still producing like robots and like video games, and it was just wild.
Sure.
Okay.
There's a great movie they made. So there's this movie made in 1907, I think, and it was made in Japan, and it's all about a robot that does everything for you. So the robot is like your house, and the robot then during the daytime it becomes like your farmer and does all your farm work for you, and then turns back into your house that you live in. And they destroyed the movie because they thought that people would believe that robots were going to want to take care of them, and they didn't want the movie to like get out there. And so there's only like some survived photographs and like part of the film.
That's wild.
But
I love lost footage.
yeah,
That's like one of my.
I love lost movies.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites from the early 1900s.
Right.
There's so many good films, and they were really into propaganda back then. So anything that was good got repressed or destroyed.
Right, and then they had that Warner Brothers fire, like maybe 15 years ago, that took out a lot of that stuff, which is heartbreaking to me.
I lost movies in a fire once.
Wow.
Yes. It
Okay.
happens a lot.
Yeah.
More than you think.
Yeah.
Because it's really combustible. The solenoid is combustible.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
So it's really easy to happen if it's not stored properly. It just catches on fire and explodes.
Exactly. Okay, so then we had Super Nintendo came out, and okay, so you had Mario. Well, wait, back to Mario, back to Nintendo. Mario 1, game changer, obviously. Mario 2, game changer because you could be different characters. Mario 3, in my opinion, game changer because you could fly with the raccoon, and you could wear different clothing. Wait, that was that was Super Mario 3 or Mario 3 or whatever.
Super Mario 3 had the match game where
Yeah.
you had the match thing together.
Right. Oh, absolutely, very well. And you could get one ups or like 3 lives and stuff.
Yeah, the code was always on the very right hand, second down to the right. You do that one first to tell which one it is because that one's always different. There's only 5 different maps.
We never figured this
and
out.
then my friends and I, we figured out, we had it all mapped out and we figured out where they all were.
Now, which one? Maybe it was Mario. Mario 2 was not like made to. It was another Japanese game that they made into Mario 2. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I've read that story.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then is it Mario 3 where you have you can wear like the Frogman suit?
Yeah, and the Takuni suit.
And
Takuni,
yeah, exactly.
whatever you call it, like the raccoon.
Yeah.
Raccoon, where you can turn into a stone statue.
Right, which is a game changer. That like you could transform, like shapeshift. Exactly. That was amazing. Aside from just having a star. Yeah, that was amazing. Okay, then Super Mario World we talked about, and I just dominated it. I got older, and it was like a game that I just played all the time, and I don't like. I just I would I got so good at it that I'd go and play the like whatever the Koopas. I would just go and beat them up just because I was like bored. Like if you don't have anything else to do, you have one video game basically to play, you'll just dominate. Okay, so there was that
In
game.
that game, I used to just launch myself as Yoshi as far up in the air as I could.
Yeah.
And then launch myself off of Yoshi and then fly.
Right.
And then dive bomb down and try and mess with the gravity in the game of like the flying.
I would too. I got so good at flying that like I would practice it. Like, or I should say, I would practice it so that I would get really good. And then there was one secret level that you could go do that you would get. It had like it was just all coins, and you could just go like wow. It would make this sound wow, 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 like almost like a cat. And then you could just go through and just try to get as many coins as you want. And I remember getting like 99 lives, and then just being like, I guess like I could like I don't have to do this anymore. Yeah, that game was amazing. And then having
Yoshi. Pilot Wings?
yeah. Well, the pilot wings sometimes would take you to like a secret part of the level. If we're talking about the same thing.
No, the game pilot wings where like you have to play on a hang glider and you have to be in a different. It's all about like how to parachute, hang glide.
Oh, I sort of remember that. That triggered something in my memory. Do you remember the Olympic game on Nintendo
Nintendo
with the
we had a power pad.
with the pad? Oh yeah, I had to talk about duck hunt having the gun. I had a gun. I didn't know anybody who had the hand. Did you know anybody who had the hand?
You know, I knew someone that had the hand, and they returned it.
Okay, I could see that
They
because
only had it for like a month, and we were like, "This thing's dumb." And I tried to use it, and it was just stupid. It's like it's not cool.
Isn't
It's
it
just a
amazing?
controller on your wrist.
Isn't it amazing that they let you return after a month back then?
Yeah, I guess it was maybe like a week's place. Whatever. It's just a controller on your arm.
Right. But it was really hard to use.
Yeah.
That thing was a game changer. That like you could do some. It was like so early on that you could actually do something physically beneficial, but like with your body and have it affect something on the screen. It was like very early virtual reality. I don't know how else you want to describe it, but that was a game. Haptic response. There you go. I remember we not often, but like once a year, there was a kid who had that, and for gym class, they would let us use that, and we would just get so excited to be able to use that pad. And it wasn't really well, like not a lot of people had it that I remember. And then it was hard to do, uh, to make your guy run on the screen or whatever. But yeah, I remember that Olympic game was really interesting. They had like long jump.
We used to cheat on that game all the time.
How do you do?
So we had the pad, right?
Yeah.
And then we learned that if you just get on your hands and knees and use your fists and just hit it back and forth with your fist really fast, that makes you run. That's the only way you can beat like cheetah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because no one can run that fast.
Right.
Like one can like bounce and then the timing, you're right, is difficult. It has to be like one and the other perfectly.
Exactly. Right.
So your hands, you can get that cadence down really easy, but your feet, it's difficult.
I can totally see that. Yeah, that game was wild.
Yeah, but that's how we cheated and won and beat all the games on that.
I can see that. Okay, so
did you have the bazooka? We had that. Did you ever have the bazooka?
No, what was that?
Oh, it was so awesome, dude.
For what game?
It's like it's a Nintendo accessory.
I know, but for what game? Oh, Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
No, I don't recall that. I'll look it up.
Here, I'm bringing it up right now. It's called the Super Scope.
Oh yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have seen that.
I call it the bazooka, but yeah, the Super Scope. Did you ever use Mario Paint?
Yeah. I was just going to talk about that. That was a game changer. To have a mouse. It was the first mouse I ever used, and I don't think my parents really recognized how great a gift that was because it was like my first entry into computers to some extent. It was the first mouse I ever used, and I didn't even know what it was. And yeah, you could create like music. It was like such a different game than anything else. The one thing I always regretted is you couldn't save your, or like I don't recall being able to. You could save like very little in that game. But I remember they had a fly swatter game, and that helped my like hand-eye coordination. Bat Attack.
It's called
Nat Attack. Okay, yeah. So you recall it very well. And then making music in that, game, and I just remember that was like it like opened up different parts of my brain. That part of the game, like that kind of game, it was so different. Um, Yeah, and
The composer was amazing in it.
the
Being able to
composer
understand, like play with
music.
music was
Exactly.
awesome.
Absolutely. And if you like, when it hit me, I didn't know anybody who composed music like that. Like existed, but I didn't know that you basically have to put different notes in different timing. I mean, it was incredible to me, and I still don't think my parents recognized like that was such a an eye opening game. It like literally unlocked parts of my brain that I didn't know I'd be using later on in my life. It was my first entry into that. Um, and to be able to use like to color stuff, it was like the first time I had used like a paint program that allowed me to like I didn't yet have computers doing that. That would come with like Windows 95. Um, so that was an amazing game. The one thing I regretted was there wasn't that much to do. Like I mean, there was a lot, but it wasn't like a game. It was more like a an art platform or whatever. But they had that fly swatter game, that attack, and
You know,
that was
when
cool.
you said that a game that unlocked my brain that way was Excite Bike, because you could create your own racetracks.
Well, that's cool. I don't recall that one.
Do you remember Excite Bike?
No.
Beep 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 beep.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
In the
Oh yeah, yeah,
middle.
yeah. Now I know that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I know that game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, now I know that game.
Yeah,
I didn't know you could create your own tracks. That's baller.
yeah, exactly. Yep, you make your own bike tracks on that game,
Yeah,
and that was always fun.
that's funny that I did not recall that until you did that noise. Yeah, that was a cool one. Okay,
That game. Did you play pole position?
yeah, yeah, that game sounds familiar. It was a racing game, right?
Yeah, a Rad Racer. That's another one.
Okay. I had another
Where
racing.
like you're a red Ferrari.
I had another racing game, but I don't recall what it was. It was very basic for Nintendo. Um, all right,
You
so
played Top Gun on Nintendo.
I think I rented it, something like that, and I thought it was really hard.
Yeah, landing was difficult, but once you learned how to land, it became easy. But it took a while to figure that part out.
Um, all right, so then Super Mario. Um, the games that stick out. There was this game that I played. It was the first gambling game I ever did. It was called Vegas Stakes, and um, it was interesting. It was like kind of a grown up game. It was for kids, but it like taught you how to gamble. And I don't know if it was for kids. It wasn't for kids. It was an adult game that was on Super Nintendo, and I got it as a kid. You start with like nothing. You just like make your way to Las Vegas with like this like a huge amount of like desire to make it big and change your life. And so what you do is you start with $0 or maybe like $100. You work your way, and eventually you want to try to get to $100,000. At $0, you're like playing in the shitty like Binion's casino kind of deal, like nothing really fancy. But then once you get to $100,000, then you get into like what they call Caesar's Palace, basically, and then your goal is to make $1 million. And like throughout the game, women will come up to you and be like, "Hey, do you want to spend some time with me?" It wasn't like prostitution, but it was like, but then you'd say yes, and they'd steal your money or something. Or like some guy would be like, "Hey, can you please help me? I need $10 for gas." And if you helped him, he would be like, "Thank you for the gas. I went to the bank, and here's $100 for all of your help." Like things that never happened in real life. But I remember I was playing that game with a friend, and he was I was we he's like, "Do you want to try to stay up all night?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was just thinking the same thing, and he ended up falling asleep. And I ended up beating that game, and that was one of the first games I beat as well. And the reason why I was able to beat it is it had the save feature. The big thing about Super Nintendo was the fact that you could save stuff. That was a game changer for me. And so it kind of it's cheating,
Do you
sort of.
remember in that game You remember in that game where the people would try and steal money from you or like give you money?
Yeah, in Vegas Stakes. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, no, I remember Vegas Stakes. That's a fun game. That's one of my first memories of learning how to play like Vegas games.
Same here. Same here. That's where I learned how to play blackjack, and I mean, I knew how to play slot machines. Um,
It
that's
has roulette too, and
Yeah, roulette and
yep,
craps. I believe it has craps as well.
yep.
And I would never play it. That was too complicated for me. But I would play blackjack, and then I learned how to play roulette. And then what I would do, which is kind of cheating, is I would put all my money on either black or red and save right before then. And if I won, then I would proceed. If I lost, I would just go back to my save point. And once you start doing that, you can beat the game pretty quickly if that's what your strategy is. And then when my
That seems like a surefire way to win.
Oh, totally. So then when my friend awoke in the morning, well, I woke him up when we hit the 100,000, or when you went to like Caesar's Palace, because I was like, no way, there's a new level. And he was like, just falling asleep. And then when he awoke in the morning, I was like, I think he awoke and I was still up. And he's like, what, like, I thought we were gonna stay up all night. I'm like, I did. You fell asleep. And he's like, oh yeah, I was just resting my eyes. I'm like, dude, you slept for 6 hours, but I beat the game. He's like, how'd you beat it? And I'm like, I told him like, all you do is like save it and then bet all your money every single time, and you can beat the game in like, I don't know, 20 bets or something like that. And then he was like, wow, that was impressive. That was a sweet game. Um,
Man, our friends would get together and rent a game, and then the three or four of us, or sometimes six of us, would try and beat it without sleeping the whole weekend.
Same.
Like we take shifts. Like we'd sleep sometimes, but for the most part, we were just playing the video game like the whole weekend long.
Yeah, that was a big thing on Saturday night. We would watch Saturday Night Live though. Like that was really big because then on Monday, you knew all the funniest jokes. Like you wanted to be in on the in crowd, and there were only so many jokes that people would have. So, and it would be a big thing if your parents would let you watch Saturday Night Live. And my parents wouldn't always let me, but occasionally, or we'd sneak it or something like that. But that was a big deal. Saturday Night Live was a big effing deal back then.
Yeah, we were always playing. We never really watched TV. We were always playing Dungeons and Dragons. We
I
had like yeah,
Okay. Oh,
we were like
okay. So this is a game, Double Dragon. That was a popular game that was like a fighting game. Do you remember that game?
and then Double Dragon 2. Did you play that one?
Yeah, not a lot though, but I do recall it.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because it had a player versus player mode where
That's
you could
right.
just fight each other in practice.
That's right. Um,
Made a lot, and it was fun to play that like just against each other, just for fun to kind of like play
a,
the game as a fighting game
a great
as
su-
opposed to the storyline.
a great Super Nintendo game that just came to me was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, I think, Turtles in Time. Did you ever play that game?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the best.
Yeah, exactly. And it was so cool that it was like history too. That like you'd be in like the old west or like ancient uh, uh, ancient Japan or whatever it would be. That was a really great game. Um,
That game felt super advanced for the system.
exactly.
Like that's one of the few games that even today, when you look at all the games, that's one of the few ones that just the graphics and what they fit into that cartridge is a lot.
And okay, so the game that did that to me, and it did it to a lot of people as well, was Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong looked like a different console. It looked 3D, and um, that was a big game. When that game came out, I didn't ever have it, but it was so big because you could switch the guys from Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong, and the graphics were so much different than any other game I'd ever seen. It looked real, and
Yeah, they really hit the balance between Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog as
yeah, they
far
did.
as like fun and speed and
That's right. That's right. And the idea,
It's like a combo between the two with like a lot of the same graphics. Like it felt like Sonic the Hedgehog, like they kind of maybe just reskinned Sonic, you know?
right. Now, Sonic, so I got a Super Nintendo one year. Then, like, the next year for my birthday, it was like a Sega, something like that. And, but I had seen Sega before, and Sega just seemed really, really fast. It seemed like older. And not for like older kids, I should say. And it was. I mean, they had different games that were like faster. I think it used graphics differently. But one thing, so there were some games that I would get. Okay, one amazing game. I don't know if you ever played this on Genesis. Was Aladdin. Did you ever play that?
But yeah, but hold up. Did you ever play original Sega on the little like credit card looking games?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that those games on that just were absolutely for adults.
Wait, hold on,
Invariably.
hold on. Are we talking Sega Genesis?
No, Sega.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so Sega came out with Nintendo. And Sega, the games were like on a, they looked like credit cards. They were tiny. They were like a little credit card. And it was just a disc that you put into the game, into the console.
Was it called Master System?
Yeah, a Sega Master System. Yep.
Oh yeah, I've never even seen this.
Yeah, we had one growing up. They're awesome. And then we got a Nintendo after that. But it was for adults. The games were all difficult. And they were like, they had like, it was just, just harder games. That's all I can say.
Right. Um. I should say that I didn't play Atari until I was older, and when I did, it was like I was like, we used to play this. It would just seem like cheap to me. And uh, but I just wanted to say that about Atari. But it had a lot of games. Atari seemed like it had so many games, really cool games. But then you would play it, and at least I was older, and it was just like this is nothing like what the cover looks like. Like it's supposed to be billiards, and it looks like action packed, and it would be like super boring. Okay, um, so Aladdin on Sega Genesis was a beautiful game. I thought it was really um, cool because the movie was it was similar to the movie, but I didn't have many really good hacks for games, but this one I had was really good, and everybody who I've ever heard who played this game always had issues with this one level. It's the flying carpet level. I don't know if you recall this level, and I very early on figured out a hack to it, which was to use the pause button a lot. So like you would go like maybe 10 feet and then hit pause, and then 10 feet again to hit pause. And when you would do that, you could see the obstacles coming and avoid them, and it made that level super easy. That was like the first time I ever had like a hack for a game where if I just kept hitting pause, I could basically play the game in slow motion and win that level. That game was amazing to me. Like there was a genie level that I thought was super cool, and I loved the soundtrack to it. And you had a boo, and that was just a really
Yeah,
cool
you
game.
throw apples in that game, right?
Yeah, exactly. You throw apples, and then you also, I think, get a sword, and you can like strike guys with a sword. And it was just a fun game. I remember the soundtrack was just like da 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 da. It had all those songs. I really liked that game. I so speaking of which, it was
Did Robin Williams do the voice on it too? Like the genie was Robin Williams
I
in the
think
game.
I think so. There was something like that's what I said. It was like really close to the the movie. Um, then okay, but if you played Aladdin, I believe on Super Nintendo it was much harder. It was something like that. And I know that Lion King was extremely hard on Super Nintendo. And
It was so stupid. Lion King was like the worst game. I remember spending like $60 on that game because I thought it was going to be awesome, and I got it. You know, this is the worst game ever. I played it maybe for like a week, and then just was done with it.
And you would think
it was so boring.
You would think it would have been an amazing game because Aladdin was an amazing game, or I thought it was, but a lot of other people did too. Aladdin was a really good game,
Yeah.
and Lion King people just thought was way too hard and also boring.
When you said Lion King, for some reason, it made me think of the Nintendo game Willow. Did you ever play that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that game. You ever play Robin Hood, the Nintendo game?
Prince of Thieves?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And it had like, yeah, now that you say that, it like triggered in my memory. It had like game, but it was like 8-bit, right? Or 16-bit?
Yeah.
Right, I do remember that. That was a hard game, or at least it was for me as a kid. Yeah, I remember that game.
Yeah, it was very difficult. It had a bunch of different ways to play it. Like you had to play in the overhead and in the scrolly.
That's right.
And you had to make decisions like from a bunch of different standpoints.
That's right. I love that movie. Everybody makes fun of it today because Kevin Costner plays the same character in all his movies, but I thought that was a really cool movie, and I liked Robin Hood a lot. Just I like that idea of like helping the poor, and I don't necessarily like stealing from the rich, but I do like the idea of just helping people. And then the idea of when he had them.
Well, originally Robin Hood didn't steal from the rich. The original story.
There you go. We're bringing it back.
All he did in the original story was kill the king's deer to feed people.
That's what I recall too. Yeah, something like that.
Which isn't really stealing. They kind of glorify it where he's like stealing gold and all that other stuff. But
you're right.
Robin Hood, the original story says the guy that decides to kill some deer to feed the poor people. Yes. And you're not supposed to kill the deer.
Right.
In the king's forest.
Exactly. And then Morgan Freeman was in that movie, which was like cool to see like this interracial tag team, and they were fighting for this lady. And then Prince John was, I can't remember his name, but he played it really well. And then they had this one character who creeped me out as a little kid. They had like a weird fucking eye, and I forget who they were, but that was a fucked up.
The Crown.
Yeah, that person was fucking creepy. As a little.
She turned invisible at one point. Yeah, she was crazy.
Yeah, that was.
And then they had that whole weird birthing thing where like he wants Marion to get knocked up by the sheriff.
That's right. How creepy is that?
So creepy. It's so weird.
Right. And there's a little kid I remember being like, this is fucked up. Like this is creepy. This is scary to me. I love this. Right. I love the scene though where Kevin Costner's training the married men whatever, and they're like doing bow fights on a log or something. I just think that's so cool. I love that. Was such a cool movie. And then the other cool thing about that movie is the arrow camera, where he's like you've never seen that before. What a camera looks like with an arrow in front of it, and that was wild, like splitting stuff. Yeah, but that game.
Totally immersive. That movie from the beginning was just immersive and took you into a world that was awesome.
Right, but everybody makes fun of Kevin Costner's. He doesn't really have an accent. It's not like he's trying to play a British person. He just literally plays himself, which is fine. I mean, to me as a little kid, that was totally fine. But people give him shit for it. But it's whatever.
I took a junior college class in economics, and we watched Waterworld for economics. But we watched, and then had to write a paper about it.
What was considered the biggest flop in movie history? The biggest.
Well, it wasn't their fault, though.
The biggest box office bomb. I remember.
The only reason reason for that though is because they quadrupled their budget because their sets kept getting destroyed.
Right. And
so it wouldn't have been a flop if they didn't have all that bad weather.
Right.
Like trying to make a movie out in the ocean. Like making a movie in the ocean is probably never going to be done like that ever again.
I agree with you. I thought it was a cool movie, even though.
That movie's amazing.
Yeah. And what is it like? There's something that is of like really important like currency in it. Isn't it like branches or something? Or what do you remember?
The water.
Is it just water?
Yeah, that's why Waterworld, they drip the water is the currency for everything.
Okay, that's what it is. All right.
Yeah.
That's a
and
lot.
they're trying to find the place where he's got the map to the place where there is water.
That's a wild movie. And then Dennis Hopper just playing this wild bad guy.
Oh man, he's such a good actor. Any movie with Dennis Hopper is a good one.
And then the gills in the neck, that's wild. That was a game too. Waterworld. I think it was a Super Nintendo game. It could have been other stuff. Didn't play it that much, but I do recall that.
It was stupid. It's one of those like side scrollers,
right?
Mind-numbing games that don't.
Right. Now another game that was a game changer to some extent was the dolphin game. What was it called?
What the Nemo one?
Echo the dolphin.
Echo, yeah.
That game was amazing because you could play as an animal, and but it wasn't like an anthropomorphic animal. You were just like a straight up animal, and I remember just thinking that was for Sega, or at least that's how I found it, and that was a cool game. Now Sonic, that was a wild game. It was so fast, and I think that's the advantage that it had over Super Mario. And you could go upside down.
It gets you to that sound too, because in Mario, getting the coins wasn't the whole level.
Right.
In Sonic, the whole level is you just chase coins.
Right, and here we're talking about Sonic. I'm literally wearing Sonic on my shirt, on my pants, and my bedspread. I mean, because it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me, and it just shows like.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's worth $50 million, and it's just it's just like a symbol of like that kind or whatever. But like, I played it. I wasn't obsessed with it. Like you would like a lot of people. They come into my Discord and they're like, "Why do you like this video game so much?" And I'm like, "Huh? Oh, it's a cryptocurrency." But yeah, that game was amazing. I mean, it was a game changer. You could go upside down, and that wasn't something that you normally saw in a game. And it was just so fast. And you're right, the sound, and then also how you couldn't die unless you didn't have any gold or any coins. That was another interesting thing. And then when you got hit, you had to collect them all. That was like a new way. Like normally you just had like health. And if you got hit 3 times, you died. But in that game, you could get hit up 500 times. So long as you had a coin, you were good to go. That was a total game changer. Loved that, and it was very colorful. It was just the speed of that game though was like faster than any other game. And then you do the like power up and like, all of that stuff was really cool. And then yeah,
little speedball thing.
Right.
Where you go flying through the rocks.
Exactly.
Yeah, that game. It was also open world. Like it felt like in that game, you could go any direction. You didn't know which way your character was going to travel on the screen.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely more 3 dimensional. It was 2 dimensional, but it felt like a lot of things could happen. Then there was what is that? Sounds familiar. What is that?
You're like a ninja, and it's kind of like Sonic. It's on Genesis, and you jump around. When you swing, you have like it makes a big like swoosh in front of you, and when you jump, you have like a double jump, and you can basically, you're just fighting through different screens and levels as like a ninja.
Okay, speaking of ninjas, the game that really was a game changer as well was Mortal Kombat. That game, first game ever that I recall you could ever see blood and kill a person. Like that was a big deal. And they had like different versions of it, if I recall, where like some of it was gorier than others, and I that was a game changer. And all the different characters, and then they that was another interesting one where the video game came out before the movie. So like they usually it was a movie came out and then to coincide they put out a video game. But this time it was like reversed. That was interesting and a game changer. Uh, and also changed like how people were speaking. Like you'd hear people be like fatality and like finish him and that kind of stuff. Uh,
I love that there's a block button.
Definitely a block
I
button.
think there's a block button. Wow.
Right.
The Street Fighter just had, like you had to press backwards.
Right. Yeah.
Block. And you only had high block or low block.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's just a lot more. I just like the idea that I can just block.
That's a good point. Okay, then another game that I remember coincided with Mortal Kombat was one called Primal Rage. Did you ever play that game?
Is Primal Rage like Time Killers?
I thought it had to do with like giant apes, but I could be wrong.
Primal Rage, so Primal Rage and Time Killers, I think it's the same game. Primal Rage, you can play. It's like a claymation game.
It could be.
Yeah, and you play as like different dinosaurs or like an ape thing.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah.
And they just beat the shit out of each other.
Right.
And
yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. Did you play Killer?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, dude, you just triggered. Back to Nintendo. Rampage. Did you ever play Rampage?
Oh, all the time.
That
One
was,
of my favorites.
and that to me was a game changer because you were playing vertically, and unfortunately, I was a little.
Yeah, what's up?
What'd you say?
Well, I'm being summoned.
Oh, sure.
I apologize.
You're done.
Just give me one second.
Take your time. Now use Sora, AI, or Grok to make 10 or so AI videos to populate some of the content, period. Use hashtags in the title and description, and this will allow you to rank highly in search engines right before your launch on December 7th. Are you there?
Hey, quick question.
Yes, sir.
How do I post stuff
In here,
in Discord? Yeah.
you can't. I used to let people do it, and then some guy posted a GIF of somebody self-circumcising themselves about 500 different times in every single channel. And after that, I was like, nope. If you want to post stuff, you can post stuff in somebody else's Discord, but not this one. At least until I get moderators who can be here full time. But until then, that guy kind of ruined the party.
I got you. That makes sense.
There's also a way that people can sabotage your server that I learned, um, and this is how they do it. So until I have a bigger team, I don't want to allow anybody to type anything. What they do is they dox themselves. They'll say like, XYZ lives at 123 Main Street, and then they get on another account and report it for doxing, and then they take down your whole server.
Hey, I figured out how to do it.
In here,
No, I just did it on the Spaces.
you send it in Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, Twitter Spaces in the pill, the little blue pill on the bottom right. I just on your Twitter Spaces account, your open mic there. I just went and joined that, and then I can drop stuff in there.
Oh, tight. Do you see its video?
It looks really quick. Yeah, it's video.
Tight. So you can see me from a different angle, right?
Yeah, I see. It's actually a nice close up. You're like a good show model right now. You look like a foot model.
There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of that footage.
Yeah, get those tipsies on there, man. That's your money maker.
Oh yeah, big time. People are gonna go crazy.
Yeah, later they're gonna be screenshotting it.
They already do. I'm in a Telegram that's right by that camera that you're seeing, and they randomly take pictures all the time and make. I mean, it's got 12,000 people in it, and they share those pictures. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was saying I just put the last project, my YouTube channel in there in that project that I worked on. You get whenever you get a chance to watch it.
Just one moment. Did you ever play Jurassic Park the game on Genesis?
That's the one that it was too hard.
Way too hard. But you could play as a Velociraptor or Dr. whatever his name was. Dr. Was it Sam Harris?
I forget that character's name.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Super hard game though. But I really enjoyed it. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was really dark. And I remember it was like really hard to beat.
Jurassic Park was probably one of the most traumatizing theater experiences I ever had.
I could see that.
Like the when the kid got electrocuted by that fence and it didn't kill him, I was so pissed off. I was like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's just gonna go for a ride on a 10,000-volt fence like it's like nothing. You know, like, come on, what's going on here?
Right.
Madness. And the, just the whole thing, the sound effects in it scared the crap out of me. I saw the latest Jurassic Park and thought it was the worst movie ever made.
What did you think was the worst movie ever made?
The newest Jurassic Park.
Like with Chris Pratt?
No. They made another one with like Scarlett Johansson. It's just her. It just came out this I saw it like 5 months ago.
Right. Okay, I remember hearing about that. I did not see it. It's bad.
Oh my god, it's so bad. It's horrible.
Um,
Like
I
not even really
always
watchable.
I always hated the games. I shouldn't say I hated, but I was always envious when I would see screenshots of a game and I never could get to that level. And that always happened with me in Jurassic Park to drive the Jeep. I don't ever recall driving the Jeep. Maybe I did, but I don't really recall doing it. Um, I do remember it was super cool being a velociraptor, being able to jump really high. That was cool. Oh, back to Rampage. Okay, so I always one thing and because I didn't have anybody to I had to do all this on my own. I didn't ever have anybody teaching me how to play it, and I would always mess up. So you could be like King Kong or the lizard or something else. What was the other thing?
The Wolfman.
There you go, the Wolfman. And
The
I would,
wolf with bat ears. You had
yeah,
bat ears and you're a wolf.
exactly. And I would break down the building, and I would always drink the bath water, which was not a good thing to do, but I didn't know that. And you know what I'm talking about?
They spray you in the face and it's like fall off the side of this thing because of it.
Right. And I would always choose. That was a cool game I remember because you could choose between the three guys, but I always choose the lizard because he was green and I like the color green then. Um, that was
You
cool.
could also accidentally hit your friend.
Yeah, that's right. You could play it multiple players and do that. Um,
And if you played multiplayer and there was a streetcar, you could just ping pong the thing back and forth for points.
okay, all right. Um,
That was fun.
that was a cool game. Uh,
You could eat the tanks, you could eat the people
that's
in
right.
game life.
Yeah, I thought that was always really cool. And,
If you ate the dynamite, you'd blow up and it would take damage. That was always funny.
right. So that's the thing. I thought you were supposed to eat everything, but then I learned that you didn't. And then I remember they have giant chicken legs or something. Uh, I could be wrong on that, but there was something like that where you would
No,
eat.
you're right. Yeah, it looked like a big chicken leg. That
Exactly.
was that was health.
Yeah, exactly.
That reminded me of a Gauntlet. Did you ever play Gauntlet?
Now that sounds familiar. What is that?
You know, the red wizard needs food badly. Use keys to open doors.
Sounds familiar.
And you get to play as one of four characters. You play as a wizard, a Valkyrie, a fighter, or an elf.
Okay. Um, what were your thoughts on Mega Man?
So, Mega Man 1 was damn near impossible.
That's what I heard. I think I played it, but
Like, so hard. Mega Man 2, at least, was easy to, playable. Once, once you got up to, Mega Man X and those games for Super Nintendo,
yeah,
it became very complex, like, very difficult to play. And just tedious. A lot of tedious, just constant tediousness.
there was a game. You're gonna know it. I forget what it was. But it's like you had really okay. It's like you were two American soldiers or something, and you had really big guns. And let me look it up. What was a Nintendo game?
Metal Slug?
What'd you call it?
Metal Slug?
I don't think it was that. I'm gonna
Talking
look.
about Akari Warriors?
No, they were American, and you had like maybe you could make your arm into a gun or something. Uh,
Not Contra.
no, Contra was a hard game, wasn't it?
Yeah, until but it was a Konami game, so the up, down, down, left, right, B, select, start,
Right.
works for it. All the Konami games, that's the code for them all to get 30 lives.
Exactly. What was a Nintendo game? Oh, maybe with Double Dragon. Did we mention that yet?
We did, yeah. But back to this, you're talking about like two Americans in the game?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Double Dragon. Wait, let me look up Double Dragon. Double Dragon was just hand-to-hand combat, right?
Yeah, but it's two guys and they're trying to save the kidnapped girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe it
Or
was.
something.
Double Dragon. Once I see the art and the game,
Did you ever play Metal Gear Solid?
the original?
Or Metal Gear? Yeah, on Nintendo.
No.
Yeah, I never played it either, surprisingly. It was just not for me. Did you play Metroid?
Yeah. A little. Like maybe I rented it or played it at somebody's house.
Yeah, that was a tough one too.
Right. Um. Okay. So then I don't know if you ever got into 32X or Sega CD. Did you ever get that?
Oh yeah, and I had a Sega CD. I also had the
Amazing. Okay, so you had a Sega CD.
the sewer game where you go.
I think we talked about this at one time. Maybe we didn't, but yeah, sewer. Uh, it's called sewer.
Yeah, you're killing all the rats in there. You're
Yeah.
like cleaning up sewers in like a little spaceship.
Right. Sewer. Sewer shark. And
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And
it's kind of a people think that was a precursor to the Matrix.
I could totally see that.
Yeah, that was what inspired the Matrix. When they obviously just watched that and then kind of like, oh, that's how all the underworld of the Matrix is gonna look.
I hated Sewer Shark because there was one part that I could never beat. That like you had to pay attention to something, and I didn't know what to look for, and I played it so many times, and I just never could get past it, and I would die every time. That was the first.
I put that Sega CD just for Dragon Slayer.
Okay. That was
just so I could play it, because I spent so much money on that game and never beat it in the arcade, and then got the Sega CD just so I could play Dragon Slayer and beat it.
That was the first console that had a CD. That was a game changer because then you got like video in a game, and
and the video back then was way more than they ever did now. Like it was so interactive and cool, and like it made you really feel like you're a part of the game.
Do you remember the boxing game they had for it?
Oh yeah,
that game was amazing.
The game was so in depth.
Right. I'm gonna look it up right now. It was called Prize Fighter, and it was amazing. And I remember playing it and like good at it, but then I got better, and I I remember there was this girl you could flirt with, or like she flirts with you in the movie, and it like truthfully motivated me. It was like, or in the game, I was like, I gotta win this for this chick. Maybe she gets naked at the end of this. You know how it is as a kid, and because it's like you're seeing like adults, like who knows what's in this game. That obviously doesn't happen, but yeah, that game was amazing. They didn't make a lot of games on Sega CD though. Like it was kind of a half-assed attempt, and then PlayStation came and it just knocked it out of the knocked Sega. I mean, the Dreamcast was okay, but Okay.
Funny story about Sega CD.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Myself included, and a lot of other people, are your games easily got ruined.
Yes, they did. But why did yours get ruined?
Because you don't take care of them. You pull them out of the thing.
Exactly. I thought you were going to
Yeah.
say because there was something. Yeah, they were CDs for the first time, and if you'd never dealt with
Yeah.
CDs, you'd think you could just.
Really easily. Like
Oh.
Those games scratch like simple, like you leave on your desk or whatever, and the game scratches, and then now you just wasted $70 on games.
Right. Okay. So, do you remember the game Three Ninjas Kickback?
What game?
Three Ninjas Kickback.
Oh yeah, I didn't play that, but I know that movie.
Yeah. So that was a movie. That was a game that I played. That was really cool. You could be like, they call them like Tom Tom and like Colt and um, that's Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum. And I really liked that movie. That was the first. That was like the first because like Karate Kid was a movie, but it was a little before my time, at least consciously. But Three Ninjas was like a martial arts movie. Might have been the first martial arts movie I ever saw. And the uh, another interesting thing about it was the grandfather was the same guy in Karate Kid, the Miyagi guy, and his grandkids were like kind of white looking. Like he was the grandfather, and so it was like two generations, and it was like, oh, you mean like an Asian guy can have like white grandkids? I didn't really understand how it all worked, but like, yeah, and he can love them and care about them and all this other stuff. Absolutely. Like basically, there was just something interesting to me about that. Like an Asian guy didn't have to have Asian grandkids. There could be like a mixed family, and it would be like still really fine. Um,
Way ahead of its time.
Way ahead of its time. That was just like I'd never seen something like that. Um, all right, so then the Adventures of Batman and Robin. I remember playing this game at some point somehow, and I remember it was hard. All right,
All the Batman games have always been difficult.
exactly, yeah, and I think a lot of adults play them as well, and they don't want them to just be pushovers. Yeah,
And they've been really clunky because no one's ever been figured out how to flawlessly just use the accessories that Batman has and make the game fun.
that's right. Um, Unlike Spider-Man games, which are usually amazing, a lot of because it's like this open world and everything. Batman games have very always been very clunky. All right.
Yeah. I've never, Batman as a character I've never liked because he's such a jerk. He's a millionaire, and all he wants to do is go beat up like street level thugs.
I
If he could just spend his money, like, getting a better police force, everything would be fine.
I get that. We haven't talked about sports games too much, but I've always been into sports games. Bill Walsh College Football, that was big on EA or on my first like introduction to EA Sports. Um, I'm looking. There was one, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I don't think I ever played it, but I remember it was it was like for like there weren't that many games I remember available for this. I'm looking through them right now and like what ones I really recall. Um, let's see here.
Did
Do,
you play Baseball All Stars?
so I played a bunch of baseball games. The big game for me on Sega was Triple Play. Do you remember this game?
I don't. The
Oh,
only reason why I mentioned Baseball
it
All
was
Stars
amazing.
is it was on Nintendo, and you could save it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. I do
And you
recall.
could build your team, and then every time you played somebody, you get money for the game that you played if you won or lost.
I
And
re-
then you could use that money to hire new players.
Yeah, and how did they do it? They kept a little battery in it, right?
I guess, yeah. Like, and some of those batteries run out and have to be replaced.
Right, exactly. I do recall some of these. Um, okay, ESPN Baseball Tonight. That was for Sega CD, and I had that, and that was cool. Um, let's see here. Um,
You ever played Jaws?
the game
Yeah, the video game.
on what? I don't recall.
Yeah, it was on.
Yeah, maybe I played it. That might be a thing. All right. Um,
Just one moment. Yeah. What else?
okay. All right. I'm looking. Did you ever play the Terminator?
In the arcade or on the Nintendo? Because I played the arcade version a lot.
Yeah, same here. Um, all right. Um, like, okay, I'm gonna read these games. These are all Sega CD games. They say these are the top 25. Like, I've never heard about any of them. 25, Lunar, Eternal Blue. 24, Brutal, Paws of Fury. Stop me if you've heard of any of these. 23, Night Trap. Like, I never saw any of these. 22, Popful Mail, Magical Fantasy Adventure. 21, Flink. 20, Vey. 19, Keo Flying Squadron. 18, Fatal Fury Special. That looks familiar, but I only played that um in a arcade, and I'm sure you probably did too. If you saw it, you'd be like, yeah, I played that. 17, Soul Feast. 16, Shining Force CD. 15, Earthworm Jim. I played Earthworm Jim. I don't know if I played it on Sega CD necessarily. It was always an interesting idea that you're playing as an earthworm. Oh, dude, back to uh back to Nintendo. Did you ever play Battletoads?
Well, I've beaten Battletoads. I've gone all the way through.
That's a hard game.
Yeah. The hardest part is when you're on the bikes and you gotta, go through the super fast level up and down, back and forth. We had to, like, map that one out, speed it.
Right. Um, there was Sonic CD. I played that on Sega CD. Uh, dude, all of the games that they listed here, I've never played any of them, except for Sonic CD. Uh, I just, you were absolutely right in terms of like, I'd never had to take care of CDs before, and I didn't know that you couldn't just, like you said, leave them on a table. Or, fortunately, I don't ever recall not being able to play a game because it was scratched. Um, I, but like my games got really fucked up, like, but they still worked. Um, all right, and then trying to think of any other uh, games that I had that were like,
Did you ever play pro wrestling?
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so on Nintendo, I played
Yeah,
WW
that game was
WrestleMania. I played a bunch of. Okay, so there. Well, I think there was a pro wrestling game, but then there was WWF wrestling. I think it was called WrestleMania, or maybe just WWF. Let me look up the name of it.
okay. I just gotta grab a bucket.
You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was called WWF WrestleMania, and it was amazing. You could be Hulk Hogan, you could be Honky Tonk Man, and I used to love his song. I used to think he was Elvis. Um, you could play as Andre the Giant, Macho Man Randy Savage, Billion Dollar Man, who I thought was cool, Bam Bam Bigelow, who I didn't really like at the time, but I kind of like a lot now because his whole like flame, I don't know how else you want to call it, like on cars, that like hot rod attitude became really popular, and the Honky Tonk Man.
Well, you had that cartwheel move too.
Yeah. That's right. I do remember that. And that was a really good game. And then for Super Nintendo, I would rent these games a lot. Uh, they had there was another WWF game for um, Nintendo. I want to say it was maybe there was only one, but no, there was one that had.
Royal Rumble game.
Yeah, that's right. I had that on Game Boy. There was one that had the Ultimate Warrior in it, and um, he
You can
was.
play as Earthquake and Typhoon as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was called WWF WrestleMania Challenge, which was different. Um, and they also had in it uh, the Big Boss Man, and you could play as. Um, okay, they don't say who you could play as. It looks like Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Andre the Giant, Big Boss Man, Hulk Hogan, and I want to say you could play somebody else, but I'm not sure.
I gotta fix the toilet.
All right,
The
you knock
toilet's,
you knock
not
yourself
filling
out.
up upstairs.
Oh, here's who
It
you could
is.
here's who you could play as: Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Macho King, Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior, Big Boss Man,
Yeah.
Brutus the
If
Barber,
I fill up with
Beefcake,
water, I think I'll fix it.
Ravishing Rick Rude, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Okay. I'll do that too. Yes, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, thanks, Josh. Yep. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm fixing a toilet right now. So.
All right, you do that. I'm gonna get some sleep. We'll catch up again.
Yeah, but this is fun. I like talking to you about all these games.
Nostalgia as nostalgia AF, man. Nostalgia as fuck.
If you have 4 minutes, watch the thing that I dropped in the Twitter Spaces.
I was just looking at it. The video quality's great. So now that I have a chance to pay attention to it, I will.
Yeah, cool, man. All right, have a good night.
Take care, big dog. You too.
Bye.
Take care. What up, big dog? How are you, Legion Whisperer? Long time no see. Okay. How are you? Excellent. All right. Did you make your videos yet? Okay. So where can I see your videos? You can send it to Discord, or you can send it X, whatever ones we've been communicating. Send it in X. We've been communicating on X. All right. Well, I'm not the guy to go to for it. That's for you to be able to market yourself and you get money, big man. Every day's a holiday, every meal is a feast. I've been really well, thank you. Seen some really great growth on Twitter, and I want the same for you, Big Rob. Okay, hey, you should also know if you can't get Sora to work, you can use Grok. Download the Grok app and you can make videos, okay?
What's the name of the app?
Grok app. GROK. You're welcome, big dog. Take care. Thanks, big man.
Hi, and welcome to Strategy Stuff. When it comes to conquest in the late 18th century, we usually think first of revolutionary France and its attempts to establish hegemony over Europe. But during the same period, Britain, more accurately its East India Company, also conquered out an hegemony in South Asia, one that was just as extensive and certainly longer lasting than the French attack. In a series of wars between 1799 and 1806, British Indian forces decisively defeated almost all their indigenous rivals on the subcontinent, most notably the Sultanate of Mysore in the south and the Maratha Empire in the center and north. In the process, British rule expanded throughout the coasts and up the Ganges River, seizing many old and famous states along the way. By the end of the period, there was no longer any doubt that Britain alone dominated this jewel-is free. These events are usually interpreted as an inevitable consequence of European military superiority, but in fact, throughout this period, it was British strategy makers who had even tried to stop expansion. That had happened anyway was largely due to one man, the chief official of British India, Richard Wellesley, the Earl of Warrington, and his desire to conquer the subcontinent for his own political gains. Ironically, India was given a bigger boost to the career of Richard's younger brother, Arthur Wellesley, later to achieve military fame as the Duke of Wellington. To minimize confusion, this video series refers to Richard as Warrington and Arthur anachronistically as Wellington. Together, they, alongside other generals and officials, would not only produce a seminal example of European imperialism, but also forcibly induct South Asia into the European Union and lay the groundwork for the modern states that exist there today. This is part one of a 5-part series where we will go over the situation in India during the 1790s, as well as examine why Britain embarked on conquest. By the 1790s, European states had collectively been in India for nearly 3 centuries, but they still knew remarkably little about the subcontinent. Part of this was due to their tendency to characterize Indian society as being filled with Oriental traditions such as Hinduism, caste, and village communalism, all allegedly indecipherable from a Western perspective. In fact, when it came to political dynamics, Indian states operated under conditions mostly akin to medieval European feudalism. Above all, and unlike most of 18th century Europe, Indian rulers did not have large central bureaucracies to extract financial and military resources from their lands themselves. Instead, they relied on local lords to collect taxes and raise troops, which inevitably meant that the lords kept a portion of those resources for their own use. And just like in feudal Europe, this meant that the local lords could resist their rulers, leading to a chronic and cyclical struggle between them. When the state was young and unsettled, rulers could reorganize elite networks to dominate the lords and take their resources. But as the state matured and rigidified, it was not the ability to reorganize and dominate, which let the lords keep more resources and put up stronger resistance. This began a self-reinforcing cycle that would eventually reduce the ruler to a powerless figurehead, while the lords became independent states, all but name. Over the course of the 18th century, South Asia experienced 3 such cycles at the empire level. First, the Mughal emperor lost power to the Maratha emperor. Then, the Maratha emperor lost power to the prime minister, or Peshwa. And finally, the Maratha Peshwa lost power to his subordinates. Similar cycles also occurred at the local level, shattering Indian and practically independent states. The smallest ones no larger than a fort, while the largest ones sprawled over several regions. Formal borders didn't really exist. Instead, there were frontier zones where local populations switched toward to whichever lord thrived or threatened them at that very moment. Warfare was endemic within such an environment. To defend themselves, local lords raised the typical feudal units of peasant levies and aristocratic cavalry, but the richest ones also hired from an extensive mercenary economy trading in professional soldiers, nomadic cavalry, and even entire supply trains. In fact, the use of mercenaries was so predominant that Indian wars was less about actual fighting and more about the constant negotiation to rehire enemy forces on agreeable terms. One might expect mercenary costs to greatly advantage the wealthy regions of India, particularly the coasts, which hosted the legendary spice trade. But as with most things strategy, success is less about spending the most resources and more about spending them efficiently. And throughout this period, there was no more resource-efficient Indian military unit than light cavalry, which would both conduct and be paid from large-scale plunder raids. So by sending swarms of light cavalry into enemy territory, Indian rulers could exert significant military pressure at minimal cost. This practice was so common that the English word loot comes from it. As such, the strongest indigenous states of the period were those best able to deploy light cavalry, namely ones situated on the drier mountains in cavalry-friendlier plateaus of inland India. There was the Sultan of Mysore in the south, the Nizamate of Hyderabad in the center, and the great lords of the Maratha Empire in the center and north. There were also the Afghans of the far northwest, whose periodic eruptions into the subcontinent were a source of constant anxiety to us, including the British. By the 1790s, this military picture was slowly changing, as indigenous rulers gradually adopted European military methods based around drilled musket infantry. Still, the geopolitical picture remained largely intact. After all, only the established powers could offer protection to the trading companies who sold the guns and the structures. So the list of states that trained in European-style sepoy infantry remained the same as before: Mysore, Hyderabad, the Great Maratha lords, and they used these units to great effect against unreformed neighbors, further consolidating their joint dominance over India. In the process, however, the indigenous powers also had to confront the problems associated with so-called westernization, as the costs of adopting European military methods clashed with the feudal basis of Indian government. In particular, unlike light cavalry, sepoys couldn't pay for themselves through raiding. The state had to pay them regularly, and that would require a larger and stabler resource stream than what the traditional reliance on local lords could provide. So in response, almost every indigenous ruler initiated centralization reforms to try and extract more revenue from the lands. Some repurposed their sepoys as tax collectors. Others adopted the much maligned practice of tax farming, where taxation rights were sold to urban elites. Topping them off were the efforts of the Mysore sultans, who suppressed the feudal system and replaced it with a central tax bureaucracy built from scratch. Despite it all, these efforts yielded only partial success, and every indigenous ruler continued to struggle with paying sepoys. Furthermore, the feudal lords did not appreciate being sidelined by centralization, and their opposition opened up political divides that an enemy could exploit. Still, the mere existence of reforms worried European observers, with some warning that the British had only 30 years before the Indians caught up and extracted them from the subcontinent. This was a Eurocentric assessment. In reality, indigenous states, except maybe Mysore, were mainly to better fight each other, not Westerners. To them, the British were not only a source of technology and trade, but also a safe counterbalance against any indigenous rival seeking hegemony. After all, nothing indicated that the British wanted to carve out their own hegemony over India, at least not until now. The late 18th century was as much a period of reform for the British Empire as it was for India, so much so that historians have used it as a dividing line separating the First British Empire, focused on the Atlantic, and the Second British Empire, focused on Asia. British India itself reflects this change quite nicely. At the start of this period, in 1798, its leaders were mostly veterans of the American Revolutionary War. By the end of it, in 1807, its rising stars would go on to enjoy careers in South and Southeast Asia. In This generational change affected not just personnel, but also British thinking about empire. In the 1790s, most of the British imperial leadership, including Lord Carleton and the directors of the East India Company, or EIC, had what this video series will call a mercantilist view of British grand strategy. To them, the point of empire was to bring in as much gold as possible into British coasts. Mercantilists therefore assessed imperial strategy through the lens of short-term profit, as sharpened by the EIC's debt markets throughout the previous decades. Then, British India was there to supply the EIC with goods needed for a profitable trade, not just spices and textiles, but also silk to buy Chinese tea. By this metric, British India was already a complete success. The EIC controlled the relative top areas in southern India, and in the east, its takeover of Bengal in the 1760s had given a large population that could be taxed or sold. No European rival should challenge this position, nor stop the British from accessing the subcontinent. Mercantilists therefore argued that there was nothing more that Britain wanted or should want from India, and any further expansion will lead to needless expenses and the acquisition of unnecessary territory. Mercantilism had long guided British strategy, but by the late 18th century, a new viewpoint was rising up to challenge it, which this video series will call reformism. Influenced by the political theories of the Enlightenment, this belief that the state, rather than being a mere tool of policy, should also be used to establish a rational, free society. This thinking is usually associated with wholesale reorganization of revolutionary France. But, crucially for this video series, British reformers wanted to reorganize society too. They just wanted to achieve it through reform, not revolution, and by promoting the rule of landed gentry, rather than a central bureaucracy. Reformists therefore assessed British Indian policy from a different perspective. Firstly, they demanded internal reform of the EIC in order to make it less corrupt and more rational. This eventually resulted in a whole host of changes aimed at raising the quality of colonial governance, ranging from language requirements for officials to army medical units to systematic tax and geographic surveys. Secondly, reformist ambitions were not limited to British society. Many also believed that Indian society needed to be rationalized. Inevitably, rational was defined from the British perspective as a post-Indo-European state, so little within Indian feudalism was ever seen as rational. Instead, Indian village life was rural, lazy. Indian mercenary negotiation was deceitful, and Indian centralization initiatives were corrupt. As reformers saw it, these traditions prevented Indian society from rationally making good use of its resources, and so it was Britain's burden to develop the subcontinent. Lastly, reformists also sought to align government policy with a grand strategy based on a rational analysis of Britain's geographic position and comparative advantages. Most concluded that such a grand strategy involved being the constant and guarantor of trade, which in turn meant that British power was best used to open up new markets for British trade and to stop indigenous powers from closing up existing ones. Accordingly, the indigenous states of India, with their vast untapped populations and worryingly strengthening governments, became priority targets whose controls would secure Britain's place in the sun, especially after the loss of 13 colonies. In short, the debate over British Indian strategy boiled down to two policy positions: either keep the status quo and risk what reformers feared would be strategic and civilizational stagnation, or expand and risk what mercantilists feared would be a financial drain. That said, practical politics muddied these distinctions significantly. Britain's Prime Minister during the 1780s and 90s was younger, and he supported the reformist position on India and the EIC. However, in order to get the mercantilists to support company reform, it had to give them an India Act that was strategically mercantilist. Even going so far as to ban British aggression against the indigenous powers. But cunningly, Pitt left some warning that he hoped to eventually use for Indian expansion. The act gave Prime Minister great influence over was to be the Governor General of Bengal, who actually oversaw EIC holdings in India. And while the Governor General was, on paper, primarily responsible to the provincialist directors of the EIC, a politically strong Prime Minister would shield the UNT from the latter's fury, and in so doing, get British India to preserve state rather than company interests. In 1796, Pitt felt that he was politically strong enough to give British India to his preferred candidate, Richard Wellesley, mayor of Mornington. This was partly rewarding a political supporter, but equally importantly, he knew that Mornington desired great achievements to advance his political career. And just to be absolutely sure, Pitt and his colleagues finally encouraged Mornington to expand British India, even as its official instructions continued to parrot the provincialist strategy of aggression. So in late 1797, Mornington departed for British India to become its Governor General, determined to make his mark on the subcontinent. Mornington arrived in India on April 1798, finding a land where the British were a major, but by no means hegemonic player. Holdings of the EIC were split into three presidencies, each isolated on land from the others. In the east was Bengal on the lower Ganges River, whose capital, Calcutta, was also the capital of British India. In the south was Madras, whose coastal enclaves hosted the company's spice trade. And in the west was Bombay, the oldest possession of what were now just an unprovince, islands that the EIC had newly considered abandoning. Attached to each presidency were the informal holdings of the EIC, consisting of indigenous states who mounted British through so-called subsidiary alliances. These were essentially vassal treaties where the ruler had to accept EIC directions over his foreign affairs, and also pay for an EIC garrison within his own capital. Subsidiary alliances were a clever way for the EIC to offload some of its military expenses while gaining buffer zones further up the Ganges and along the coast to shield its rural holdings from hostile invasion. Beyond that, the British also had a regular alliance with Hyderabad in central India, the latter having suffered a near-death experience against the Maratha lords in 1795. None of these links were particularly exotic from a European perspective, but one of the most important relationships the British had in India was, in fact, not with a major landed power. It was with the Mughal Emperor in Delhi, the Upper Ganges. Once, his empire encompassed almost all of the subcontinent. Now, he barely ruled even the city of Delhi itself. But that historical legacy meant that most of the subcontinent's rulers still saw him as a source of legitimacy, whose endorsement would justify the rules. The British were no exception. After all, they technically only governed Bengal on behalf of the British. So far, the British had acted as a source of nominal support against the Empire. But this meant that it was the Emperor, not the British, who determined what was legitimate when it came to subcontinental governance. As a result, previous Governor Generals had to put up with certain behaviors that would have been absolutely unacceptable within Europe. In particular, the tendency of allies, vassals, and even officials to share political, diplomatic, or military information with other states. This was the situation that greeted Mornington on his arrival, and with his need for achievement in mind, the new Governor General soon decided on two policies that would align India with performance values. First layer, British India would expand, would take all the remaining coast, occupy whatever valuable territory was inland, and place as much of the subcontinent as possible under its influence. Secondly, Mornington would also begin the career of rationalizing, or most accurately, Europeanizing India. At the domestic level, this meant remaking Indian feudal society to better resemble the British experience. At the international level, expansion and reorganization of British India on a collision course with everybody else on the subcontinent. But even before that, British first had to neutralize the inevitable opposition of originalist directors of the EIC, albeit with a communication lag of 6 months, relentlessly tried to oversubstitute violating the India Act's ban on aggression. To a limited extent, Taylor tried to persuade the EIC, speculating that acquiring new territories and vassals would bring in additional profits. But for the most part, he ordered to appeal to state interests, and in so doing, Parliament to provide the EIC. To achieve this, Rothschild'S was a new narrative for India, claiming that a hostile coalition was moving against British. The only way to survive was to embrace aggression and defeat each enemy preemptively. One goal was to be the British boogeyman. Given that this was 1798, the answer was, of course, revolutionary France. In reality, Washington did not believe that France, even in league with its Spanish and Dutch allies, posed any threat to British India. Nevertheless, playing a vague French threat was a surefire way to get Parliament to endorse expansion. What's more, the French played their part perfectly. In early 1798, the French governor of Mauritius made a rather ineffective plea for volunteers to help the indigenous British rival, Mysore. More dramatically, in mid-1798, Napoleon set out to conquer Egypt, with India rumored to be his ultimate target. But if that was really intention, a British naval squadron in the Red Sea quickly stopped any further progress. All these seemingly validated Morton's conspiracy of a French threat to British India. According to this narrative, Paris was an omnipresent manipulator of Indian states, and all French mercenaries, some revolutionary, been colonists itching to raise the people. Their machinations had already made Mysore into a French puppet, and every indigenous power with French officers or French-trained sepoys, i.e. all of them, was only one cause from suffering the same fate. The French could supposedly even get Persia to get the Afghans to invade India. Morton's followed. His master, Prime Minister Pitt, remained politically strong and easily suppressed Morton's more or less hysterical assessment. And so, Parliament retroactively agreed that the removal of French influence in India, no matter how vague, was a valid reason to take offensive action, no matter how drastic. Morton now had a free hand to seek his achievements. Even before he received London's response, Morton was already ordering EIC forces to prepare for war. But he was also fine with winning non-violently, and as luck would have it, an opportunity for that popped up almost immediately. The target was the British regular ally of Hyderabad, and the catalyst, as with so many subsequent expansion opportunities, was a succession crisis. Here, the favored heir found his status challenged by a rival who was supported by Hyderabad's seaports, trained and led by French mercenaries. In desperation, the heir sought out Mornington, who offered the following deal. The EIC would support the heir's claim and even send their own seaports to disarm the French ones. But afterwards, the British troops would stay in the capital, and Hyderabad would pay for them. In other words, it was a subsidiary alliance. Recognizing not only the personal, but also the military consequences for friendless Hyderabad if he refused, the heir agreed, and so, in late 1798, one of the top indigenous powers in India smoothly turned into a British vassal. It wasn't even that hard for Mornington to expel the French. Contrary to his narrative, the French mercenaries were only interested in money, not politics, and so were easily bribed away by, amusingly, granting them EIC shares that they could sell once they returned to Europe. In a single month, Mornington had gained territory that previous rulers had taken years to conquer. This only served to whet his appetite, as he speculated that other indigenous powers might be just as potent, corrupt as Hyderabad. In any case, the EIC's army had already been mobilized with another target in mind. In the last part, the chief official of British India, Richard Wellesley, the Earl of Mornington, had just returning from Washington, was still wasn't sure how much aggression his superiors in Parliament and the EIC would really tolerate. Mysore had been punished 3 times, kept links with revolutionary France, and had a reputation for torturing Europeans. Its threat had diminished significantly after British moved peace on it in their last war, according to the fact that London would not fight a new conflict within 2 of British. Mysore at this time was ruled by the Muslim chief Sultan. His father had usurped the original Hindu dynasty in the 1760s. Taking advantage of unsettled circumstances, he identified British India as their main rival. Both father and son initiated expansive centralization reforms that aimed to turn Mysore into an economic powerhouse with a Europeanized military to match. Tipu, in particular, was not satisfied with merely sidelining feudal lords or creating a new tax bureaucracy. Instead, he also sought to establish factories, merchant convoys, and even overseas colonies. All these changes were bound to trigger discontent amongst Tipu's traditionalist subjects, and so to suppress opposition, he increasingly relied on forced labor, state terror, and Islamic zealotry. The extra resources gained by these reforms were poured back into the Mysorean military, expanding the number of seaboard infantry, repairing forts, founding a navy, and even conducting innovative experiments with rocket artillery. With the ideal time for these changes to mature, Tipu sought offensive alliances against the British with European combined, India's Muslims, and revolutionary France. But here, was sorely disappointed. Tipu's neighbors Hyderabad and Maratha Empire were traditional enemies and were happy to see him fall. While the Ottomans and Persians were interested in keeping Britain's friendship than in defending Muslim Mysore. And as we've seen, French help was ineffective and possibly accelerated the onset of British aggression. On the other side, Wellington was also running into problems as he prepared British India for war. The most serious one was with the Afghans, who were invading India again, raising fears that their cavalry would sweep all the way down the Ganges to Bengal. It would have been quite impossible for British India to support Mysore under such circumstances, but the British found a typically colonial solution for this: bribe the Persians to attack the Afghans and force the latter to recoil. Unlike Mysore, British diplomacy worked, and Wellington was soon able to turn his attention back to Tipu. There was also the question of London, which wanted to consult by raising funds from indigenous merchants and encouraging the fear of the EIC directors in London, reappropriating the Bengal soda tax that was meant to buy Chinese tea. And finally, Wellington also had to deal with the EIC civil and military bureaucracy, whose officials had been fundamentalists and therefore also shared their opposition to the war. That was the main reason why Mysore wasn't attacked as soon as Wellington arrived, due to slowly move this quote-unquote deep state. And by now, the Governor-General had finally had enough. In late 1798, he moved to address the presidency primarily responsible for fighting the outcoming war, to oversee things personally and browbeat any civil official who still defied him. As for the military officials, Wellington said the next best thing to his younger brother Arthur, i.e. the future Duke of Wellington, who at the time led a regiment of European soldiers in India. In a typical of the political patronage at the time, Wellington inserted Wellington into the staff of the Madras Army to help with the planning of the Mysore campaign and, ensure that its commander, George Harris, actually carried it out. Wellington soon discovered that not all of Harris's excuses were made. The geography of the upcoming war was well known like previous conflicts. Mysore lies on a plateau that rises steeply in the west, gently in the east. An invasion from the east by Madras, therefore the logical strategy. That meant an endless journey of 500 kilometers, much meant through the frontier zone separating the two powers, which the Mysore-like cavalry was sure to devastate as part of their scorched-earth campaign. What's more, the whole campaign had to take place between October and March. Because after that, the famous Indian monsoon would start flooding rivers and cutting communications. So to defeat Mysore, the British forces would need to rapidly generate and maintain offensive momentum. And for that, they needed a comprehensive logistics plan. Three forces needed to be supplied. The main body of the Madras army, numbering 30,000, a supporting force of 15,000 from Hyderabad, and a 7,000-strong detachment of Bay army that would invade from the west. These numbers were roughly equivalent to contemporary European forces, but because Indian armies had looser regulations on baggage and accompanying non-combatants, the true size of the combined British armies was probably more like 800,000. Moving cities from supplies was no easy feat, and it was in planning for this that Wellington, as part of the Madras staff, first gained a reputation as a logistician and disciplinarian. In this case, he cheated a bit and got his brother to authorize the hiring of grocery supply trains. Equally importantly, here Wellington also learned the value of intelligence, and he took advantage of the reports pouring in from the feudal lords of Mysore, sought revenge for Tipu's repression. Ultimately, Harris settled for a safe campaign strategy. The British would use the same route they had used in previous wars to enter Mysore, where they would then aim straight for Tipu's capital, the fortress of Seringapatam. A serious military challenge was anticipated. While the Madras and Mysore sepoys largely came from the same local population, the EIC sepoys were better drilled and were also bolstered by 8,000 European troops used for the toughest jobs like fortress storming. Mysore's artillery, despite the rockets, was seen as inferior, and its fortresses especially outdated. The only real worry came from its light cavalry, but they were wanderers, not battlers, and British logistics had hopefully neutralized the impact of their scorched earth strategy. So on November 1798, Wellington formally denounced Mysore for collaborating with France, forcing Tipu to face the prospect of winning a war before his reforms were complete. By now, Mysore had 30,000 sepoys and 15,000 light cavalry, but the former couldn't yet match them, and there wasn't enough of the latter to stall up the British advance. His diplomacy had failed, within Mysore, many former British colonials to his continued repression. Seemingly resigned to his downfall, Tipu decided on what was essentially the final stand. His army would conduct token resistance at the British invaded, but afterwards they would move on to Seringapatam, where Tipu could only pray for an early monsoon to save him. In the end, opening the Mysore war was a fairly straightforward affair for the British. Owing to Wellington's pressure, Harris amazingly settled on February 1799, right before the start of the monsoon. Wellington joined him as commander of the Hyderabad force, a position gained yet again via patronage. A month later, both the Madras and Bombay armies entered Mysore from the east and west, pushing aside the Mysorean sepoys and ignoring the harassment of Mysorean light cavalry. By April, Paris was at Seringapatam. In early May, walls were breached, and the British promptly pushed in, killing Tipu and sacking the fortress. They did so just in time. A few days later, the long delayed monsoon finally arrived, flooding the area and forcing a halt to any further operations. The rapid demise of Mysore illustrates some of the problems indigenous rulers faced while resisting European imperialism. In their reviews of the campaign, both Harris and Wellington assessed that Mysore's attempt to adopt European methods had been a fundamental strategic error. By 1799, it had been performing for 3 decades, yet it still overrode British Indian forces. Furthermore, Tipu's political centralization had destroyed Mysore's feudal position and encouraged local lords to either defend or not resist. As the British saw it, Tipu should have just fought in the traditional Indian light cavalry manner, which, besides not having the aforementioned problems, also had the advantage of being less familiar to Europeans, and so might have stood a better chance of stalling the British until the monsoon arrived. analysis has its merits, but it is also egocentric. It ignores that most indigenous powers, Mysore admittedly not being one of them, performed primarily to fight each other, and in these wars, Sikh students often proved very effective against traditional Indian militaries. The British also had a tendency to exaggerate the effects of Indian-like cavalry plunderings, while overlooking their inability to attack prepared forces or positions. In any case, the British were already developing countermeasures in the form of force artillery. And finally, Mysore's fall can also be blamed on specific mistakes that Tipu made, rather than being an indictment of the entire project of indigenous reform. At the very least, Tipu Sultan preemptively submitted to the British. He or his dynasty might have bought the time needed to complete Mysore's transition out of feudalism. After all, that was when Hyderabad died, and as a result, both state and dynasty survived the entire period of British rule. With the capture of Seringapatam and the death of Tipu, the British were now in charge of Mysore. In what was fast becoming an unwelcome pattern of patronage, Wellington was again appointed as governor of the newly conquered territory, prompting angry protests from the more senior military commanders. But in all fairness, Wellington had proven his competence in campaign logistics, and it was expected that he would perform similarly well when it came to colonial administration. Wellington's first task was not anything civilian, however, but instead the suppression of residual resistance within Mysore. Here, the heirs of Tipu Sultan had already delivered a huge service and agreed to accept the North's outcome, but Mysore was still fundamentally a feudal state, and so, despite the central government's surrender, lords, including former British allies, now tried to take advantage of events to reassert territorial authority. In this, they were joined by many of Tipu's ex-sepoys, many of whom had now become mercenaries needing a new source of employment. By far the most significant movement in this regard was the so-called Rebellion of Mongolia, led a coalition of settlers in the frontier zone between northern Mysore, Hyderabad, and the Maratha Empire. In a sense, what Watt was doing was pretty standard under Indian feudalism, which was for a lord to take advantage of unsettled conditions to expand his own authority, and then use the power gained to extract various benefits and privileges from the group. Unfortunately for Watt, he was not dealing with a feudal Indian state, but with the post-feudal British, did not tolerate rival authorities in their own realm. Denouncing Watt's effort as an attempt to restore Tipu Sultan's regime, Wellington set out to destroy him, one of the earliest examples of a colonial counterinsurgency campaign. Doing so, Wellington was confronted by some of the challenges typical to counterinsurgency. First, with only a limited number of troops to secure a vast territory, the British had to rely on local support, therefore had to compete with Watt for parts and lines. Second, the British Indian forces would also be operating within a frontier zone, where the lack of any central authority and the borders were more or less meaningless than they seem to be on a map. In this case, Wellington was strictly ordered not to violate the territory of the neighboring Maratha Empire, even as Watt's forces crisscrossed the border with virtual impunity. In response to these challenges, Wellington developed what he called his light and quick strategy, which in reality was really just a systematized formulation of what British Indian forces were already doing. The ultimate goal of light and quick was to suppress open resistance in as short a time as possible and avoid a drawn-out campaign that would drain both finances and political will. Tactically, L&Q employed fast units like cavalry and horse artillery to make sure, in conjunction with local intelligence, they rushed to and attack enemy forces. Operationally, these units were grouped into several columns, each operating on a separate line of communication, which would fragment enemy concentrations and allow them to be defeated in detail. And finally, on a strategic level, repeated success in L&Q, the British forces would build up a reputation for being inescapable feared the aliens would both reliably punishing anti-British activity, savagely if needed, and also promoting pro-British ones. So the campaign against Watts solid its first as an independent commander, and it was one where the LNQ strategy served him well. Most of the work was done by 1,000 cavalry split into two columns, and one of them was also smart enough to support them by reemploying the old spy network that Tito had built up. An initial thrust in 1899 failed, as Watts simply relocated to Maratha territory, only to return once the British withdrew at the height of the monsoon. In mid-1800, Wellington attacked again, but this time he exploited his relationship with his brother, authorized him to offer the local Maratha lords some land if they made an effort to seal their borders. The Marathas agreed, and together the two forces boxed Watt back into Mysore territory. Short of his mobility, Watt's days were numbered, and within a few months, both he and his army were destroyed by Wellington's The campaign against Nautical Watt was only the largest of the many minor wars waged by British India between 1799 and 1803, as Mornington extended EIC control over various other frontier zones that had never submitted to any central authority before. From the hill forts of southern India to the walled villages of the Middle Ganges, British Indian seafarers marched, fought, and died to secure minor tracts of territory, oftentimes only to do it again next campaign season as the sites were reoccupied with the monsoons. But the end result was full acknowledgement of British authority over all of its directly or indirectly held possessions, marking an important step in the construction of a Europeanized state in the subcontinent. And at the same time, a few reformists also wanted to use this authority to change Indian society. In the last part, the chief official of British India, Richard Wellesley, the Earl of Mornington, had just conquered the South Indian power of Mysore and suppressed the resistance of its feudal lords. Now, with unquestioned authority over their territory, Mornington and his reform-minded colleagues began to use that authority to reorganize feudal Indians along rations, not just to render India more accessible to European exploitation, but also to increase the subcontinent's level of development. Both were ultimately meant to achieve what Mornington had promised his skeptical bosses back in London, a boost in the profits of the East India Company and its shareholders. Mornington had come to British India with two policy directions in mind. First, territorial expansion. Second, reorganizing Indian society to establish a quote-unquote rational and Europeanized order. As a recently conquered territory, Mysore was the perfect testing ground for both. First came the territorial expansion. Accordingly, the British first annexed Mysore's coastline, then awarded border territories to Hyderabad and the Maratha Empire. The remainder was to be turned into a subsidiary ally, and now British officials were free to use on their other work on societal reorganization. So what was the British goal here? As mentioned in part 1 of the video series, British reformists, full of enlightenment philosophy, believed that the purpose of government was to establish a rational order over society. Furthermore, they equated rational order with the rule of the independent gentry, whose status as both educated aristocrats and local leaders meant that they would best understand and act in the collective interest. This was in contrast to the partisan tyranny that the British associated with central democracies, exemplified in revolutionary France, where society was being repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt, depending on who controlled Paris at the time. But before British reformists could even start on their ambition, they first had to answer a basic question: what actually belongs to the Indian landed gentry? In some places, the answer was obvious. Swaths of annexed territory were given to those who had helped the British, while the original Hindu dynasty was restored in subsidiary Mysore, alongside the lords that Tipu Sultan had suppressed. But in the rest of India, the British had the choice of several groups, all of whom held some power under feudalism. There were village leaders whom indigenous rulers had designated to collect tax, village scribes who were designated to audit the collection of the tax, and otherwise unconnected officials whose pay the tax had been cleared by the law. Communal, clan, and religious organizations also had a say in village governance, not to mention the various exiles who now petitioned the new regime to restore their former status. Faced with this complicated social mosaic that they had neither the understanding nor manpower to fully oversee, the British ultimately decided to boil it all down to two principles which, not entirely coincidentally, also structured power in working Britain. First, local leadership and gentryhood would be reserved for those who owned the most local land. Secondly, and more significantly, whether somebody owned land or not depended on whether they had legal documents that proved their ownership. From a present-day perspective, an emphasis on written documentation might seem like the hallmark of a modern, rational legal system. But the raw imposition of this principle upon a largely illiterate society with its own pre-existing future traditions inevitably had huge social repercussions. Here, the British insistence on documentation unsurprisingly favored people with access to such things. First, there were the village leaders, often illiterate, who were rich enough to pay for scribes. Second, there was the caste of illiterate scribes, who were now in an ideal position to demonstrate or even demortgage land claims. And third, there was the caste of equally literate Brahmins, who were now also secure and expand the holdings of their religious institutions. Next, the new principles set up by British reformism. Here now, as the new gentry class of India, not only cement their position at the top of the social and caste hierarchy, but, similar to the enclosure movement that was gaining steam in Britain at the time, they would also abuse their literacy advantage to expropriate land that, under feudalism, was commonly or independently owned. All sides would largely come at the expense of the illiterate peasants and lower castes, whose unwritten rights and traditions largely went unrecognized under the British legal system. As a result, most were either forced out into increasingly unproductive lands, or else became tenant farmers who now had to pay rent to the gentry on top of their existing burdens. Still, however imperfectly, the British valued their landed gentry, so the next step was to incentivize this class to cooperate with the overarching goals of colonial exploitation. In most cases, this was done via a basic bargain. If the gentry would facilitate British administration, and especially help collect British taxes, the British would step back and let them assume near unchecked powers over local life. This was a marked shift from feudal practice, where rulers often intervened in the charm of peasants to balance out the feudal forces. The British bargain not only co-opted the gentry into being a free local government for British India, but was also aligned with what reformists initially saw as the ideal societal order. As a result, throughout this period, British India decentralized power at the local level, undoing much of the progress that indigenous states had made in reducing the power of the feudal lords. Many British officials trumpeted this process as a gift to the Indian populace, seeing it as removing the onerous burdens of the corrupt indigenous governments. In reality, Indian peasants quickly discovered that these were replaced by the even more onerous burdens of the local gentry, ranging from extortionate rents to compulsory services to making the poor pay the lion's share of the local tax quota. So the local gentry wasn't as socially responsible as idealized, but that wasn't meant to be the only upside to a reformist order. In freeing the gentry from the arbitrary demands of central government, British reformists also expected that the poor would now proactively develop their lands, leading to an improvement in the British Indian economy, as well as for EIC profits. This thinking lay behind another social innovation that the British sought to implement in India: secure property rights. Under Indian feudalism, citizens were not guaranteed ownership over their lands. Instead, they only had a grant to which technically could revoke it at any time. To the British, such a system was inherently arbitrary and discouraged the gentry from making long-term improvements to their lands. So they sought to rectify this by yet another bargain. But the most famous example of such a even agreed never to increase the land tax, which might seem counterintuitive for exploitation. But this was because the British expected that, thanks to the guarantees contained within the Province of Sea, the gentry would now feel secure enough to develop Bengal into a significant market for taxing EIC rates. Just like the emphasis on documentation, secure farmers' rights are regarded as a hallmark for a modern, rational economy. So the rough way in which the British implemented this concept of Bengal again led to huge repercussions that ultimately contributed to a major failure of expectations. Problems again lay in the reformist over-idealization of what the gentry was willing to do. So then, India's agricultural productivity depended on a well-maintained irrigation infrastructure to manage the often unpredictable monsoons. Under feudalism, the ruler was responsible for their maintenance, but now the British believed that, having introduced secure property rights, they could pass on this burden onto the newly incentivized gentry instead. In doing so, they overlooked the basic economic failure, albeit poorly understood at the time, known as the free rider problem. Since the presence of irrigation infrastructure provided equal benefits to everyone regardless of contribution, every gentleman was incentivized to shirk responsibility and rely on others to contribute instead. So eventually, nobody maintained anything, and the result was general agricultural decay, a steep decline in peasant conditions. By the time Governor General Warrington was in charge in the 1800s, the impoverishment of the Bengal peasantry was reaching embarrassing for the British to advocate permanent settlement with southern India. Instead, officials introduced an adjustment system where the EIC, rather than letting the gentry seize everything, would instead keep some of the land to directly rent out to peasants. For the system to work, the EIC had to know what land it actually owned. And so Mornington's officials, starting across Wellington, began surveying every land plot under their control, kicking off a monster project that would take almost 7 decades to finish. As a side effect, this would also give British India an unprecedented amount of data on the subcontinent, laying the groundwork for modern policy making based on the analysis of objective evidence, which marked yet another step in the Europeanization of South Asian government. But despite all the work, however, Mornington's new reformist system still failed to meet expectations. This time, it was not open to idealism, which was lingering, but instead cold, hard realities. The British Indian gentry rightly saw these surveys and direct rentals as an attempt to bypass their power. And so, just like in feudal times, they mobilized in opposition, threatening disobedience or even rebellion. By this time, British officials were fully aware of how the gentry abused the peasantry, but they still blamed it on corruption rather than on anything they themselves did. But at the same time, the British also understood that their rule over India was easiest achieved when they kept to the initial gentry armies. So the British redirected their system to favor the gentry, most notably by placing the latter back in charge of collecting rents. And as a result, Southern India also spiraled into a cycle of rural abuse, debt, and peasantry. Behind the repeated policy and social failures was the EIC's fundamental need to exploit the subcontinent for profit. The company demanded high taxes from both the gentry and peasantry, with little relief even during times of severe economic crisis. But the way colonial exploitation worked was significantly more sophisticated than the orgy of pillage the British rule is often caricatured as. Rather, just like colonial America, British officials used India as a policy lab where they could experiment with colonial society and, hopefully, find ways to improve administration efficiency or stimulate development. After all, it was much better to fatten stolen goods than to kill it outright. And to that end, British introduced various social innovations. It's still recognized today as part of South Asia's transition into so-called modernity. In that case, why did British colonialism in India fall so short of the British idea, especially given the British success in developing colonial America? Perhaps the biggest difference is that, unlike in America, the British had neither the capability nor the intention to erase South Indian indigenous society and start off with a blank slate. That meant that, instead of societal construction, the British in India tried to do societal reorganization, a task whose complexity was arguably beyond the capabilities of any government at the time. When British Indian officials tried to implement their gentry utopia, they neither were not going to fully appreciate the ramifications of their policies, nor the administrative capacity to ensure that the gentry conformed to their expectations. As such, instead of British policies changing Indian society towards reformist ideals, policies instead were used as leads to intensify Indians' evil and hierarchical structures. The result was an India that was the opposite of what reformists intended. Abuse and underinvestment became commonplace, and halfway became misery, debt slavery, and famine. In the coming decades, frequent British imports and finally industrial restrictions further add to the subcontinent's woes, ultimately leading to deurbanization, stagnation, and grinding poverty. As an example, the tax revenue Tipu Sultan collected from Mysore in 1799 didn't be reached again until 1860. Many British Indian officials were genuinely upset at these results, which implied that British rule was inferior to what had come before. There was no question of returning to feudalism, nor stopping colonial exploitation. Instead, the only solution was further reform. And already in Washington's day, many had begun to argue that India's condition would improve once Parliament abolished the EIC's monopoly over subcontinental trade. In any case, the British were also hard at work reforming India's regional borders, as Mornington endeavored to replace the existing feudal hierarchy with a new, Europeanized and British-led one. In 2 short years, Mornington had eliminated 2 of India's top indigenous powers, Hyderabad from vassalization, Mysore from conquest. This feat was more than enough to place him amongst the subcontinent's greatest conquerors, with the Governor-General's ambitions, much like its French contemporary Napoleon, were boundless. In fact, shortly after the conquest of Mysore, Mornington received something that he interpreted as an insulting reminder of his insignificance. Prime Minister Pitt and the British government had honored him with a new aristocratic title, but it was one under the less prestigious peerage of Ireland rather than that of Great Britain. Furious, Mornington decided that he needed more achievements in the form of conquests and annexations. To be fair, anger was not his only reason for resuming expansion. After all, the project to Europeanize India was in full swing, and was hardly compatible with British India's continued subservience to the existing feudal regional states. The only real question was, what to target first? Sensibly, Mornington first targeted the most vulnerable in the regional order, the subsidiary allies of the EIC. On paper, these states had no real ability to act against the British, but they were still Indian states whose idea of legitimate behavior was rooted within India's non-European culture. And as mentioned in Part 1, a characteristic of Indian political culture was its comparatively relaxed attitude with regards to information. There was an official who regularly sharing news and gossip with other states' rivals. To those used to it, this was a perfectly reasonable way to manage relations, build trust, and reduce misunderstanding. Up until now, the British were willing to tolerate this practice. Given this was so standard for these subsidiary allies, particularly in southern India, to maintain contact with Tipu Sultan and Mysore. Mornington wanted an excuse, and such behavior provided the best justification from a European perspective for what he was about to do. Denouncing the contacts of these subsidiary allies as treason, Mornington demanded, as punishment, that their rulers transfer control over their entire administration to the EIC. With no real means of resistance, the rules were little, and much of what was once only indirectly held in southern India now fell under direct British rule. Assimilation far more of them. As the case of Hyderabad showed, a succession crisis was a particularly perilous time for any Indian prince or state, and as such represented an ideal opportunity for the British to present their demands up to and including vassalization. This time, the succession crisis was in Gujarat in western India, which was already part of the Maratha Empire. Son asked the British to support a succession. Mornington sent in the Bombay army along with a subsidiary alliance request, and soon yet another slice of India came under indirect EIC control. Mornington did not neglect his Europeanizing mission. Gujarat was specifically asked to stop any further independent contact with the Maratha power, and instead rely on British India to transmit any future communications. Amidst all this subcontinental activity, it can be difficult to remember that Britain was still locked in a broader struggle against revolutionary France, as that part did occasionally intrude into Wellington's plans. Perhaps the most significant episode occurred in late 1800, when Wellington was ordered to send a detachment to the southern island of Ceylon, where it could then operate against French, Spanish, and Dutch colonies around the Indian Ocean. This was a low-risk, high-plunder job, and accordingly, Wellington again tried to place his brother Wellington in command. This time, the pay was too high for the senior commanders to accept this patronage, and Wellington was forced into a humiliating climb down. The detachment was eventually sent to French-occupied Egypt, where it played a minor role in restoring that territory to the Ottomans. According to the situation back in the home base, since his position as Governor General relied entirely on the continued patronage of Prime Minister Pitt. But in early 1801, Pitt abruptly resigned as Prime Minister over the fallout arising from the Union of Great Britain and Ireland, and as a result, Britain's political comfort disappeared. Almost immediately, the directors of the EIC, who had worked to assemble as opposed to Morton's reformist and expansionist policies, began to interfere with the Governor General's plans. They vetoed proposals for further colonial reforms, and even began removing former officials from office, including another brother of the Governor General himself. Things got so bad that, in 1802, Morton declared the first of several threatened resignations, to buy some more time to fulfill just another ambition in fusion. And this one dropped out later. His biggest challenge today was where it's really where we have to kind of be like, we're really kind of get going, guys. The last part the British had was the right way. Beyond their reorganization of pure Indian society, from the establishment of a landed gentry class to the insistence that everybody follow European standards of political behavior. At the same time, British India continued to acquire extensive subsidiary allies, extending its reach further and further into the subcontinent. Despite these achievements, however, the chief official of British India, Richard Wellesley, the Earl of Mornington, remained unsatisfied. In fact, with the downfall of his political patron back in Britain, he was now under increasing time to fulfill his ambitions. His bosses in the East India Company were his premier office. This dynamic might have pushed Wellington to make a move yet an attempt to impose his authority over the great lords of the Maratha Empire. All that's out the window when, to be fair, controlling his aggression was not the sole cause of the second Maratha. Ever since the 1750s, the Maratha Empire, which dominated most of Central, Northern, and Eastern India, had entered into a prolonged political decay. First, the emperor lost power to his prime minister, or Peshwa. Then, the Peshwa lost power to his subordinates, became independent lords in old and name. By the 1800s, the empire had practically broken up into four domains, each paying only the most nominal lip service to Maratha unity. The Peshwas ruled the empire southwest, while to his northeast lay the lands of the Maurya dynasty. The north, including the city of Delhi, was ruled by the Shinsu dynasty, while a branch of the imperial house of Mansla dominated the empire's relatively poor east. This state of affairs has often been described as a Maratha confederacy, but by the 1800s, this term had become misleading. Unlike contemporary confederacies like Switzerland, by this time, the Peshwa central government had, basically, not even a sliver of authority over themselves. And in fact, were often bullied or even attacked by the latter. Despite this, Mornington and his officials continued to see the Marathas as a confederacy, and in doing so, fell into a conceptual trap by believing that the Marathas were still part of a political hierarchy under the Peshwa, and naturally followed that by seizing the Peshwa, the British would get to control all the Maratha lords. This was a basic misunderstanding of the Maratha politics that seems to have occurred despite the extensive British spy effort, as we will see, and it goes to show that no amount of intelligence will possible if the interpretation of said intelligence is fundamentally flawed. This would not be the only time that the British made this mistake, because of that, have a motivation to do something. Turning back to the Marathas, similar to the other indigenous powers, throughout the late 18th century, the relation between the lords drove each to begin centralizing their governments, to reduce taxation, and to create Europeanized militaries with the help of European mercenaries. Shinde and Hong Kong had made the most progress, thanks to the relativization of their lands. By 1800, Spains could each field at least 10,000 Europeanized seaports, on top of an even larger number of traditional Indian-like capital. Inevitably, the two became very muscles in the struggle for subcontinental hegemony. A key part of the struggle centered around control over the domain of the young Peshwa, Bajirao II. Initially, the Maharaja of the Shindes, Dawlat Rao, helped sway thanks to his alliance with Bajirao's regent. In early 1800, sent regent died, and a newly freed Bajirao began to plot Shinde's expulsion as well. Naturally, for this task, the Peshwa sought the lords and their Maharaja, Yashwant Rao. Hurried to with Shinde in early 1801. Initially, operations were limited to the traditional light cavalry raiding along their mutual frontier zone. But in 1802, the Peshwa abruptly defected back to Shinde's side. In response, mobilized the seals and marched towards Bajirao's capital, London, where he defeated the combined Peshwa and Shinde armies, chased Bajirao away, and installed his own candidate as the new Peshwa. Dethroned and in grave personal danger, Bajirao fled to the Maratha Pass near British Bombay, petitioned Mornington to restore that power. We need help on the surface. We have to have a ruler, or as Mornington saw it, the ruler of the Marathas deep in Britain's debt was the opportunity of a lifetime. But with the political winds changing back to London, everybody could see that the Governor General might not be in office for much longer, and as such, they began to voice different opinions. Even Mornington's own brother, Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, cautioned that the Maratha Empire was too rebellious to be a useful ally, stabilizing it to spread British Indian forces dangerously thin across the subcontinent. As mentioned before, even the pro or anti-intervention faction really appreciated that vassalizing the Peshwa would only get them a limited chunk of Western India, rather than the whole empire. Regardless of the strengthening domestic opposition, Mornington was still in charge, so, on the last day of 1802, he and Bajirao signed what was to be known as the Treaty of Basing. In it, the British pledged to restore Bajirao as Peshwa, and in return, Bajirao pledged to expel all French personnel from the Maratha Empire, allow an EIC garrison at the capital of Bombay, and let the British dictate Maratha diplomacy. In so doing, the treaty turned the Peshwa into a British subsidiary ally, and by Mornington's reckoning, that gave him nominal control of the entire empire, and by extension, almost all of South Asia. Whether this would become an actual reality depended, of course, on the success of the upcoming intervention. For this, Mornington asked the Madras Army to provide a 7,000-man contingent, including 2,000 Europeans, and he further sent another 2,000 seaports from newly vassalized Mysore. Once again, Wellington was put in command of this force, and while this decision was objectively sound, given Wellington's experience of the region during the Dundee-Wad campaign, Mornington's blatant patronage was increasingly galling to senior officers. a result, it triggered a cascade of resignations within the Madras army, including its commander-in-chief himself. Undeterred, in March 1803, Wellington set off to restore Bajirao as Peshwa. As expected, the connections he had built up with the local Maratha lords served him well, and the British met no resistance throughout the Muslim campaign. Wellington even got the chance to demonstrate the power of its light and quick strategy, as his cavalry dashed from Pune in the final stretch, surprising Sukhoi into abandoning the city without a fight. As a result, Bajirao effortlessly reclaimed his throne in May 1803, and the way was open for the British to, equally effortlessly, become the undisputed hegemons of India. At least, that was how the British assumed things would turn out. With Peshwa Bajirao restored in Pune, the British now had the displeasure of blatantly discovering that control meant very little when it came to vassalizing the other Maratha lords. Part of this was because the Peshwa himself had not regained his throne only to become a British subject, and as such, provided very little help. But in any case, the great lords of the empire were hardly going to hand over their power as a command of Bajirao, whose authority they, at the best of times, barely acknowledged. Instead, with Holkar going back to his lands, Shinde and Walsall now began marshalling their armies near the Peshwa's border, drawing out vassalization negotiations with the British in a bid to buy more time to prepare. At first, Mornington played along, but his initial optimism eroded over the next 2 months of fruitless and increasingly deceptive talk. Despite this, its overarching goal remained unchanged. If the Maratha lords would not be vassalized through diplomacy, then the British would impose it on them. So in August 1803, Mornington finally delivered an ultimatum to both Shinde and Walsall, demanding that they either demobilize immediately or else face war. Neither needed compliance, and so a few days later, the Second Anglo-Maratha War began. Between British India and the Marathas was to be fought across the entire empire, but the decisive campaigns would occur within the two separate theaters of northern and west central India, respectively. The northern Hindustani theater was dominated by the upper Ganges plain and included the Mughal capital of Delhi, and would see the EIC's Bengal armies advance against half of Shinde's force. That campaign will be the subject of the next chapter. The focus of this chapter will be on the west central or Deccan theater. This was where the Peshwa's capital, Pune, was, as well as where half of Shinde's force and all of Wallensteyn's had initially gathered. The region was a traditional military route between northern and southern India, and as such, was dominated by some of the subcontinent's most renowned forts, each overlooking one of the many rivers that crisscross the area. By 1803, however, these fortresses, which they held by Shinde's, had become quite obsolete to modern artillery, and a major monsoon of drought meant that the rivers were not as impassable as they typically were. Instead, the real limiting factor would be the spiking logistics costs due to drought-induced conflict, which pushed both the Marathas and especially the British to seek a quick decision before the financial strain became unbearable. As for forces, Wellington had within the 10,000-strong EIC contingent that had restored the Peshwa, and on top of that, he now requested a further 10,000 cavalry from Hyderabad. Opposing him was the combined army of Shinde and Walsall, consisting of 15,000 seaboats and 40,000 light cavalry. These impressive Maratha numbers, however, belied a serious problem that was rapidly attributing their power. At the prospect of actual fighting loomed, many mercenaries, both British and non-British, began to resign from Maratha service. The EIC encouraged and even managed this process, with the most dramatic results occurring over the course of the Hindustan campaign. But even in the Deccan, the loss of mercenary officers sharply reduced the tactical cohesion of Maratha units, while Wellington benefited from the operational intelligence these defectors often provided. But as mentioned before, all the intelligence in the world cannot help in the interpretation of said intelligence is found. Wellington made this mistake in the previous chapter. Now, it was his brother's turn to get the Marathas wrong. This time, the mistake was military. Having never forces in battle. Wellington assumed that they would just be like what he had seen in Mysore, with below average infantry and artillery, and above average light cavalry. Based on this, Wellington expected that the Marathas would deploy a light cavalry-centric strategy, namely the wide-ranging plunder raids that the British had repeatedly insisted was the best strategy for indigenous militaries. So Wellington devised his counter-strategy on that basis, which was a version of his light and quick strategy, fully expecting that catching the Marathas would be far more difficult than defeating them in battle. Wellington organized his primary force to prioritize speed and aggression rather than firepower, which was to be reserved for the siege train. His primary force would further split itself into two columns to cover as much land as possible, with the goal being to quickly identify and pin down enemy concentrations before defeating them in decisive battle. It's as if you took me. It was a strategy that worked well against the likes of Dondi and Moscow, but that was precisely the problem. The Marathas were not like Dondi's people. While Shinde and especially Bonsala didn't plan to raid the British rear, they primarily sought to repel the British instead of victory in station battle. This reflected Maratha confidence in their mercenary-trained seafarers, not only fought tenaciously as infantry, but significantly also outperformed the British when it came to handling artillery. In retrospect, the troops probably underestimated the damage that the mercenary exodus was doing to their units. But, being on the strategic offensive, they probably assumed that they could train up adequate replacements while they waited for Wellington's army to arrive. Just 200 years ago, this is sorcery. The start of the war in August 1803 saw Wellington's army opposite Albanagh, the first major fort was for Peshaw's capital, Pune. Historically formidable, Albanagh are now too obsolete and well scattered out for Shinde to commit more than it took in garrison to its defense. Wellington promptly rehired to serve British Indians after an initial force. Following his light and quick strategy, Wellington now split his armies into two lightly armed columns and moved northeast towards the estimated position of the Maratha army near Kolkata, and in the process, taking multiple detours to stop Maratha cavalry from raiding Peshawar or Hyderabad lands. As a result, for the next 2 months, the British were dangerously comfortable with both the idea of dispersing their forces and the belief that the Marathas would stick to traditional light cavalry. Finally, in late September, Wellington had narrowed down the location of the Maratha army to the village of Bakarda, and so his two columns, still marching separately, ordered to reconcentrate there. But as one column was moving towards Bakarda, Wellington received updated intelligence that revealed that the 50,000-strong Maratha army, including Shinde's 10,000 sepoys, was actually concentrated not far from where he was, at the village of Asai. At this point, Wellington only had about 10,000 troops with him, half of whom were irregular cavalry unsuited for battle. But everything up to this point, from his preconceived notions to his campaign experience, had led Wellington to see the Maratha infantry as vastly inferior to British arms. He therefore ordered his outnumbered column to attack. The resulting Battle of Asai shattered Wellington's delusions regarding the Marathas. He first tried a flanking approach, hoping for the Maratha sepoys to redeploy his forces into a frontal assault instead. The Maratha artillery then opened fire, silencing the light British cannons before turning their fury upon the advancing infantry. The Europeans on the right flank, in particular, were decimated, and only by throwing in his entire reserve and dashing around to rally his troops did Wellington stabilize his lines enough to get them to the Maratha positions. At that point, the quality of the British Indian troops finally began to tell, and the Marathas were eventually forced to retreat within their range. In the end, almost 15% of Wellington's columns, 1,500 men, became casualties in the battle. Shinde and Bonsala lost about 6,000 total, mostly from the routing baggage train rather than the sepoys themselves. And the Marathas' disarray due to the mercenary exodus, and Wellington showed poor crisis leadership, it's possible that the British would have been defeated outright. But in any event, the Battle of Asai was an entirely unnecessary risk, one that Wellington took only because he had a wrong idea of how his enemy the experience, and in the weeks after Assai, he adjusted his strategy to his updated assessment of Maratha capabilities. No longer would he rush to battle the enemy. Instead, Wellington's light forces would now refocus their efforts on intercepting Maratha raiders, denying them the plunder needed to pave the rest of Shinde and Rothschild'S course. At the same time, Wellington also sent the unbloodied half of its force to capture more of Shinde's forts, seizing the treasures within and extorting the local population to neutralize them as a resource base. All the while, the EIC's offer to rehire Maratha seaports remained open, and as Shinde and Wellington's fleets drained away, more and more of its former soldiers would decide to accept the British deal. By late November, Shinde had to resort to the same diplomatic rules that he had used at the start of the war. Wellington for an armistice, hoping to use it to relocate the Marathas to better logistical ground. Wellington agreed, but the British were not to be fooled twice. Taking his entire army this time, Wellington marched towards Shinde's position, while the latter army joined up with Consuls at Argonne in contravention of armistice terms. The British accordingly attacked, and while they were initially handled roughly by the Maratha artillery again, this time with better numbers on their side, the result was a definitive victory that shattered Shinde's hopes in the Deccan. All that was left to do was for Wellington to press the advance up to Wellington's fortress at Gawalgar, which was quickly stormed and emptied of all its treasures. Not long after, with few resources left to maintain their existing force, to say nothing of replacing past losses, Shinde and Wellington finally decided to sue for peace. The Deccan campaign marked the height of Wellington's career in India, though as we've seen, was hardly a stellar performance from the future Iron Duke. Nevertheless, his strategy achieved what it needed to do in the theater. In 5 months, British India had seized overall control of the Deccan and its military routes, strengthening its protection and domination over both Hyderabad and the Maratha Peshawar. Wellington had no greater ambitions for this region, which, after all, was meant to be a sideshow to the main event occurring up north. As it applies to previous chapters, when Wellington pondered whether to vassalize the Maratha Peshawar or not, he was not really focused on the value of the Peshawars fairly marginal for Torn debate. Instead, he was far more interested in the Maratha holdings in the upper Ganges Plain, especially the region around Delhi, then known as Hindustan. Fabled for its wealth and splendor, Wellington expected that Hindustan's capture would more than cover all the extra costs incurred during his governor generalship, and therefore find to redeem his resource policies in the eyes of his mercantilist bosses back in London. Equally importantly, Delhi was also where the Mughal emperor was, and while, as mentioned in Part 1, the emperor wielded little actual power, controlling him would let the British channel his great prestige to legitimize their rule throughout the subcontinent. Furthermore, though the British didn't know this at the time, controlling Hindustan would also allow the British to dominate the petty kings of neighboring Rajputan, whose tribute, viewed by the regional caravan trade network, was actually an easier source of income than Hindustan, whose wealth was largely dispersed amongst the feudal aristocracy. At the start of August 1803, Hindustan was held by the great Maratha lord, Dalin Rao Shinde, who used its aforementioned advantages to build a formidable seaport army, half of which we've already seen in the Deccan. The other half of Shinde's force, numbering 15,000 seafarers and 20,000 light cavalry, was under the command of the French mercenary General Powell, who was now tasked with defending the region against the invasion of the EIC's Bengal War. Led by General Gerard Lake, the Bengal army, numbering about 10,000 soldiers, including several thousand Europeans, had spent much of 1802 suppressing a rebellion right on the Hindustani border, so the upbringing was well positioned for an immediate attack, just like in the Deccan. But unlike Wellington, Lake seems to have held a respectful opinion of Maratha capabilities from the start. This is not too surprising, given that both his and Shinde's seaports basically came from the same population, and in many cases had even served in the opposing army. But no matter where it came from, Lake obstacles to move. But the monsoon drought that was afflicting the deccan at this time was also afflicting the region, which meant that the rivers posed no real challenge for either side. Similarly, the defenses of the region, including the famous red forts of Delhi and Agra, were hopelessly obsolete, given modern artillery and the limited number of troops fielded by both sides. So there was little stopping Lake from going where he pleased. The same also held for the other side, with the Marathas or any other opportunistic rulers of the borderlands potentially able to strike wherever or whenever. Wellington had already given Lake a potential out by allowing the Bengal army to prioritize capturing Delhi over the defense of even Bengal itself. Nevertheless, similar to the underlying logic behind Wellington's light and quick strategy, Lake ultimately decided that aggression right from the start would give him the best chance to drive events towards a quick decision rather than a long, expensive stalemate. Unlike Wellington's initial instincts, however, Lake was not about to charge straight at the Maratha army. Rather, more like Wellington's later instincts, Lake would focus first on the denial of Maratha raiding and the capture of local orders, heading down and starving out Shinde's soldiers in the process until the Bengal army could easily defeat them at minimal risk. Lake's strategy would be helped by a truly impressive example of military subversion from Orient. Despite pushing for the Europeanization of the subcontinent, the Governor-General was nevertheless interested in exploiting the mercenary attitude prevalent in South Asian military culture at the time, especially in terms of rehiring soldiers to fight for a new side. And of course, the people who most exemplified this attitude were the European mercenaries of the cars, profit with the sole purpose of their service. Wellington had used subversion from the moment he arrived in India, but what he was about to do in Hindustan was something done previously, even before the Maratha War broke out, and while his emissaries were still negotiating with Shinde. Wellington's spies had already made secret offers to the mercenary leaders of Hindustan, to and including the Maratha commander, General Paul himself. Rated real fear of an uncomfortable death on one hand, while offering a volume of EIC shares to be sold back in Europe on the other. Wellington had, in fact, secured his own allegiance up for 2 months before hostilities began. Similar efforts occurred at both levels of the mercenary hierarchy, triggering a cascade of defections and self-sabotage that aimed to infiltrate Shinde, despite his best efforts, was unable to stop. Like his Indian campaign, the results severely compromised Maratha tactical cohesion, but this was not the only outcome of Wellington's subversion in Hindustan. After war broke out in August 1803, Lake spent a month finalizing his preparations before advancing first against the major forts of Aligarh. On the way, he clashed with Shinde's army under the compromised General Pelham. He put up a token resistance before falling back. This behavior widely confirmed Pelham's unreliability to Shinde, and in response, the new Maratha lord hastily appointed a new French mercenary, Moukam, to command. Unbeknownst to Shinde, this introduced an entirely new dynamic into the Maratha army. Now, the French Revolution, since Moukam supported the revolution, while most of his compatriots remained royalists. As a result, the Maratha army in Hindustan split into pro and anti-Moghal factions, stoking mutual suspicion and hostility amongst the sepoys that persisted even after the French had left. Meanwhile, Drake had taken advantage of all this to storm Aligarh in a tough fight, after which he steadily proceeded up the road to Delhi. Mid-September, Rothschild was finally forced to offer battle before the city's gates. And while the individual Maratha sepoy and especially their tattered command hardly exercised any overall control, and the British were able to use a feint retreat to lure the Marathas out and then decimate them. Delhi surrendered a few days later, and with this, British India not only became the new regents for the Mughal emperor, but also obtained the surrender of a few sepoy units, and even Khan himself, now sent back to Europe along with Powell. Lake remained There, he was again met with a Maratha army in chaos, as the seaports inside Agra's Red Sea sought reinforcements sent to strengthen the draw. Inevitably, both armies were soon defeated in detail, and with Agra's fall, Lake was now in overall control of Hindustan, having suffered barely more casualties than Wellington had done by vassalizing peace. All that was left to do was to remove the remnants of Shinde's army from the region, which occurred a few days later, as Lake located and attacked the retreating Marathas at Laswar. Once again, the individual Maratha soldiers fought hard. By this time, they were far too small and demoralized to do anything more than delay the inevitable. With their defeat and subsequent dispersal, Shinde's power was definitively broken, not just in Hindustan, but also in Rajputana, whose petty rulers now promptly placed themselves under EIC protection. The bulk of British India's military effort during the Second Anglo-Maratha War was made in the Deccan and Hindustan campaigns, but all across central India. Small detachments also launched their own attacks, particularly on the coasts, which Mornington wanted sealed off from non-British influence. By the end of December 1803, British India had reached a territorial extent not seen since the height of World War a century before. It directly or indirectly controlled almost everything between Delhi and the subcontinent's southern tip, and between Gujarat to Bengal. This represented more than a quadrupling of EIC territory, and all this was achieved within a mere 6 years. At this point, we must have seen that all that was left for Mornington to do was to formally declare the EIC's full hegemony. With the might of Shinde and Boston broken, England had no choice but to sign subsidiary alliance treaties with British India. And despite the stated casus belli of the Second Anglo-Maratha War, which kept Maratha to submit to the authority of the vassalized Peshwas, the treaties also formalized the breakup of the Maratha Empire, and they sharply limited the Peshwa's power until the needed while mandating that all communication between them be conducted by the British. And with the vassalization of the Marathas, there was really nobody else on the subcontinent with the ability to even approach the power that Mornington now wielded. The scenario was not as it seems, and in fact, Mornington was slowly being overwhelmed by a multitude of problems. First, he was increasingly at odds with his officials and even his brother Wellington, who by now were fully opposed to further expansion and the overextension of EIC resources that it entailed. Second, the first reports on Hindustan were also coming in, and they definitely did not show the region as the land of easy tax and tribute that Mornington portrayed it as. This directly led to the third problem, as the enraged directors of the EIC, furious at being doomed again, were now lobbying the new Prime Minister to remove Mornington, and slowly but surely, different officials, and perhaps most ominously, the British were rather mistaken in assuming that they had secured full control over the entire Maratha Empire. After all, there was still one domain that they had not formally subjugated yet. That was the whole country. Is it just is it in the last part, British India had, within a year, first vassalized the nominal Maratha leader, Peshwa, and then destroyed the Europeanized armies of the Maratha lords Shinde and Bonsai. In the process, the British gained control of not just the core Maratha territories in central India, but also the northern regions of Hindustan and Rajputana, including the Mughal Emperor in Delhi. Something very different. At this point, the chief official of British India, Richard Wellesley, the Earl of Mornington, might have finally considered his expansionist ambitions fulfilled. But conquering all this land was only half its equations. The new territories also had to be defended and held. And this was easier said than done, since British Indian forces were now stretched thin throughout the subcontinent, and Mornington's bosses in the EIC refused to let him hire anymore. This was especially dangerous, considering that the British had not actually defeated all the Maratha domains. There was still one left, that of Chhattisgarh. The Great Flood is true. Much of the other Senator Yeshua Rao has actually been the first to confront British India during this period. After all, it was their army that British Indian forces chased away during the latter's restoration of the Maratha Peshwa Bajirao. When the British leader fought Shinde and Wolseley, Holkar stayed with the fighting raging throughout his storm structures, presumably having no love for either the British or his dynastic rival Shinde. Holkar expected the two to lock themselves into an exhausting stalemate, at which point he would swoop in and take whatever he pleased. As such, the sweeping and rapid British victory was an extremely unwelcome surprise for Holkar. Now not only lost the chance to profit at the expense of his rivals, but also faced the prospect of becoming subject to Mughals. The vassalization of his known liege, the Maratha Peshwa. Already, by December 1803, the British Bengal army, which had just conquered Hindustan, was now pushing in from the north, both to secure the allegiance of the nearby Rothschild'S and to pressure Holkar to formally submit, like Shinde and Wolseley had already done. Holkar refused to comply. On the contrary, in February 1804, a mere 2 months after Shinde and Wolseley agreed to become subsidiary allies of British India, Holkar issued an ultimatum to Mornington: give up both Hindustan and Rajputana to Holkar, and on top of that, pay a hefty sum as tribute. Unsurprisingly, the British refused, and so the next phase of the Second Anglo-Maratha War began. The theater of the new war was initially centered southwest of the former Hindustan theater. Unlike Hindustan's plains, however, the hills and rivers of this new region were realistic to military movement. In particular, the city-state of Kolkata was a key point of control, whose possessions were also hard in and eventually starved the main outpost. But by now, it was not only the Marathas who would be starving, but the monsoon drought and conflict that had ravaged South Asia in 1803 was continuing into 1804, and already the British were having trouble collecting supplies for their planned operations. Regardless, the British strategy was to be a regional version of what had worked in the previous Hindustan and Deccan campaigns. First, the British would box Holkar in, preventing him from launching the similar raids needed to pay his soldiers. As mentioned, the main effort in this regard would center on Kolkata, which the 10,000-strong Bengal army would secure from the north. After this was done, the army, in conjunction with supporting forces from Gujarat in the west and the Deccan in the south, would march on Holkar's capital in the north and force him to terms. This was a fairly obvious strategy that Holkar would have anticipated. He also had the benefit of learning from Shinde and Wolseley's experiences, and from that, concluding that fighting an infantry battle with the British would likely only result in rapid defeat. So Holkar decided to return to traditional Indian war-fighting methods. Rather than relying on his 10,000-strong seaports as he did in prior wars, Holkar instead recruited 15,000 light cavalry, intending to use them to outmaneuver and defeat the British until the latter gave up. To get this to work, Holkar would have to abandon every fixed position that he had, up to and including his capital. Nevertheless, the strategy best exploited a overstretched condition of British Indian forces at the time. On the one hand, his cavalry could isolate and destroy overstretched enemy units. On the other, by riding into territories this nation had only recently conquered, Holkar hoped to trigger local rulers to redirect to his banner and collapse the British position that way. Holkar began implementing his strategy as soon as the war broke out. In April 1805, he launched a demonstrative raid against Rajputana, showing his flag not just before local rulers, but also the Bengal army itself. Stung, the commander of the Bengal army, General Plague, responded by marching towards Kolkata, whose rulers submitted in June. At this point, likely assuming that Holkar's forces had been safely contained, Plague then took most of the Bengal army back to Mysore quarters in Hindustan, leaving a 3,000 seaboard column under a subordinate, Colonel Monson, to continue securing the area. For the next month, Monson operated in the hills south of Kolkata, capturing local forts and trying to locate the suddenly reappeared behind him. What happened next was a British catastrophe reminiscent of Napoleon's retreat from Russia 8 years later. Tailing a British rear, London's light cavalry began doing what they did best, picking up survivors, clearing baggage, and stopping panic. As morale collapsed and a seaboard column dissolved into a desperate mob, Monson abandoned everything and dashed for Kota, to shut its gates and defect to Holkar. Over the next 2 months, this sequence of events repeated itself over and over again until Monson, almost by himself, finally limped into Agra, having lost all his men, a third of the Bengal army, in the process. Equally importantly, his defeat had left a gaping hole within the British encirclement, which Holkar could now force to reach the rich and indefensible plains of Hindustan. As soon as he heard of it, he mobilized his Bengal army, but until that process was complete, he could do little. In the meantime, the British were forced to perform strategic triage, abandoning almost everything in Hindustan to reconcentrate within the key cities of Delhi and Agra. Even the occupation of Holkar's capital by the much-delayed Gujarat force did little to stem Maratha momentum now. Finally, in mid-September, Holkar erupted into Hindustan. He now led a force of 60,000 light cavalry, its ranks swollen by mercenaries, ex-seaports, and opportunists looking to exploit British weakness for profit. Knowing this, Holkar's goals for this campaign were less about fighting the British and more about getting local rulers to submit through paying tribute. In the latter, he was quite successful, with his massive force convincing much of Rajputana to redefect to his side. With regards to the former, he was markedly less so, with most of his light cavalry unable or unwilling to fight. In early October, Holkar's horde moved against Delhi, which only had a ragtag British garrison of about 2,000. Nevertheless, over the next week, the Marathas repeatedly failed to take the city, and eventually withdrew in the face of Lake and its finally mobilized Bengal army. Now that he actually had something on the field, Lake could finally start regaining control of the situation. Accordingly, he split the Bengal army into its cavalry and infantry components, and sent them out on separate campaigns. First, Lake personally led the Bengal cavalry on a chase of Holkar, looking for any opportunity to disperse that force. That opportunity finally came in mid-November, when Lake managed to surprise and storm Holkar's camp in a night battle, after which the Maratha cavalry decided to quit while the going was good and scattered with their toes. Second, Lake tasked the Bengal infantry with mending the damage done in the wake of Monson's defeat and rebuilding the strategic encirclement of Holkar. One of the key objectives in this regard was the fortress state of Maratha, 50 kilometers from Agra, and a key link between Hindustan, Rajputana, and Holkar's domain. Formerly a British subsidiary ally, Maratha had defected to Holkar during the latter September invasion, and its recapture would do much to recover British India's borders and its badly tarnished prestige amongst the indigenous locals. So in November, the Bengal infantry, under the command of Lake's lieutenant, began the invasion of Maratha. But right from the start, it was clear that Indian resistance this time would be fiercer than anything before, perhaps because the British were not inclined to offer terms to whom they considered traitors, or perhaps because Maratha expected help from nearby Holkar. In any case, the first clash of arms involved Indeed, the British came off quite badly, losing almost a tenth of their force, as well as Lake's lieutenant himself. He was succeeded by none other than Colonel Monson, who again tried to retreat, prompting an angry Lake to order him to stay put. The general arrived in mid-December, took Deeg, and proceeded towards Maratha itself, which he besieged as 1805. The siege of Maratha was yet another fiasco for the British. Its results in January cost another 10 of Lake's armies to little funds. In mid-February, after being reinforced by the Bombay army, Lake tried again twice, only to lose a fifth course, this time, and on top of that, suffered an embarrassing mutiny of his European troops. All in all, the British lost almost 3,000 men in the siege of Morocco, and by late February, Lake had to partially admit defeat and pull back for a long-term blockade of Portugal. Wisely, Rothschild took advantage of this to win, while it was still ahead, offering to resubmit and pay an indemnity in return for forgiveness. Lake accepted. Like the dissolution of Holocaust cavalry corps, Rothschild's rather mercenary behavior was made in the context of Holocaust's failure to make further inroads against British India. In January 1805, while the Bengal army was still busy sieging Morocco, Holocaust raided Hindustan again, hoping to trigger a second wave of defections. But without any new battlefield victories or city captures to speak of since September, local rulers were no longer as sure of Holocaust's eventual victory as they were before. And as such, they largely adopted a wait-and-see attitude instead. This, in turn, meant that Holocaust cavalry had to operate without local support, and so, within a few months, they were again dispersed by the British. Holocaust momentum was fizzling out, but British India still felt the need to make strategic concessions. Most significantly, recently defeated Maratha Lord Shinde cleverly took advantage of British difficulties that he was preparing to defect, prompting the British to hurriedly agree to renegotiate their peace treaty with him. This was desperate diplomacy, but it at least prevented Holocaust from regaining momentum, especially important considering his domain was now under the occupation, and his existing cavalry was no longer achieving either plunder or defections. It had taken Lake almost 2 years, and his lines were much further back than we had them to be, but his original strategy was finally in place. Slowly but surely, Holocaust's army, like Shinde or Bongsley before him, began to wither and be lacking funds. In October 1805, Holocaust made his final bid for victory as he crossed Rajputana and entered northern Hindustan. Fearing another assault on Delhi, Lake followed him further south, but Holocaust continued to the northwest, which was the last hope he had left, the emerging empire of the Sikhs. By December, Holocaust was in the Sikh holy city of Amritsar, petitioning his Maharaja for aid. Lake's counter-proposal came in the form of the Bengal army camping right at the Sikh border, constantly with no real reason to risk the safety of their empire to help the Maharashtra. The Sikhs denied Holocaust's petition, and with his last hope gone, Holocaust had no choice but to finally adopt defeat and ask the British to peace. Holocaust was a nasty shock for British India, and it's not hard to imagine that more indigenous states, for example the Sikhs or Afghans, taking advantage of Watson's defeat to stockpile on British India, wanting to quite have lost all of its recent northern conquests, and perhaps more. It's also interesting to see how, just as they had assumed all along, British Indian forces took far longer to defeat Holocaust's traditional cavalry raiders compared to the sepoy armies of Shinde and Bongsley. To an extent, this does reflect British unfamiliarity with Indian military methods, and Holocaust likely also benefited from playing Maratha's European mercenaries. But it's probably too much to extrapolate from this that Indian military modernization was pointless. Firstly, as mentioned before, indigenous sepoys were very effective against other indigenous forces, who were a far more permanent threat than the EIC. Second, much of Holocaust's success came from his defeat of the rather incompetent Bonsai, and Maratha momentum quickly fizzled out once General Lake resumed command. Thirdly, compared with the Maratha sepoys who at least bloodied British Indian forces in pitched battle, Holocaust's light cavalry, despite their massive numerical superiority, failed to storm any defended city or inflict much damage on non-routing British forces. All they could do was harass the enemy and, like an insurgency, hope that the latter would eventually tire of upholding the status quo. Luckily for Holocaust, 1805, British India had not only rejected further expansion, it was actively trying to get rid of unprofitable territories and political obligations. It therefore agreed to resolve the subsidiary alliances with Shindig, Bonsley, and the Rothschild states, and at one point even considered abandoning Delhi itself. In the end, despite all the trouble he had caused, Holkar was left with his domain fairly intact and applied free hand in Rajputana and the prestige of having solved the British. But at least the EIC and the Indian subcontinent could finally enjoy some peace, at least for the next few years. The peace with Holkar marked the end of a tumultuous decade in South Asian history. Between 1799 and 1806, a mere 7 years, British India had not only quadrupled in size, but it also seized control of the Mughal and Maratha rulers, formalizing its position as the sole hegemon of the subcontinent. All this came at the expense of the indigenous powers, most notably Hyderabad, Mysore, and the great Maratha nobles, who were respectively vassalized, conquered, and neutralized as viable peer competitors. Despite this, by the end of this period, the reformist strategy makers who spearheaded this expansion had all been removed from office, victims of a mercantilist EIC that had reimposed its priorities on British India. Governor General Wellington, as mentioned, was fired in mid-1805 over the Monsoon debacle. His brother, Wellington, had already left India earlier that year, likely to avoid a similar fate. Even General Lake resigned his command shortly after the final peace with Holkar, partly to protest the abandonment of its conquests by the new EIC administration. These men returned home to an indifferent Britain that was wholly focused on Napoleon and his domination of Europe. In fact, the British political elite initially cared more about Wellington and Wellington's improper use of patronage than anything else they did in India. Nevertheless, the achievements of both men were soon recognized, and they would play leading roles in the key British effort of the time, which was the Peninsular War in Iberia. As for British India, while the EIC and mercantilism might have won in 1807, they could not completely turn the clock, and imperial expansion gradually forced its way back into colonial strategy. In 1817, Peshwa Baji Rao rebelled unsuccessfully against British control in the Third Anglo-Maratha War, and as a result, the Maratha Empire was abolished, and the Maratha and Rajput states re-vassalized. To secure these gains in turn, British India was compelled to continue expanding into India's borderlands, triggering future wars with the Nepalis, the Afghans, the Sikhs, and beyond. Similarly, the EIC could not stem the growing popularity of reformism within the British political and administrative elite, and future governor generals would resume Mornington's work to Europeanize Indian society. In time, they would even go beyond the land reorganizations mentioned in Part 3 and begin dabbling in cultural reform, most notably in banning traditional widow sacrifice. The EIC itself would not be spared from attack, as its monopolies would eventually be abolished in favor of free British trade. This unrelenting drive to reform India would come to a screeching halt with the Indian Rebellion of 1857. But the aftermath of that war also marked the culmination of the reformist vision, as the Mughal Empire and the feudal hierarchy it represented was fully overthrown in favor of the culturally and ethnically Europeanized state order of the British Raj. In assessing the impact of the British conquest of India from 1798 to 1806, popular literature tends to focus on Arthur Wellesley and how his experience as a sepoy general shaped his military approach against Napoleonic France. Frankly, given Wellington's rather spotty record on the subcontinent, he likely discounted much of what he had learned there. Instead, for his battles in Europe, the Iron Duke would reject his highly aggressive approach in India, and instead adopt a famously defensive and cautious style that would earn him glory from Portugal to Waterloo. In fact, the most impactful military event of this period was probably the catastrophe of Monson's retreat, which greatly intensified the infamous British neurosis regarding the security of their Indian empire. But they had good reason to fear, as Monson demonstrated that any defeat could be seen as a sign of political change, and therefore turned into a signal for Indian lords to act en masse. From here on out, every battlefield lost in the subcontinent, especially in the northwest, would send the British into a strategic panic, and to avoid this, they would adopt a forward strategy to push the risk of battle as far away from India as possible, leading to the famous Great Game in Central Asia. Continuing with strategic analysis, despite the huge expansion of British India under his administration, it's not clear that Mornington's efforts were actually a net benefit for Britain, at least in the short term. While, on paper, he did gain more resources, Mornington's government was too overstretched to exploit them properly, and he never managed to increase the EIC's profits. So Mornington's wars didn't actually add to British power. If anything, by risking the possibility of a Monson-esque battlefield defeat, the Governor-General was actively jeopardizing the existing benefits British India was already giving Britain. Of course, in the following decades, Britain would benefit hugely from exploiting India as a resource base and captive market, but it still might have made more sense to delay expansion until then. As for the indigenous powers, their fates are a grim reminder of what often happens to non-aligned states in an era of great power competition. With little political or ideological stake in the broader struggle between Britain and revolutionary France, it was perfectly natural for indigenous Indian rulers to try and avoid committing themselves to either side, especially since being explicitly pro-French like Tipu Sultan guaranteed war with British India, while being a pro-British subsidiary ally and loss of independence. This likely explains why so many Indian workers continue to accept French factions within their courts and militaries, despite revolutionary France's inability to do anything for them. In theory, non-alignment gave indigenous states the most strategic freedom, allowing them to set their own agendas and perhaps gain access to both British and French resources. But if that was the intention, then in reality, non-alignment could only be described as a major strategic mistake. Far from securing their freedom to maneuver, it instead drove indigenous states into war with British India, as Mornington depicted their attempts to balance out British influence as support for revolutionary France. To an extent, this outcome was unforeseeable, as Mornington was an unprecedentedly aggressive leader, but ultimately he was appointed and supported by Parliament, which indicates that Britain, to some extent, was also no longer willing to tolerate Indian non-alignment. The reason for this attitude can be found in the nature of the broader Anglo-French context. Locked in an ideologically driven struggle where a compromised peace was deemed impossible, British strategy aimed to completely overpower France, which meant mobilizing and optimizing whatever resources was within its grasp. And as seen in Part 1, and unfortunately for the indigenous states, British by this time considered India within their grasp as part of Britain's sphere of influence, and as such, they expected Indian states to use their resources in a way that supported British strategy. So in this charged, uncompromising environment, by merely refusing to conform to British desires, non-aligned states effectively and perhaps unknowingly marked themselves out as British enemies. And while the inevitable reckoning would be postponed thanks to indigenous strength and resistance, in the end, only Hyderabad, the power that most aligned itself with Britain, managed to survive this period with its starting position largely intact. Interestingly enough, what Britain was doing in India mirrored what revolutionary Napoleonic France was doing in Europe at the same time, where states from Portugal to Sweden were also being attacked due to their failure to align with French strategy. This is only one of the many parallels that can be drawn between the two regions. Others include the frequent use and abuse of vassal states, the megalomania of both Mornington and Napoleon, and even their ultimate downfalls due to overextension and botched retreats. Crucially, both British India and revolutionary France also saw themselves as vanguards for a developmentally superior political order, which justified the conquest, exploitation, and reorganization of their backward neighbors. In this way, we can argue that both the French Revolutionary Wars and the hegemonic wars of British India, and the ideologies they represented, liberalism and imperialism, were actually manifestations of the same trend, which was the rise of Enlightenment political thought in Europe and its associated tendency to scientifically categorize and rank societies based on material achievement. So given the similarities between the British and French attempts at regional hegemony, why did Britain ultimately succeed in India while France failed in Europe? A common explanation usually revolves around the lack of South Asian unity, but European states, notably Prussia, hardly coordinated any better during this period. Another explanation focuses on the military weaknesses of the indigenous Indian armies, but European forces were arguably just as disadvantaged for the military innovations of revolutionary France. Nevertheless, despite the annihilation of major forces at home and Rothschild'S and Jena, neither Austria nor Prussia fell completely under France's control, and in fact, both countries were even strong enough to resume the struggle within a few years of their defeat. This resilience, which contrasts with the near collapse of every Indian power after one or two defeats, was the result of Europe's intense bureaucratic development throughout the early modern period, which allowed states to mobilize resources at an exceptionally efficient rate. By the 1800s, Austria regularly had hundreds of thousands under arms, while the indigenous Indian powers, despite probably having larger GDPs, struggled to maintain forces in the tens of thousands. The sheer size of Austria's armies meant that, in powers, it was never rendered completely helpless after a single battlefield defeat, and accordingly, France was never able to fully control it, and therefore establish complete hegemony over Europe. In their defense, the indigenous Indian powers were already some of the earliest non-European states to try and address this bureaucratic deficiency through centralization reforms. But they simply ran out of time, and in any case, plenty more pitfalls lay ahead before they would fully achieve the resilience needed to secure themselves against European imperialism. One other difference that might have contributed to British success and French failure being their contrasting approaches to governance. While as mentioned, both British and revolutionary France sought to reorder corporate societies, the French appetite for change was far larger than that of the British reformists. In particular, while Mornington's government limited itself to land and elite reorganization, which was already disruptive enough, the French demanded wholesale redistribution, feudal abolition, and cultural change stretching down to even the very calendar itself. Unsurprisingly, this meant that French rule was constantly plagued by local resistance rebellion, even in culturally adjacent places like Belgium and Switzerland, which siphoned resources away from the primary hegemonic struggle. By contrast, colonial resistance was fairly manageable during Mornington's time in office, and it's no coincidence that the biggest challenge to British India during the 19th century, the Indian Rebellion in 1857, occurred once the British also began meddling in Muslim culture. Lastly, we should also mention the accidents of history facilitated the British conquest of India between 1798 and 1806. The string of high-level events in the 1790s, which ended cooperation amongst the powerful Maratha lords, the various succession crises that had Mornington seized large swathes of territory without a fight, and the fratricidal civil war that prevented Afghan intervention in the Salkanians. But while none of these events could have been accurately predicted or planned for, the dramatic impact they had on indigenous states is also a symptom of the aforementioned bureaucratic deficiency in feudal India during this time. Without a strong bureaucracy to provide continuity in government, the replacement of an experienced ruler with an untested successor was always going to result in a period of extreme state weakness, making it extremely difficult for any feudal state to resist conquest for extended periods of time, especially against a post-feudal enemy that did not have such problems like British India. As known, the story of the British conquest of India from 1798 to 1806 can be said to revolve around this theme of state capacity. By the late 18th century, the advantage that the post-feudal European states enjoyed here was so great that a new generation of British reformists, exemplified by Governor General Mornington, could plausibly push for hegemony over the Indian subcontinent, claiming that it was needed to maintain British power against revolutionary France. And while the campaigns of Generals Harris, Wellington, and Lake did much to make the reformist vision a reality, they were very much helped by the fragility of the indigenous Indian states, whose feudal governments could neither muster nor sustain the level of resource mobilization needed for a successful resistance. So the end result was British hegemony and forced Europeanization. But in the process, the blueprints for a resilient post-feudal state were also imparted to Indian society. Modern states of South Asia are direct descendants of this tradition, and so in this sense, the British conquest of feudal India also marks the beginning of their birth. Thanks for watching the video, and please like, subscribe, and hit the bell button. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them in the comment section. We have myself and Scott actually you've actually stabilized the experience. So rather than just being a designing experiments using DMTX to actually study DMT's intelligence within the much more kind of concept. The very first person DMTX was also sessions and just had this absolute disappearing cards showing what's interesting is that as we have predicted, DMT's does so the brain is signaling into instructing how to the world interfacing with this intelligence. As he went back over time, he was interacting with the same entities, and they became aware of those couple of so often everything like that. What he not given again from back. And one time he was scanning the appearance of actions, and the entity scans as well. So you can see started scanning the we see so maybe it's a signal or something scanning. What's going on here? As I say, it's just a pilot. It's a real taste that you can enter these kind of relationships with these entities. And actually, as I said, I like this, and I'm willing our vision is to design experiments with the entire what's a research organization isn't simply trying to explain DMTs, but actually says you're going to be uncharted. It's fascinating, ordinarily complex and vast intelligence is treated like that as explorers, as a research organization, and even studying that I imagine you're not just sending, for example, let's take structure. It's highly complex. It's geometrically strange. So we send people who are experts, who are mathematicians, to study the topologies, to understand how space is structured. The entities, they all try to communicate with a strange symbol, a strange color. And send in a linguist who study their language. So you often send in with specialities to actually study DMTs. What's exactly now so actually we have a we have a constellation of licenses country retreats depends on the struggle research to provide DMTX is 100% people safe from anesthesiologists, psychiatrists, nurses, there's something that's also being designed by that concept as well. How should to these kind of research studies, study these it's also conventional. So if you think about research the biggest study of its kind, you had 60 people, 60 people working. What happens if you bring in 300, 500 a year? It's not just anyone. This is mine. They make now and sign up to apply to decide setting spend money on the island sessions being able to exchange It's just our completely twisted sex design is designed always. The most beneficial drugs should be the ones that are taken, which is, yeah, you love the men with the ones that destroy lives. They're categorized which is completely insane and a sign of a twisted sick culture. It's a sign of what McKenna was talking about with the chaos of a species that's preparing to leave for the stars. Yeah, exactly. You see, the attitude you understand now, and I think there's also a giant shift of people wanting to accept because so many soldiers have come back from the war and they've said had great benefits. So exactly what you're saying. In some ways, they're getting less out of it. That's unfortunate. It's just been a storm. So it's caught with the anytime that you do answer. You guys so much fun. I really enjoyed this. Let's do it again. That place is open. So much fun. We'll talk off there. This book that you wrote is available now. Definitely my stomach's is it an audio book? Yeah. Just have you. Great voice for it. Perfect. So after you read it, and that book went on for free. They're all marked and so forth. They wanted to get it back. It's so weird. It's so high. It's so good that people have them now. It's so it's a good trade. And so many of my friends who shoot guns do the same thing. Start hunting when they're kids. Know your protection on it now. You say something to them. Throw it.
Yeah, my dad is a police officer, and he's, I swear that my parents are so cool. The dog in his hearing aid, he never replaced it. I'm like, is that service, Dad?
That's hilarious. Definitely develop his things off.
Yeah.
Because men and women think and communicate differently. And if you want your wife to communicate with you the way your buddy should, what you married to do. Okay, so I'm married to a woman that just going to last and everything. Sometimes it's like they're over here. I know. Turn me to get into the point. He disappears for like 3 months or a year and a half or so. He gets rid of his phone, he gets rid of his email. He goes over it. Oh, he goes over it. He goes like Asia, Mad Max, Asia. He's famous. He's a famous comedian. He's he just goes to vanishes. We can't find him. No one knows where he is. You're like 1, 3, 4 months and just always on. Yeah, he goes back weird. He's weird. He's weirder when he comes back. It's just, he's in foreign countries. Yeah. Focus while you're doing it. If you're running and trying while you're shooting a gun, there's no room for thinking about people think that you're just doing that thing. Yeah, that's what I think of. And I guess I don't really have. I always say I don't have like. Yes, you do. Yeah, so, but like, I think that just that little focus and the same kind of how we do with your show. It's like, if I need that, join the trip. There's something about shooting things too. I do archery, and there's something about shooting at things that also just really cleans your mind. Because in that moment, while you're pulling the trigger, there's no room for anything else. You're trying to hit a target. There's no room for anything else, and it just pushes all that stuff away. It's like a little mental vacation. Yeah, 100%. You come back like clean. I wish you knew more confident. I got back out here in 2020. My husband's from New York City, so like I'm which stuff the targets and got all fixed up. It was fine. I mean, it's fine. It's the same thing. It's just even if it's just for a little while, that whole moment of time. This is all in the right now. I used to be able to, yeah, I did for a long time. Like had trees to shoot. Yeah, for a lot of people. But my boyfriend, 3 of us did it because it was just focused and it was intimate. And obviously, practice to make sure you're, yeah. And I recently, so my days are behind me. It's on my heart. Because it's kind of like a dog. He was just like a dog. I'll have lots of other legs. And it's different than any other barrel. Literally, I could probably run over 200 dogs. So definitely, I think nature has them set up to be very intelligent, just and he's beautifully young. Yeah. Yeah, my dad did it. I grew up with him. Like, talking about shit that I love at 17. When I read them up, it's over. So it's cool to have, just it's fun. It's such a form of nature. Yeah.
We raised over $11 million for it. It was like a little mom and pop operation back in the day, but it just isn't how our society grows in a country where there's just animals everywhere, whether it's stray dogs or stray cats or whatever. I think it just kind of cracks me for, when you like get a platform and someone like charity to be, it's like, I know it's coming.
So what is your charity do?
And that's, well, we actually live with Nation Foundation, we don't have shelters. We live with farms and shelters, is what we say, because my mom and dad were fucking investigators for a while, and so my mom, like, just becoming started rescuing dogs just around the world, we live in the country for a while, started adopting them from the shelter, and the teenager volunteering, so, she's sort of started vetting shelters, just because that's her background, checking out what people are doing. And so from that, I started to get a name for myself and you can pick something that you're passionate about that you want to get back to. So we started it. Basically, we advocate for families, or we advocate for adopting child families. We raise money to give to shelters all over the country. Every year we give a $5,000 grant to shelters in every state. And we've tried it already, but there's just so many that need help, amazing animals out there. We just try to remind people there's amazing animals out there and you don't have to go buy one.
My wife is allergic to one of my dogs.
There's towers.
If that wasn't the case, I'd have one for he was allergic to it.
Yours are not chickens.
What's up?
Yours are shutters, though, right?
Yeah, they should. She's not nearly as bad as when I first met her. When I first met her, she really would fight like hives if she fed the dogs. And I was constantly washing my dogs. They were always going to be on the around. They were always dirty. But dogs have like extra love, and then your love in your life will be whatever is the levels at now, it'll be like 35 to 200. For sure.
Everything horses, cats, dogs. All of it. I live like a little on the coast. There's a tropical liquor in it. I don't care.
One of my daughters is so allergic that they went to once. And they on this horse track. They have like this tourist thing, and they sit on the back of a wagon, the horse tracks us. And just being downwind of the horse, her eyes are swollen up. We had to get out of the horse and walk the rest of the way. We went to a pharmacy. She's gone bad. She did that. She did the whole thing, but like they hated it, And when my wife stopped doing shots, then all around it just got way better. She's doing shots because Texas has a lot of allergens, like a place like California. We realized that they come here and we get some with
I live in Nashville, half the time, and Boston, half the time, and it's like the two of the worst places. I'm like,
last year. Last year I started getting getting sick. I went to Vegas for the UFC, sore throat. Came back, sore throat again. It's an irritation because it didn't make any sense. I was like, I feel good. I feel like I'm healthy. But like this thing in my throat and going down my leg, I just gotta be careful. I don't wake up the whole way. It's like everybody else getting out here, so I'm not getting
it makes sense if you're like not used to the trees and the grass here. I mean, it's like it's a whole new like ecosystem that you have to be used to.
They told her thing, they say it takes like 4 years before it hits you. And I was like, shut up. That doesn't make sense. But it's true. Yeah, it's true. It seems to be true. It seems like you have to go 3 years. I feel my body's getting down. I'm just changing my body to be able to clear these out. I understand what they are. I'll figure it out. I tell you what I have to say to me. And it seems to be better. Like this year I got like a couple samples. And just the one was like, I got medical question. I realized it was high something. Either fucking cedar or whatever the hell it is.
You should have to pay attention.
Yeah. Whatever that is. all the positives about living here greatly outweigh.
Yeah, I love it. My dog, every 2020. Yeah, my little brother this year is smart and he's a huge eat. And we never came out with our little family in Texas. I'll be in Dallas. So I bought a place here and spent a lot of time.
That's great. Much better stuff talking about where it is. I talked a lot about Austin, which like wasn't really much of a comedy scene. There was one comedy club that closed just before having very close. And I guess like that began the pandemic. And so the comedy scene was kind of when we moved here and started doing shows here, it was one of the only places in the country we could do live indoor shows. We were like, fuck it. And Canadians started because they were convinced that LA was going to open. Once I was here, Rothschild'S was here, everybody was like, well, fuck it, I want to live. I don't want to trap in my house and not be able to perform for a year and a half or whatever it's going to be. Data brokers are invading your privacy and recording everything you do online. And if you live in the U.S., they're selling your information to anyone and everyone who's online. But thankfully, there's a way to stop all the tracking and spying, and that's with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that hides your IP address and reroutes 100% of your online activity to secure encrypted servers. This keeps data brokers from tracking your information, protecting you from invasive advertisers, scammers, and even criminals. ExpressVPN is now offering 3 different plans, allowing you to customize your VPN experience. The basic plan starts as low as $3.49 a month. That's less than 12 cents a day. Or if you want all the bells and whistles, daily identity protection, credit monitoring, and a dedicated IP, just choose one of their more premium plans. It's up to you. Plus, right now, you can get 4 extra months of service if you tap the banner or go to xpn.com/. That's a price as low as $3.49 a month, plus 4 extra months of service. Go to expressvpn.com/Rogan. If you're watching on YouTube, get your 4 extra months by scanning the QR code on the screen or by clicking the link in your description.
My first show back,
Do you ever like carve out pictures of dancing. to see somebody else experience 1990s. It feels like that spotlight lights all those people around. It's exciting. Race, income, community, located, and those undrafted. Banks of debt have a great government mission to do things that do without government mission. Anticipation of bank being regulated. Segment 2, which is also the title of the second chapter, which is politics of balance. You stop that. You just need an absolutely banks have a closer relationship to government than many other sectors of the economy. And so, as these more risky mortgages come along, banks now hold on to those mortgages. Bank will lend to me. Sell the mortgage to Freddie Mae or Freddie Mac. Get that money right then and there. And it's up to Freddie Mae or Freddie Mac to play with the mortgage. So let me make sure I have the sequence right. Housing prices extremely high. Congress, with the entities, Congress places pressure on the banking system, the retail banking system, to make loans cheap. Banks respond to this pressure by coming up with a creative instruments to like a retail bank sells a mortgage. This is like telling a groups to the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which essentially mortgage huge numbers of these mortgages across the country. The correct sequence? Yeah, because we got all of them. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are government sponsors. It horizons is that the difference. Explain what that means. The government created these organizations, and yet they are private banking institutions. There's a government is involved with it. It's a hybrid kind of business. It's private. That way it's always going to be more today. And the relevance of that is that investors have presupposed throughout the existence of these two entities that the government would be very hesitant to let them go down. Absolutely. Well, I think it's not regulated. It's so corny. It's so great. It's so private. It's good to hear online. So they have these advantages of mortgage buyers. And then what you say is the cultural things, which is that some investors, professionals in these companies, rely on the fact that the government is not going to Prince was so big that there was actually big princes. Like people started confusing Prince officials almost like your local congressman. Massachusetts in 2003. I would like to get Fannie and Freddie to go deep into helping low income. I want to this situation because subsidized housing. What's our idea was Congressman Reagan when Prince was like, what is this? Making it very real. Those people are more likely to contribute to your campaigns. They're more likely to vote for you. So it all is really understand. And when it's got your own reason statement, your super strong standards or as low as the standards for housing success is not what you want. The condos, everybody, give them that word. I was delivered Mr. President of the United States, George W. Bush. You right, so this President George W. Bush has joined the push. It was I want to be on ownership. That's all it is. And it was like, this is like the guy I know rational explanation. She's like, fighting for this. You put it on this. That's the magic thing. It's like, what did this guy do? This guy was sorcerer. He was so like, I don't care. And then he watched stuff like I was on stage. And no one cared, And then, of course, he wasn't like, he was so happy and so, there's something about that thing. Trying to make the conservative organization more palatable for voters as a whole. This was one of the ways to achieve its I understand it. Alan Greenspan chose to vote for Reserve Bank from 1987 to 2006. I couldn't afford a house to say during a time of these galleries while I was aware a lot of these practices. I had no notion of how severe they had become until very late. I really didn't get it until very late in 2005 and 2006. Actually, Greenspan had gotten a lot earlier. A lot of us got a lot earlier. DraftKings Sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NBA is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. Steph Curry drilling football threes, Donovan Mitchell taking over, and a Kate Cunningham leading the next wave. DraftKings' #1 spot live betting is live on the other side. Bet orders, player props, scoring odds, and more. The action unfolds. New customers bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass plus score $300 if your bet wins. Paid in bonus packs. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code San Diego. That's code Rogan for just $5 and you get 3 months of League Passes plus $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Gambling in New York. Call 877-8 open wire. Text open line 467-369. Information is available for all gambling. Call 888-791-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Play responsibly on behalf of the Local Casino Resort of Kansas. For wager tax be applied. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Ontario restrictions apply. Must win and receive notice of which expire in 7 days. Bonds required. NBA League Pass are reduced to additional terms and conditions. National Limited Time Offer. National organizations like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and by Wall Street firms that bonds and mortgages that are created and sold securities based on the inflated values of these mortgages. This is things up. Driving up the housing prices. It's this is things up. Encouraging Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to make loans, to make mortgage loans that should have been made in the first place. And come to this Philippines sort of triangle of absurdity. And what you get to is great financial institutions with extremely well-paid individuals that they presumably pure free market. And they make mistakes as idiotic as anybody else. They building instruments they can't learn. How come? So now this happened. I think so the government restricted the most important aspect of the market, which is information. People do better. Large regulations, principal actors in the market, and to pretend they didn't know anything. I wouldn't say that movies leave out as more pretending. They really just didn't know. There was not enough data on these things. Conventional mortgages, you have data covering fees for prosperity and depression and so forth. And you can pull these data back to decades. September 2008, uses which of those two steps was correct? In my judgment, this is critical. This is one of the most important aspects of this topic of once you get your question that remains as your question is massive unemployment, culture assistance throughout the 1930s, employers played was the first depression, everything like that. The interventions to show like those go on stage or in your analysis is what's being called one shooting the vote or show it like always going to one that is to look at the sequence you have. Look at this public scheme and looking right into the eyes, right? 2 months later, just to go the next several months in control of the society or regulations, like the one that's getting out the city which runs is all very perfect position and once that was administration, you have the right to go into the pocket. In 1930, over 63% geometry of the Netherlands was collisions with individual businesses. The conspiracy terrorists trying to raise designs and present employment when you catch. There's a thing called a stroke in the United States. Dead stroke builds up the brain, the south of it. Well, let's be caught for something like that. We get choose so I think public the way not to be just like calm, the comes over not to what they said. There's there's unemployment. It would be actually just retaliation. Come and pick up water from the sink. You don't have a rep that would be like understand that something terrible has happened. So at the highest level, policies in place are those that Calvin's encouraged in every president before, small federal government. And we see signs that the market begins to correct itself. The economy begins to recover. And then her speaking up to decide what to do to fix the bill. And immediately make things worse. And Frank comes in and keeps fixing it and keeps fixing it and keeps fixing it. And it stays fragile. That's where it says, he said, so then we have to face the next question, which is, well, then God did end the Great Depression. It's why it wasn't a new deal. That's why it never, it's been never got to a place where it was unemployment is down to professional zero. So what happened? To understand what you're seeing in your head, they're really seeing it. What about you? Yes, we're going to get it. What she's talking to me is not just a question of the merit of the particular invention. It's the fact that nobody knows what it is again. So that's true now. This whole thing about I said that you're going to fire the manager of all this.
I barely graduated high school. I went to school for that money. I went to college. I'm like, so no, I don't plan to
administration took office, the advice and have a bad president because so chief of staff said, may have a series of crises to go to for someone who is significant. So we was already in a crisis because they had an opportunity to deal with the hard times. That's how we see this. And everything that has happened is the administration. That's the case without the administration as well. So crisis is providing an opportunity for Congress and its supporters to do what they would have not been able to do. Otherwise, it would not be able to do.
I don't want to get blamed, but I just think
Big government intervention. The stock market crash. It's just the stock market crash being that opportunity is that it's another parallel. People talk about all these highly intelligent people who are presidents surrounding themselves. Surrounding themselves with highly intelligent people. That's just no guarantee that they say, except that we have regular relations with them in some cases. It's just such a point I believe down. The financial system improved close to its arms. Serious economists, including our colleague at the institutional pyramids, there was a significant chance of purchase of recession and depression. And today, there's a financial system that's functioning. Housing prices are steadily progressing. Yet there seems to be a general consensus that we'll see a recovery in a year to 18 months. So, why not take President Obama at his word and simply impute to him the motives that he claims? He came into office, passed a stimulus bill, raft of other measures because the financial crisis demanded that he do so, and it seemed to have worked. I'm not as optimistic as that. Prior to the guy wanted was to kill me. So like center get lazy and replace it with winning markets. And when I spent my senior year in high school, I was also traveling. I don't know. It was like when you fought everybody. I don't give a those questions like I was 17 when I first seen you here. Which was travel about I'm trying to remember. That was viral. When I started senior high school. So that was I made connection to Florida, by the way. That was for that. So like an hour.
Dragging a leg in the church, smelling terrible. There's some institution, there's a time when you need one teacher, there's someone that in your childhood or high school years that turns things around for you. I got like, when I was talking about your art teacher, I got this teacher named Miss Caldwell, and she taught speech, and I was terrified, literal, the shyest kid ever. My parents was very vibrant and personalities, and like I couldn't get a word in edgewise, so I just didn't talk. So I was like, they just wouldn't shut up. They're just constantly, Dad telling little ghost stories around 5 days, and my mom was a PI, so she's telling all her cool stories. And so I just was really shy. And my little brother was the same. He's 5 years younger, and like we just were very like vocal. And I somehow I didn't pay attention and didn't put down my classes, like my junior year of high school. And I got shoved in a class where there was one spot, and it was speech honors, and it was a debate class. And like that is not my vibe. I was panicking. My mom came up to the school. I was sobbing. I was like, I can't do this. I don't even speak hardly. But I was singing like here and there. I was singing in church. Like I could do it if I was singing, but like still shyly singing. You know what I mean? Like kind of in the background. And my mom was like, we gotta go figure this out. So I was like, well, there's not really any room for any other classes and whatever. So I was like, this girl's like barely passing every class in the choir. Like,
they just allowed you to enter into that class.
Somehow, and so then I think looking back, like Miss Caldwell, the principal, that's my mom. She's looked at Miss Caldwell and she was like, can she do this? And she was like, she needs to do this. And so, and I had to debate like against these seniors and real smart kids, right? And it really brought me out of my shell. And so I'm thankful she wasn't a nurse. I'm thankful that Miss Caldwell was like, no, I see potential in this girl, and she's gonna be, I'm saying it's a talent show or whatever. She's like, if she's gonna be a singer, she's gonna have to learn to be around people and to like show her personality and come out of her shell. And it really like changed my life because then I started playing in bars and I started to like come into my personality a little bit. Because you can't do this if you don't have, if you are confident and have confidence in who you are,
Right. And the ability to be who you are in between songs.
That is a really important part.
Yeah, and that's where people get to see you.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Miss Caldwell.
Miss Caldwell killed it. She killed it. Yeah, that's beautiful to have a teacher like that. And anyone can speak. The anxiety about like, oh, I could never public speak. Like, yes, you could. You just, it's not impossible. Can you talk to me? Okay. You can talk to a bunch of people. You can do it. You might have to do it a bunch of times before you figure it out. It's not like reading a book. You can totally do it.
It's so scary to me. I mean, honestly, like they're so good at it. Also, comedians, like that to me is the scariest of all the showbiz.
Yeah, it's one of them. That's kind of what I like about it, though. I like the scary stuff because you'll have less people doing it.
So you'll be like,
That's why I got into fighting. That's why I got into comedy. It's like it's like always like foggy, like how do you be a professional fighter? Like, I'll go that pathway. Like, no one's doing that. Like, the people that are doing that are all crazy. Like, those are my kind of people. Or the pathways how to be a comedian. Like, oh yeah, all these people are all misfits. This is perfect. These are my people. This is perfect. I'm looking at that. Like, this is like, I'm insured of being around like-minded, interesting people.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. I always think about how, like, the first time you step on the stage and you're showing all your colors, like, well, like, for a comedian to me, it's like songs are different. Like, the first day you play, whatever, everybody has their first time and they're like learning their ropes and how to get their feet under them. But that's just so wrong. Like, here's my jokes, here's my whole heart. I hope you think this is funny. Every time I see it, I'm like, that is the hardest thing to do.
The first time I ever did it, I was still fighting, and I'd done nothing but martial arts competition, like literally 8 hours a day for my whole life, for 6 years. And I was more scared going on stage at an open mic than I had ever been fighting. Ever.
That makes sense to me.
But I was confused. I was like, why am I scared? Like, this doesn't make sense. It was so baffling to me. Why am I so nervous?
That makes sense. It's something you were good at it, but you have to perfection.
I didn't even think I was good at it. My friends told me I was good at it. And they only told me I was good at it. Like, we would go to tournaments and everybody would be terrified. We'd all be like really nervous. And I would be the humor. It was gallows humor. So I would be the guy writing jokes. I'd be the guy doing impressions of each other, like of different friends, like what they'd be like having sex or whatever it was, making everybody laugh, saying totally inappropriate stuff. And my friend Steve, who I'm still friends with today, he was a grown man and I was like 15 at the time. And to this day, he's still one of my best friends. He told me, he's like, you should be a comedian. Like, you're funny. It's like, and I was like, you think I'm funny because you like me. I go, but other people can think I'm an asshole. Like, my sense of humor is fucked up. And he's like, you should just go to open mic night. And I did. I went to open mic night. I was like, open mic sucks. This is funny. It's like, you can go to see a few professionals and a few people that are struggling. I thought everybody would be like Jerry Seinfeld or Richard Pryor. I'm going to get killed up there. This is going to be terrible. And then I realized, like, oh, this is just like martial arts or anything else. You start off terrible. And then you try. And then you get better. And then you figure it out. And then, it's like, but I just wasn't, I was just stunned by how scary it was. More than anything.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first time you ever got on stage, like, at a honky tonk or?
Yeah, it was
How old?
16. It was a true gospel country show in Rio Palma, Long Beach, Texas. Yeah, I know. It sounds like the Shy Kids, too. My dad's a songwriter, too. You're gonna love this. My dad's a songwriter. He plays guitar. And he had a band, his called band, on their side gig. He plays all marks, and they were called Contraband. They were in a country band called Contraband.
That's pretty great. That's funny.
Yeah, like he wrote songs about, like, I want to enter this contest. My mom was like, shocked. I was like working in the yard. She's like, don't pick the weeds. And I'm like, well, there's a out on the radio for a contest called the True Value Country Showdown. I'm going to enter. She was like, what? You're too shy. Like, are you kidding me? And I was like, no, I'm going to do it. And she's like, what are you going to sing? You have to sing an original song. So I'm singing with my dad. And it was called, gosh, I can't think of it. Too many songs. Way too many. There, here I go again. That's what the song. And so, like, because I grew up on my dad wrote, like, all the time. I grew up with him just playing John Prine, Haggard, maybe Alco, got hard, so I started to realize that some of these, like, my dad's originals, and some of those are all my originals. But, like, I got up there and I didn't win, but it was like my first, okay, like you were just saying, it's my first, like, okay, well, yeah, I can do this. Like, I'm green, and I'm shy, and I'm new, and I'm young, but, like, I'm not terrible. Like, I'm kind of equal with these guys, you know what I mean? They're all babies. Yeah, it was. And it was, I don't know, I think that was the first time I was like, okay, I found something that doesn't feel foreign to me, that's not so hard to
used to believe in fate, these people like you or I, but I'm not sure. But my bias is that I believe it gets worked out. You know what I mean? If your life is shit, like, is this fate? Like, what if you have past life? Like, kind of an asshole was I? And everything just turns out terrible. You know?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I also met my husband in like a crazy way, and so I can't help but believe in fate.
There's something to it.
Yeah, I believe in it.
Yeah, there's something to it. As much as my rational mind wants to ignore the possibility, like the randomness of the universe, the size and scope of it all, it really matters what you do. It really matters. But it does to you. Right? It has a giant impact on your life, and everything matters. Just because there's black holes doesn't mean your fucking homework doesn't matter. You know, everything matters. Your whole world, everything matters. It's like you can't think that things don't matter, like that the universe wouldn't have a plan for your life. But it seems to have a plan for everything. I mean, all of it seems to be happening for some sort of a very bizarre reason. All of it together. So I'm sure that there's something to it, but it's just my rational mind wants to go, this is your ego, it's like silly, kind of small, life could have sucked for you. It's hard to, because it's a weird one, like you can't measure it, you can't put it on a scale, but it seems to be real.
Yeah, what's real for us?
I guess.
Also, like, there's anything that you can do.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm shooting stars.
Yeah.
Every any of those pages real. Yeah, it is.
But I don't tell people, I should tell you, like, sometimes people, they like flashbacks.
That's what I love about Wednesday. There's something about it. Like, it's just so fast and out of nowhere. The mission stars are, they feel like they're, we call it the Thunderdome, or like lay in the yard, and it just feels like they're reaching to grab them. Because it's so dark out there.
Yeah. Well, they're all on top of you, and you don't have any light pollution.
Yeah.
That's the thing that ruins the world.
Yeah.
That's the problem here today. That's why everybody's so stupid. They're like so stuck in their own world. It's because they don't realize they're in space. You don't get that break. There's a break that you get from space that I don't think you get from anything else, where you just like look up and go, oh yeah, okay, I'm taking all this shit way too seriously. This is nuts. Like, just flawless.
It totally is. And I love that you said that. It made me think of what we were talking about earlier about wisdom and like, I don't know, just kind of reaching some goal and taking a breath and calming down and going, okay, everything's okay. Like, I just feel like I thought she was throwing off my train of thought.
Well, we were talking about space, information,
What are you sending up there? What are these?
Oh, these are Lucy's. They're breakers. Do you ever take these?
Herbads, I like them.
Try these. These are strong though. They're
Oh, like what, 6s?
9.
Oh, well, heck no. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
This one's not yet. This one's I got some more. I'll check them more.
Are they different?
They have like a little thing inside of them that you call breakers. So it's like coffee flavor you put in your mouth.
Sorry, then?
Yeah. And you
Oh.
crack that little sucker open and you feel
That looks like a little sugar. That looks like a little cupcake.
Yeah, but those are bored, right? So it's not bad. It's like nice.
I get thrown out here. Already concentrate on this.
I saw a dude online. He got a 50 milligram one from overseas. Yeah. And he tried it. This final, my other round, like a terrorist. Well, I think he did it for props, so he gets some online credit. Just for the views, did it for the credit. I mean, I watched it. I wanted to see. I'm like, you gotta take a 50 off your fucking dude. He said, oh my god, it's like drinking battery acid, and then it was lying around the end of it. It's like, I really fucked up. I made a giant mistake. Because it's so much nicotine.
But like,
it's crazy.
you're so like
is not bad for you. The delivery method is what's bad for you. And the delivery method with cigarettes, in particular, with cigarettes that have a bunch of chemicals in it, that's even worse. Like the regular cigarettes, like natural cigarettes, I bet are probably not as bad for you. Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, physician who was on here, was explaining to us like why regular cigarettes are not as bad, but there's still like they're smoking earplugs. But nicotine itself is not bad. Nicotine itself is neuroprotectant. Nicotine itself actually is a nootropic, so which means it's cognitively enhancing. So the nootropics are like vitamins that help brain function, and there's a bunch of them like some stuff called Alpha Brain. It's great. A bunch of companies that make different versions of nootropic, but there are nutrients that enhance memory and enhance your verbal memory, so your ability to recall words. They can enhance peak alpha flow state. Like they've done two double-blind placebo-controlled studies at the Boston Center for Memory with Alpha Brain, which shows more effectiveness than any of the drugs that they had studied over the past like 9 months before they did this. Like this is pretty impressive. So nicotine does that too. Nicotine enhances your memory, enhances brain function, enhances stimulants you. So there's a lot of benefits to nicotine but the problem is like how do you take it? How are you taking your nicotine? Probably one of the best ways to maybe go. And these things crazy people. That's wrong way you work about it. Patch. I got a patch on and I'm smoking. It's like he's got a cigar, he's got a cig, fucking out.
Yeah, and also have a lot of words. I need to remember words and also need to write new words. Anything to help with that.
If you want help with memory, alphabets are really good one.
I want to try that because I just think like it's point too when you're tired. It's just like it feels like you can't. I mean, you just always have great thoughts. Like I don't want to be on like a bunch of Adderall and stuff. I want to be on. I want to find a different method to like have my brain functioning as best it can.
These are, and like I say, different people have different levels of like how addicted they get with these. Like some people cannot have them go on vacation. They still go on vacation and not bring it in, see what happens, see what freak out, just to see. And nothing was zero, nothing. It was like I kind of missed it, maybe for a day or two, like wanted one, didn't have any. And then after like 3 days, I was like, oh, this is fun. It's not like a physical, like jolt.
It's not like smoking.
I'm shaking. Yeah. I know people that have tried to get off them really struggle. I think the vapes are the hardest to get off of. Right. Vapes are really hot, but it is. If you buy the ones that are like at the gas station, like,
Like with the one that heat up.
oh yeah, the crazy ones. Al Curry. He's the first podcaster. He used to be at MTV, DJ. Good friend of mine. He carries around one of those robot lunchbox vapes, those big old crazy ones where you're blowing. It's like kind of like a power bar on the side of it. It's so ridiculous. And he blows his giant, but it's all like he fills it with natural oil, so it's air quotes healthy. Yeah.
But that's what people say they smell their experience.
It's got a guy who works for a tobacco company that is explaining, he's a chemist, he's explaining how they add all these different things to make him more addicted and try to kill him. So, because they don't want that information. So, it's kind of great show to get a Bayside True Story.
Wow.
Yeah. They put a bunch of shit in cigarettes to try to get you hooked.
And they do. Yeah. That's the hardest one. I feel like the most you hear people talk about drugs is that crazy to me. Like, you know what I mean? Just on the daily, like, someone's like, oh, I'll this, you know, they're all like, you got a Xanax? What are you just talking to?
It is what it's. People want something. They just want something to take them out of whatever state they're in. Give me something. Give me a drink. Give me this. Give me coffee. Like everybody I know that's an Alcoholics Anonymous, they'll smoke or drink tons of coffee. It's either or both.
Yes.
Because they just want something. Something's not gonna make me suck that for bus fare, but I'm at least getting a little bit of something different than regular life. I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to be cracked out. But give me something.
Yeah.
Give me a little something to take me away from wherever I am right now.
Yeah. Not that far away, just a little.
It's a little next door. Let me go next door.
I'm gonna start saying that when I'm like, I need to go to the
Just a little bit. I don't want to go too far away from here.
Am I supposed to like break this all the time?
I do. Yeah, I'll bring it right away. It's pretty down on the sucker. I can't. Nice, right?
That's like the worst of
My buddy Duncan found out that his blood sugar goes up when he vapes because he was buying those gas station vapes. And you know he got type 2 diabetes because he was eating too much sugar. He's okay, don't worry. But he realized because he monitors his blood glucose that when he was vaping, his blood was going through the roof. I go, okay, that is like, why do you think it's strawberry flavored? What the fuck do you think's in there, bro? You eat candy all day. Like you're vaping sugar.
oils.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. I mean, if it's like grape flavored or whatever the hell it is, there's some. Also, who knows what kind of oil they're putting in those damn things? Probably made in China or somewhere. I watched a video on TikTok of these dudes testing them. Some dude is just sucking on each one of them to make sure they work in the factory.
What's gonna happen to him?
I don't know what's going to happen to you because you're sucking on the same one that he was sucking on. Nobody cleans those things off. You just get them at the gas station and stick it right in your mouth.
Sounds like a karaoke mic.
Yes.
Nasty.
So nasty.
Okay, I'm putting this out. Hold on.
Oh, you get rid of it. Buzz. Yeah, that's right next door. Yeah. So anyway, nicotine vapes, not only books, sorry, because people thought they were healthier for you than cigarettes, but it turns out, like, no, not only that, here's this dude, like, he's testing all of them. All those cute little pink ones, you gotta make sure they all work. By the way, how hooked is that guy? That guy must be. Where is this taking place? Does it say in the... I has to test all of them. I would like to see, like, what that guy's... That guy looks like he's 15 years old. No. Bro, test his lungs. Because there's a thing called popcorn lung cancer. The thing about these things is that they're very, very addictive. They're more addictive than I think any other delivery method. Yes. And the thing about nicotine vapes is the first vape of the day is the only one you really want. The first vape of the day, I would take a vape and like, this is wonderful. Like, this feeling is wonderful. It's wonderful. And then you chase that dragon and you never get it back until the next day. The rest of the day, you're stuck on this thing, go, nothing. Then I'm not getting that wonderful feeling.
Yeah.
You have to have no nicotine in your system, and then you have that one hit. It's like, welcome me into your life.
Do these people get like that feeling from those passions?
I don't think so. I think the patches just make you yeah, it's like, I'm sure people have Adderall patches, don't they? Do they have an Adderall patch? No. Adderall's a sketch. I had somebody who knew that it was telling me from Adderall before. I didn't know. Just saw that.
It's like a writing. It's very close to writing.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, you don't want to have. You don't want to need it. So, what's first thing?
Yeah. control your time, your way. They say that. So a woman is in control. Look at her with her jean jacket on, her arms crossed. Maybe in control. She's got a control posture. Look at her posture. I'm on a med patch. I'm in control.
Please, Lord, no.
You are literally on a drug that will kill your superpower. You got a superpower, you kill them with that drug. So you can
I definitely don't want to.
no thanks. I don't need it. Maybe somebody needs it. I don't want to try it. But the reality is, that stuff, amphetamines in any shape or form are highly addictive. And they're passing out like candy. My daughter's in high school, and a bunch of kids in high school have, air quotes, ADHD. And because of ADHD, they get Adderall, and then also they get more time on tests. Because they got ADHD, they can't focus. So they're fucking on speed. They get more, yeah. So, because it's very competitive. Parents want to get their kids into colleges. They're getting their kids diagnosed so they can get their kid hooked on whatever they're probably already hooked on too. Because a lot of people that are adults are hooked on it. And you can tell those folks because they go to the parent-teacher meetings and they can't shut the fuck up. They just want to talk about it. You want to corner me and ask me about some episode I did. Oh my god, what episode did you do? The guy on There's no cracked out. There's no obviously cracked out. And there's a lot of people out there just running around cracked out. But they feel like they got it from the doctor. The doctor gave me a 30 milligrams of steroids. As a matter of all tasks.
I like talking to person lazy. Like I feel like these people are everywhere.
They're everywhere. Well, we looked it up. Use perplexity, which is one of is find out how many prescriptions for Adderall they wrote in, let's say, 2024. Let's say, yes.
I could not even
I want to say 40. I bet it's 40 million prescriptions, at least. It's probably a lot more. But I'm going to
Oh, this motherfucker's so athletic. Look at these moves. This is unprecedented.
It says like individual people refill prescriptions. I don't think it's like 90 million patients, but it's a lot. I bet it's more than journalists. I feel like most people that are writing things. Yeah. I bet that. How many Adderall prescriptions were written in 2024? 45 million Adderall prescriptions written in the United States. What were both of them? Wouldn't you go 51? I said 40. Commonly prescribed stimulants for conditions such as ADHD and narcolepsy. This number falls several years of notable growth. Weird, more people need it. Yeah, notable growth. Data suggests prescription rates began to decline slightly after a sharp surge during the COVID-19 pandemic. And shortages affected 2019 and 2035. Interesting. So it's up 10 million. That's crazy. 41.4 million in 2021 and 45 million by 2023. I bet there's a lot of people getting it illegally too. What was that? Okay, let's see. There's the shortage, right? Also, once the shortage started, you got dealers. That's a very different thing. Yeah, microdosing mushrooms, that's a very different thing than alcohol. Yeah, that's like the opposite of alcohol. Well, sure, focus. Yeah, but you have to find your P's and Q's when it comes to your dosages, also like where you get it. Well, they definitely found no aroma. That's how all humans originally probably discovered psilocybin. They found it on cow. But the thing about that, though, is like, you gotta get it from somebody else what they're doing. They're all different. And you can get some that are crazy strong. Like, there's some out there that will kill you into another universe. So, what do? You just eat them down, or you pay attention to them, you get them pill form, or you get them from, like, I have a friend who did some from a friend, and I was like, which is normal. It's a normal dose. But before that, when it was medical, like acute medical in the 90s, they would make 500 milligram cheetah juice. These things that like they're 500 milligrams, which is insane. It puts you in another dimension. You're so strong. And my friend Joey, who's a real demon, Joey used to take the wrapper off of 25 milligram ones and give people 500 milligram ones to that.
Real demon.
It's right out because he can tolerate insane doses. So he would give people like preposterous amounts.
I'm sorry, whatever she says, do this. I'm like, do that, whatever that is. I'm like, do yourself a service. Order that.
It's ridiculous tolerance.
For marijuana, yeah, it's crazy. Taking a Lucy from a random dude.
It wasn't that bad, right? I would never like deny it was
That's a lot.
I'm 12. They choke me too much, but I have one. It's just low symptoms. But I think the right dose is 3 or 4. That's right. It's just a little. Just a little.
Not cracked out.
Yeah, not out. I've never tried it. I'm scared of it. I want to try one because I'm scared. Because I'm like, I didn't know what everybody's fussing about. Because everybody I know has tried it sometime.
It really is.
That bloody right. His wife told him to stop because he was snorting it. Because he was writing.
That's insane.
It's like, that's the best way to get it real quick. And he was like to his wife, like, why do you care how I do it? She's like, you're snorting drugs while the kids are asleep.
Yeah, go hard, dude. You're wrong.
No, he just felt like he had to snort to really get the most out of it. Because I think if you take it, the pill probably takes like an hour before it kicks in. Half an hour. So he's like, yeah.
Does your friend that disappears, does he like have, he doesn't have phone or digital? I wonder if that digital detox is like one of the hardest ones.
That's good. I've done social media detoxes for multiple days, and you genuinely feel better. And then you go, why am I doing this to myself? Why don't I do this?
I know. The way if I can say it is that like when people do take a break from social media, it's like all they tell you about I'm on a break from social media. Why? Can you be on a break without telling anybody that you're on a break from social media?
Right. They have to tell you how virtuous they are. I'm just going to break from social media.
Like,
Addict. Scrolling through kids.
scrolling.
Yeah, there's a lot of doom scrolling. Yeah, it's like people do yoga.
Yeah, some people have like a special, it's like a special diet. Like, you're hearing about it. You're hearing about it.
Vegans, of course.
You're like,
Like, no one has ever met a vegan and tell them they're vegan. It doesn't happen. They always tell you they work in no conversation. And it's just like virtuous.
it's like not eating
Deal with spiritual morals. Because
short little secret.
secret with yourself is you're on social media.
Tell me.
My favorite is people who are on social media making fun of people who are on social media because there's no aware, not self-aware people, like mocking people that spend all their time on social media while they're making videos on social media. That's rich.
It overwhelms me, honestly. I'm trying to keep up with it, so I just try to keep up with it. Like, I was just talking with your on TikTok. Like, there's a lot of music on TikTok. Like, there's a lot of musicians, and like, we have a label now, something about Texas, our office. And I'm like, I know there's amazing talent on there, and one of our flagship artists posted something awesome on there, and he's out there crushing it. So I feel like I'm missing out. And I'm like, just one more thing. Like, I don't know. It's like this
Do you have an assistant?
battle. Yeah, and I have a great management.
This is great. Get your assistant on TikTok and then tell them to let you know if anything's cool and show it to you.
She did that. We signed it up. That's over. That's awesome.
Perfect. avoid it and still be a man to catch some good fish. So like she'll catch the good fish. You don't have to go by the river. Just stay off that TikTok river.
I need that to talk today. We just had a talk.
Because it's all reach.
I'm scared.
So is there.
I'm already like, everything's a lot of information.
But no, for me, it's like a show of force when I leave my phone on the nightstand when I go to the bathroom. It's like a I just told you.
You're not on social media.
No, my wife has like an app on shows like how long she's been without social media. Like if you want to go on social media, you go into the app, enter your password, and there you go. Oh yeah, and she showed me the other day like 90 hours or something like that. It feels so good. She's like, you feel different. You feel different. It's not good.
No, we need it, but for some reason, I get it.
It's great for artists. It's great to promote your work. It's great for comedians to put clips up. It's great for musicians to put songs out there. It's great. It is great in a lot of ways. I'm so happy it exists.
Oh, me too. I was stapling my posters to a phone pole when I started. Like I didn't pull like boots on the ground, walking up to the radio station, knock on the door, saying, "Can I play a song?" Like, and now, yes, like, have you ever seen Lorelai's story? Have you ever seen Paul Leonard's daughter?
Yes.
That, like, me and my mom with a bologna sandwich in my mom's Ford Expedition, like, driving around all over Texas, me going, I'm a singer-songwriter. Like, and now, I'm like, dang, I'm jealous of the way that we're doing it.
Yeah, but I think you probably did so much good after doing it the way you did it.
Yeah, I'm thankful for that. I'm also thankful. There's something like 100 million people say it was not it was happening.
Well, the problem with that is like sometimes people get famed and not really ready for you. And I think 100% doing what you did and going to bars and eventually becoming famous after years and years of performing and promoting yourself and getting your chops on stage and really selling into yourself. That is so much better than a 20-year-old kid like sits around and comes up with a song. Like Oliver Randy. Right? Oliver Randy was a good friend of mine. He was selling fucking farm equipment. He makes that Richmond or north of Richmond song. And all of a sudden he's a giant superstar. He's like, I had a phone call with him while it was going down. You know?
He just like help, like I mean,
He's like, if you want to offer me money, I don't take any money from anybody. Do not sign with anybody. I go, you don't need anybody. You already did it, right? You've got talent. You're already famous, right? You just made a giant hit song. Don't give away any of you. Don't sell it. You know, it's like when I tell me I got to strike while the iron's hot. I'm like, fuck those people. They don't know what they're talking about. You can do this again. You can do this again and again and again. And now that you already did it, it's going to be way easier the second time. Because everybody's going to be waiting to see what you say next.
I know, and that's like also nobody keeps learning. It's like you do the journey first.
The first show we ever did was a giant sold out. The first time we ever performed live. Giant sold out show. It was already famous.
It's so mind-boggling. Even like, because I'm thinking like how you get your chops and how you did it fight by fight, you did it stage by stage. Comedy, like, it just happens so fast, and it's like, and then you still have to pay the dues, but it's just backwards. It's like,
The thing is, though, he paid the dues as a regular blue collar.
yeah, he did.
That's where he developed his character. So that when it all came, he's like, oh my god, I just stepped into a magic store.
Right.
Like, decent. But you know, with the right ingredients, you can go back and fix it. Like if you put enough water and you don't understand it, it's always gonna be fucked up. And that's what it's like when you're a kid. It's like you didn't know how that person thinks correctly.
Right. I think that like that's why I'm glad I think of college, but I got to have the learning times of just learning life. While playing music, but it was just kind of it's diverse there. It wasn't in front of me. You know what I mean? And you get to build your character, you get to figure out who you are. And that's why I think the Down by the River and the TikTok. Those are two things I'm going to refer to it as Down by the River and I need to go next door.
TikTok river. Yeah. It's a raging river too. It's a scary ass river. It never stops. It never stops.
That's one thing I'm worried about. Like I stopped at Great Talent and went to really cool recipes and talk about recipe dogs. There's the good things about it.
It's basically the human civilization that we have to contend with that we've never figured out. There's no real precedent of how to navigate this. Especially as a child. No children ever grow up with it before. These are the first children that grow up with it. And no one can tell them how to do it right. They just observe what's going on. That's real sketchy. That's real weird. And people say to me, like, you look at kids on social media like kids. Because they have to be able to hear it. They have to know what it is. But also don't do it. My daughter's my youngest also has that same crap on her phone. She never knows what's She's 15. So she stays off of it and she'll watch YouTube. She'll watch YouTube videos and stuff like that. But like social media, she's like, it's just doesn't. I don't want to go. It's not any kids in the way from work and the way stuff she's doing. So she stays off it. She's just wise. If I was 15, I'd be fucked. TikTok all day. All kinds of stupid videos trying to get attention. That's also part of the problem is that kids are doing things just to try to get attention rather than doing things because they really love an art form they're trying to get better at. Like if you make a great song and you're 17 years old and it goes viral, at least you're doing other things, like you're doing art. You're not just trying to get attention. And there's a lot of people out there that don't have a thing. They're just trying to get attention. You ask the young kids, like, what do you want to do when you grow older? What do you do when you grow up?
Like you just want to be famous, or what? Or you
Just famous.
why in the world? Like that's so
Because they see cameras going off and people are staring at you and it's a person that's a person. You know, like people just want to be an important person. They want to be a person with the nice stuff. Like look at the nice house, look at the nice cars, look at the nice watch, the nice this and that. They just want to be an important person. And the society that they are growing up in shows them that all you have to do is be famous. Like Kim Kardashian is one of the most famous people alive. Just doing it. It's not a thing. Like we can point to, oh, she's like the best. She's the best painter. She's the best singer. Nothing. Zero things. Super famous, worth $1 billion. And then kids are like, that's what I want to do. Especially if they're dumb. And unfortunately, a lot of people are dumb. And those people never thought they would ever be famous before. But now you can be dumb and famous. You can be dumb and famous and not be good at anything. Like maybe you can be dumb and you're the greatest baseball player of all time. That's great. And you're famous. But no, you're dumb and you're famous and you don't think you're not good at nothing. You're famous.
And if you're not great at the thing or a thing, or if you try a bunch of stuff and you're not that, but you work on it, whatever, there's fulfillment in that. There's like an accomplishment. Like I paint full chickens and I'm terrible at it. Little just full part chickens. I don't even know why. I have no idea why. And they're not good at all. I just made them all on canvas.
What's a full chicken?
Well, I just call it full parts. And when I look at the full part, I'm like, oh, I can do that.
18th century concept.
I don't know anything about it. I just am drawn to it because I think it's cute and fun.
Do you have any of your stuff online?
It's like a backpack. I'm showing you. This is like a panel from a ball. She got the hang up. Mom, she put it in her kitchen. I know.
That was a show me some more. I didn't know that was a genre. I had no idea.
It's like, I'm what, and I don't know anything about it. I would like to learn. I want to take some, like, I'll look up, like, YouTube classes or whatever.
So it's like, I know unrealistic. Full guard chicken. Okay, there's a full guard chicken. Let's see.
Look, they're so cute. Look how they are. Like that one, like that little picture in the middle of the
How
block.
about whimsical red hand above here?
Yeah, see, that, like, I'm only as good as, like, that one. Yeah, that's about.
See that one that says whimsical red hand right there above her?
Oh, she's cute.
Above her?
Yeah.
Yeah, click on
Yeah,
that.
I feel like,
Oh,
and I'll go to, like, YouTube. All that to say, trying something.
It's great. You're doing different things. You know what this is so easy to do. Oh, that one. What's that?
Feels that.
Chicken like that. That chicken. That's a drone. That's a drone.
There's no bad.
Put in my yard in China.
They're probably dying out there, not even profit. I'll be in there, he's like, cooking, I'm just like, more chickens turned out.
Always chickens.
I feel like it's easy.
You decide to be the greatest Bogart.
That's my next song, Bogart Bait.
Bogart bait. Imagine it's like there's something that could be compelling you to tell the world about chicken Bogart. Why shouldn't you have chickens? Chickens. Chickens are great. They're really cute. The ladies that go to the yard like,
Hey lady, I give them all the scraps and load everything on the table, like any leftovers. It's funny to watch them though because they're like picky. Like the other day, I thought they would eat my leftover breakfast casserole. I wouldn't touch it. They didn't eat the biscuit. Chickens don't like biscuits.
well, maybe they know the breakfast casserole is eggs. But it's crazy. Fucking nuts. Trying to turn us into candies. Maybe it's like,
Oh no, what am I doing? Holidays.
it might be like a natural reaction to them. I'll tell you what they go crazy for is mice. Have you ever seen them? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So this is how I found out. I used to have a house in California that my wife, she changed our back fence. It was a wrought iron fence, and she changed it to glass. And when she did, she decided to have for a bunch of hogs. And they kept slamming into that fucking glass. And like 3 of them died in our yard. One of them got KO'd. Survived. And I was on the road. And she told me about it. And they'd taken this hog and they put it in a box. And when I got back, we got them what's called pinkies. And what pinkies are these little baby mice that they feed up the lizards and snakes. Like that's what they're for. Like when you go to the pet store, they sell you these things. They're not weaned from their mother. You feed the snakes. I know it's dark. So they bought a bunch of them. They fed this hog these little baby mice, and they ate all of them except one. My daughters were very young at the time, and they're like, "Oh, kids have a house for a reason." Like, you can't. It's not gonna live. Like it's not weaned from its mother. It won't survive. I go, I'm just gonna go save the chickens. I put this thing down, and these chickens attacked like they were raptors from Jurassic Park. One chicken grabbed it, and they all chased her around. They were stealing it, pulling it out of her mouth. Is that they are so ferocious. Like you've never seen anything like a chicken with a mouth. I wish I had you. In this video, this one's videos of cats with mice. So this is a mouse, and look at these chickens. They just kill this mouse, and look, they all attack each other, trying to steal the mouse away from the one chicken. Well, they eat it quick. Yeah, they devour it. So there's another mouse there that they don't know about that. So see, look, there's one with a cat. So the cat is playing with the mouse. Like, cats don't kill it, or they want to play. And this chicken just runs over and snatches it from the cat like crazy.
I've never heard this song.
So the cat has a mouse, and the chicken's like, "Give me that bitch." It's a good luck. It's got a mouse. And the cat's like, "Jesus Christ, you guys are psycho." goes, yeah, well, because they're dinosaurs. That's what they are. They're just dinosaurs that are really small and survived the impact of the asteroid.
Also, the dinosaurs are like, that's not from cultivating a food.
You just don't realize how ruthless they are.
I've never heard this. This is a country. I've never heard this.
They destroy life. Yeah, destroy them. They love them. They tear them apart.
Well, I'm not going to go do that, but I'm glad I know that.
Like nothing I've ever seen before. We also saw a mouse that got loose in the chicken coop once. We had a big chicken coop. The mouse went in there and I saw the chickens just tear that mouse up.
My great-grandmother was not a food. We're not have a rooster.
Well, I know. They don't know. You know, they prove it. Sometimes.
I know, I just let them fly. I'm like, well, I just like, once they looked at me like, let me steal this. Okay, great, you can have it. That's where I go.
They get real. It makes you sad. It's like they want to get out. Yeah. You know, let them be a rooster once. But you know, last.
I do not. They're mean.
They attack my wife. It's like, we're done.
Don't attack me at mouth.
Yeah, they're assholes. But they're doing it because they're trying to protect their heads. Like, they don't know that you're okay. They just think this big fucking thing is around their hands. This giant person.
They're also mean to the end. Really. Rip my feathers out. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're nasty. We have 15 or 16.
Don't name them.
Yes, I don't know. My daughter had my names. But the rooster, we only let him got to maturity and we shipped him free. That's what fun. I was gonna kill him. Yeah, he attacked me. I went into the little slide. I just kind of like showed him his paws. He's like, no, I will attack you too, bitch. He attacked me. I was like, bitch, I will fucking kill you. And so to avoid killing him, we gave him away. So I was totally ready to kill him.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get you face off against me, just leave at me and
Every time. My contact me too, and Dad dealt with it. I'm going to have to deal with it.
that's the thing with roosters too, because he does not want to be either tough. So if you kill him, either slow cook him or turn him into soup. Used to fight chickens. He took me off chickens.
I hate it.
Roosters.
We have done some We're not just but like there's always out there. Like we have a farm in Tennessee and there's just this whole farm like down the road and it's they keep them trying to cage it. I just hate it. And every time we record on every time they just make fun. You know what I mean?
They don't show one.
I know.
He was Mexican. From Mexico. He had all his friends in this neighborhood he lived in, like 3 miles from Mexico. Everything was Spanish. My mom was flags. His buddy, cages in the backyard where they would take the roosters and spurs off.
It's so terrible. I mean, we try to like, that's a big part of like the how we compensate like that many meetings. You can't and reintroduce them to the world. You know what I mean? We're taught to be right for them.
And they'll bring champion roosters, champion roosters.
It's just too dark. Oh, back there.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because like their culture is they fight them and they toast and they cook them. Yesterday I got some big deal, and it was like to them, it was like family recreation. Get around, let's bring them chickens and fight. To me, it doesn't freak me out as much as dogfighting. Because pit bulls are very dangerous because they have a very high prey drive. They often walk in the zone. They confuse children with other animals. But as pets, they are the most loyal, sweetest, kind. They love you to death. They love you so much.
still not here. I feel like I have some friends that are huge into animal rescue, and when they're either rehabilitated or just they get a bad rap, period, right? Like say any measure of free it's not yours because people are afraid. They get such
What
a
up,
bad
Billy?
reputation, but there are some amazing penny.
Billy, what up?
How are you doing?
I'm lovely, my man. How can I help you?
Yeah, my friend, I gave the work to my friend, so he said he's going to send me one of the video this evening. So once he send the video, I'm going to send it to you to tell me what amenities I'm going to take on the video.
Okay, why did you send it to a friend?
My device can't actually create video. Like it's not working.
Did you download the Grok app?
Yeah, the growth app is not working on my phone. My phone is outdated. I'm using iPhone 7.
That's right.
So I have to upgrade the app.
That's right.
And it's not available on my phone.
That's right. Let's find you a way to do
So
it.
I actually
No, I understand. I understand, but it's going to take you too long if you're going to a friend. So just one moment.
all right.
Generate a video of a person promoting their social media. Make the video super futuristic. Say to send somebody a message in the DM if they're interested.
Oh,
No, you're good. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Okay, we're gonna have you try one. You're gonna have to sign up for it. It's free though. Um, Billy. So I will send it to you. Okay, go to the link that I just sent you
Okay.
and read the instructions. I'm gonna send you a prompt.
Okay.
All right, Billy. I'm about to send you the
I
prompt.
am.
I'm putting in the prompt that I want you to use. Um, actually,
Okay.
hold on one second. I'm deleting that one. I need to customize it for you. All right, try it now, big dog.
All right. I will check it out.
Absolutely. Let me know what happens.
Okay.
Yo, what up, UK? How are you? Of UK, what's new? Of UK.
Future executives.
Okay.
That weren't ever inside things, they're just overbred and taken out of a vision of a hoarding situation or breaking up the fighting ring. And it's small dogs, it's just been having puppies. And like, I just wish people would at least open their minds and hearts to like, there are some amazing pitties out there, or pitty mixes, you know?
There are, but they're also very dangerous.
I get it, I know they are.
The dogs, they will fight those dogs to the death.
I think they have to be vetted. It has to be a well-vetted shelter or adoption, you know.
The problem is oftentimes you don't know their behavior until they're around the dogs. Like, I've had dogs that will go great around people, and they throw around any dog that happens with a dog, and they immediately want to fight. And you're like, oh god, and then you're the asshole because your dog is like, I'm pulling the leash, and you're like, I'm sorry, get them out of here. They're dangerous. They're dangerous in that regard because they really are bred to fight.
And I think it takes a special household and owner to really kind of handle a dog like that. Like, our best friends, Gwen, she's in my band, and her husband are a long time rescue family, and male out, like they kind of show him his boss right away, and they sort of understand the food chain of the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's dogs that are great dogs, but they just need a lot of attention. You know, German Shepherd,
whatever, you know, they do those things. So, yeah, I don't know what kind of breed you're getting. Like, I feel like people, I always preach a dog shop, and I still think you, within the adoption, like, really need to go, I'm going to spend some time with this dog. I'm going to talk to his foster family, or I'm going to foster it, just to really understand what kind of breed you're getting. If you want, like, a lazy, cuddly thing, but still protect your kitties, you know what I mean? Like, just know what you're getting. Like, just understand, like, in my household, right? Because there's a lot of what breaks my heart the most is, like, owner surrenders and the returns at the shelters. You know what I mean? It's like, you didn't think through what you were doing. Right, because you wanted a lazy dog and you got a cow dog and it needs to run. Like,
great parents are great because they're kind of a combination of like a lamb and a protector dog. They're a great little balance.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend who's parents, and it's like such a good dog. It's like, listen, man, coyotes come around here, this fucking dog.
Oh, yeah, we're not. Yeah.
I go, really? He was like, oh, yeah, like, you ain't never seen a change in personality. Like this dog, when it sees a coyote.
But then they're like,
Like I have a golden he's the best answer squirrel. He's held. And he's a squirrel killer. But he's the sweetest boy. He's just so nice to everybody. Everybody comes over the house like, they're so sweet.
I love them. I have a chihuahua. I think you get a chihuahua, you know what you get. Mean as hell. Oh my gosh. Not only is she 16 blind and she still tries to find. She don't know where you are, but she's like, I can get you.
16 is old.
And blind.
Oh my God.
You've seen your dog out.
Have you had her since you've been?
Yeah. I remember her shelter when she was like 8 weeks old. I got 2 seniors now. I'm like, I was crazy dog lady when my husband and me and I paid rescues. Like, it seems crazy now, but I have farmland 3 years. 2 golden mixes and then 3 little Iowas. And I lost one every year for 6 years. So after 2 seniors left, and my husband's like, my heart is like, he never had dogs growing up. He loves dogs, but he was like, this is awful. Like, ever since we met, we've lost one because they're 7 in age, and so I'm like, my heart is break. Yeah.
It's so hard. You're so close to them and they hold it.
Not long enough.
So
They're like good here. She was
really what happened. Like I have King Charles Spaniel. He is the sweetest. That's he is the sweetest. He's so cute. You pick him up, he just gets in your face. He's just so adorable. Does all. At one time, someone took a wolf and turned that wolf into a bitch, and like, you're not enough of a bitch. Let me turn you into more of a bitch. And more floppy ears. It's so weird what humans have done to dogs. And we've created all these like totally helpless little tiny breeds. Shih Tzus and all these little tiny things. Yeah.
But they're all amazing, and there's a plenty of shelter that y'all can go check out.
Look, they're amazing. I love them. But there's a weird thing we've done.
I know.
Because they all used to be this 1.5. So where does transformation of hell?
I wonder how that's one of the first one to do is.
They think it was just like pushed by the fire, and wolves would come around and they'd the relationship became wolves were up and off intruders were coming. Eventually they softened to the point where they could like sleep with these people. So they were like household animals, or at least stay around the house. They trusted them to protect their children. You know, and they developed different breeds that were better at like herding sheep.
Yeah.
Because you gotta think like most wolves killed sheep.
Yeah.
But also you can teach a dog to like make sure the sheep don't get killed by wolves, which is nice.
That is incredible to watch.
Well, it's definitely way better than your dog food. stuck in the cabin for a week and you couldn't get out, and there's an unlimited supply of Cheetos in the cabin, you're gonna live.
Right.
You're not gonna feel real good.
No, it's not. People are always like, what's on your rider? Like, Cheetos. I'm all like,
That's a rider. Cheetos.
Cheetos all hilarious.
That's hilarious. Some people are
What's on your rider?
not much.
I like a cheese tray, maybe.
Yeah, I have a meat tray. When I was drinking, it was, we would definitely have like some whiskey on there. And maybe like a bottle of wine. But I really don't drink anymore. Not that this is like, I wasn't an alcoholic, so it's not like I can't drink. Like I had a glass of wine with dinner the other night. But it's not, I don't drink anymore. Like I don't, like, I would go to my comedy club with my friends, or we go on the road. I have a couple of glasses of this, a couple of glasses of that, and a margarita at dinner, and then the next day I'm like, shit. And it wasn't like I couldn't stop. It was just I didn't. And one day I was like, I feel so much better. Because I was drinking like 2 or 3 nights a week. Sometimes I would go out to date on a date with my wife, I have a couple of drinks. I go to the comedy club, have a couple of drinks. Maybe I have a drink or two with someone in the studio.
Yeah. I feel like that's just just part of it. Like, part of our culture. And like, we have to bring the party too. That's the other thing. Like, how am I supposed to bring the party if I'm not partying with you?
Right.
You know?
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Especially like the honky tonk day. Like, I can't remember like beer joint. I'm talking about like that horse. You know what I mean? And just start getting in it with people, and then later on your day off, you're like, oh, we're gonna have a nice date and have a drink. You know what I mean? Just it's kind of spirals.
I know.
But I love it.
I love it.
I love red wine. Like, it's my favorite thing.
Yeah. I don't hate drinking. I just hate how I feel the next day. But like, I'm not, I'll say I'll never do it again. But for now, I'm not doing it anymore. I'll still have a drink or two. Not even two, but a drink. Like, I didn't even have a full glass of wine the other night. Like, I have a glass of wine when we're good. But like, if somebody has a bottle of Buffalo Trace and we're sitting around talking shit, I want to have a couple of drinks, and I might.
You're just giving yourself permission to be wherever you want.
I'm just trying to be healthier. That's what it is. And I recognize that, like, if I do all these healthy things for my body, I work out all the time, I eat so well, I take all the vitamins, like, why am I letting myself get poisoned 4 nights a week? That seems stupid. Especially with my lifestyle. It's like, it's better, like, even if it's limited to 1 night a week, it's better. Really, it's better. It's not.
Yeah.
There were 3 hours. It's not good. It is fun. It is fun. Getting like catching a buzz is fun. Some of my favorite podcasts we've ever done. When we protect our parks and get hammered. They're fun. Yeah. I mean, people aren't doing it because they're stupid.
Right.
There's a reason why they enjoy being drunk.
Yeah.
And have for hours. I mean, it's probably responsible for so many relationships starting in the first place. So many people meeting people. So many fun friendships.
A lot of memories too. Like on the road after the show. Like, everybody's just really being themselves.
It's also a culturally acceptable drug that most people know how to consume. I mean, they might do it wrong, they might get too drunk, or DUI, or be an asshole, or it's possible, but it's enough of a normal thing that a good percentage of people know what they've had enough, and they know the right dose. You have a couple drinks, like, you know where you're at. Whereas any other drug that you're trying today is illegal.
Yeah.
And there any other drug, it's like, who knows what's going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
And if you want to go next door, really next door.
I'm going down the street.
Yeah, you go down the street with whiskey.
And margarita.
You go down to
And martini. Like, everybody knows, like, do not drink more than 2 martinis. Or you an insane person. Like, everyone knows that. Everyone should know it. Like, that's a
Do
really...
you know Bert Kreischer? That motherfucker gets martinis.
Really? Like, I'm like, 2's good. Like, that's straight up. Just straight up. I mean, and then have your rose, whatever you want. Like, that's too easy. Like, somebody sit at a bar by themselves at like 3 o'clock. And then you're like, dang, this guy's just 3 martinis. And I'm hitting it. And they're fine. I'm like, we're going to have it later. Something's going to happen later. Yeah. Here's your sign.
It's supposedly better for you. Tito's like a vodka martini. Is it gin martini the same?
I don't know. Tito's and Topo. No. Tito's and Topo.
They say that clear liquor is actually not right though.
I don't know. We made excuses for every single thing we want to do.
They say tequila.
Like, this makes it great for us. Tito's is clear. It's awesome.
Supposedly better for you. Is there a reason why clear liquor is like no real reason why clear liquor is better? Yes, that's it. Short and if it's tequila, it's got the good stuff. Right, but if you find it good, that's it. I was reading this thing about how much tequila is made. How much tequila is not really good agave.
That's a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Sure has. I mean, tequila. It's not forgiving.
It's a certain kind of drunk.
Don't ask me how I know.
Tequila is like a shoot up with the cops drunk.
Yeah, that's like I shot my CD with my shotgun.
High speed chase drunk. Tequila is like, oh, we're drinking tequila. Yikes. You just picture yourself doing something incorrect. Yeah. It's a funny thing that I guess it makes sense though that music and comedy for in a lot of ways is connected to drinking because drinking is like it lowers inhibitions, it makes you want to sing along, it makes you want to dance, and maybe you don't feel like you got the confidence to dance, but you get a couple shots. Okay, let's get on the dance floor.
It's like raising the spirit. You know, it's just that, like that's it's just it's like a feeling, and you're part of the party, part of the song, part of the show, or whatever. Like I just think, especially I think music and comedy are the most as far as shows. Like you know, the people just feel like that's something that they go there to do.
Right. Well, the two things that you have to go see live, you don't have to do it. You can just listen to music and your phone and all that stuff. But the reality is, it's way better to do it live. Like live, going to see live music
Haley.
is like so inspirational because I don't have any skill.
No, sir. Just one moment. It's okay. It's not ideal, and it's not the best. Um,
Okay. I can just make a voiceover over that.
no, don't worry about that. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're not gonna put 10 videos up. We'll just put 10 pictures up. Well, let me see.
Okay.
Let me read it. Yeah, no, just because the text at the bottom is really bad. Um, okay, so I think you can go to Sora.com and
Okay.
you can make 10 pictures. Send me 10 pictures and your prompt. You can use the same prompt that I sent you.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. And send them to me. We'll look at them and then we'll upload them. Okay?
All right. No problem. I'll get back to you after that.
Absolutely. Take your time, man.
Americans, I want your grit, your brains, your hearts. Your country calls. She needs every one of you. Step forward. Stand tall. Me. I want you. musical talent. I can't play any instruments, so it's just I don't ever think like, oh, I wonder why they did it that way. I see where they're going with that. I can just be entertained,
That's great.
and I think music is a drug in and of itself because it does something to your. A great song does something very powerful to you.
Yeah.
Like it'll make you feel powerful emotions or powerful inspiration.
Yeah.
It does something that nothing else does in a weird way.
And it feels so good, like when you have a song that somebody comes up and says, that song changed my life. That song, I have one called House Built Me that's like the one people come up to me the most. And like, that's my story. And I didn't write it, but like, that's when I heard it, that's why I was like, this is my story too. And those are and like as a songwriter, when you write a song like that, that's the ultimate like reminder, like this is why I do that. Like it made somebody feel something, it made somebody get through something, it made somebody want to punch somebody, whatever the emotion is, as long as it brings out emotion, we've done our job, right?
Think how many people have done that too. It's like you've had so many hit songs, you've had so many songs that resonated with people where they all felt that feeling when that song came on, like, oh, this is my song.
Yeah.
This is my song. Turn it up.
I have like a lot of the feisty, I mean, I'm getting a little calmer now, but it used to be quiet, just pew, 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 pew. I agree that revolver's attitude of arm and now I'm shooting them off the floor. It's like just a little, like pistol personality, I guess. And so like my feisty songs, I mean, at every single show, pretty much every single show, there's a girl fight. And
Really?
Yeah, they just get riled up. They get riled up. I'm telling you, they just get. I mean,
I wonder if you have more girl fights than other female singers.
I don't know.
I bet you do. If every single show you have
Almost every show.
I bet that's real odd. Have you talked to other female singers?
Yeah, I've asked them. How many girls about your show?
You should ask. You should totally ask.
Because it's like towards this part where it's like, I call it my ramp up. It's like, gunpowder and lead, little red wagon, mama's broken heart, and like they just start getting wound up.
Yeah, they think about their ex now.
Yeah, or he's there and they're probably like, it's flawed.
He's ever
I have a front row seat. I'll stop if it gets real bad. I just stop. Hey, y'all, tone her down a little bit.
Really, every show?
Almost every show.
That's really odd, Miranda.
I know.
I think that's odd. I think that might be a very specific reaction that you have on people.
Maybe I mean, now, and I'm pretty calm now. I'm like, it's all right. We got some ballads coming up. Everybody take a sip. Take a seat. Y'all settle down.
I think it's great. They're feeling something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bringing out emotions.
Yeah.
My job.
100%. Yeah. And then it's great at the gym. Those songs.
Yeah.
It's about that bitch they punch in the concert. The elliptical machine.
I have a lot of those, like, girl, you're my bitch. Like, those kind of girls there.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, you can't buy that. That's a weird feeling. Yeah. You turn that feeling.
You'll have to come to a show that's like one that I know for sure is going to be one of those. Like,
I would love to.
And
I would love to.
watch your stage.
I loved you at the McConaughey event. It was amazing.
And that's such a cool event, too.
It's such a good event.
I love all those boys and Jack. I mean, Jacking up some of my heroes from back in the day. Like, I started watching him when I was 15. He had such charisma. And I thought, I'm going to do that, Yeah. I've known him for a really long time.
It's such a cool thing when you're going to an event like that, and it's for a great cause, so everybody's like super positive about why they're there. It's not just to have fun, it's also it does like such an amazing service for people.
It does, and they do such a good job with that show.
They do.
Together so well.
You know, blew me away with that show too. Lucas.
Yeah, he's great. I love him. He is great.
People are like, oh, it's Willie Nelson's son. I'm like, oh, okay, that'd be cool. And then he started singing. I was like, holy shit. Like, this guy's fucking great. He's not just good, he's great.
Great musician, and he's a great guy.
Sweetheart. Super sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of getting to know him now. He's a really nice guy. A genuine nice guy. But God, he's
especially with that pipes. When he really leans into the more soul stuff, it just makes him shine. Like, because it's just so different than what people would think it was going to be.
Right. Right. And his pipes.
Yeah.
With the notes he has, I'm like,
and when he goes for it, he like sings with his body. riding, I was like, I'm still not great. And I still have fear, on a horse. Like, I'm just not super comfortable all the time, when we're going fast. So I'm just learning to work up to that. But when I first started riding, I didn't start riding a horse ever until I was 30 years old. And I wish I started at 4 when I was fearless. You know what I mean? Like, but starting at 30, like, getting on this giant animal and you don't know what you're doing. And my trainer at the time, he's like, you need to do Pilates. And so I started Pilates, and that really helped me. Like, it helped me, like, stabilize myself a little more.
That's interesting. Your trainer told you to do Pilates to help horse riding.
She was training my horses and teaching me how to ride. She's like, you do not have core strength at all. You need to do Pilates.
That's interesting that you would choose that. I guess that makes sense. But I would think that there's other stuff you can do too, like those. You ever see what a low suit ball is?
Oh yeah.
Like standing on that ball with a flat bottom, where you like bounce.
Yes, and they have this. It's like this saddle you sit on, and it's for that. Like, it's like it's almost like one of those balls, but it's a saddle you sit on, like if you're sitting on a yoga ball.
Oh.
And like my shooting coach, Kenda, my friend Kenda, she'll tell me, get your gun belts on, get your guns out, sit on your. That's the yoga ball, the big one, the big workout ball. Sit on that and shoot off that.
That makes
like
sense.
When you're doing your drills.
Because you're stabilize. It's all just about stabilizing.
Yeah.
A lot of people sit at their desk on one of those.
Yeah, it's just smart.
I guess.
I don't have to sit at a desk. I don't have to.
Well, I have to sit at this desk, but these chairs, they keep you upright. These are really good. They're good. They make you sit correctly, or at least encourage you to sit correctly.
Yeah.
But when you started doing that, when you were 30, how long did it take you to start shooting guns off of?
I just started that last year.
Oh, okay.
I just started last year. I showed gypsy banners. They're like lazy draft horses, kind of. I got into those because I was 30 and like I can't afford to get hurt. Like I'm on the road all the time, so I wanted something safe to learn on. Oh yeah.
Really?
But, yeah. I mean, I tried. I thought I wanted to be. I was like, I'm all excited. I'm like, I'm gonna be a cowgirl at 30 years old. I'm like, I'm gonna finally be a cowgirl. I want to barrel race. Well, then I learned that's I don't want to barrel race. Which kind of the guns, it's patterns. It's going faster and you have to go around the barrel. So kind of back to that. But this old cowboy trainer, when I got my first horse, he was like, you need to go take English lessons because you need your fundamentals. Because you're not just gonna get a Western saddle and act like you know what you're doing. Go take lessons because English is so proper.
What is English?
English and like it's like the hunter jumpers, like and dressage. It's like very proper. English riding teaches you the fundamentals. Look, I'm sure you're talking about that. To where Western is more loose, and so it just taught me a lot taking English lessons. But I thought I'd do hunter jumper, which is like jumping over the poles.
Right.
And that's where I really hit the ground a few times. Like I wasn't ready for that. You know what I mean? Just it's been a cool journey. And it's just it's a lot to learn.
It's a lot to learn. I'm imagining it's also like rough on the body too.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm like, give me your safe, super safe. I want to learn really badly and I want to grow better, but I don't want to do it at a certain cost. Like,
do you enter competitions or anything?
I showed my banners for 10 years.
What does that mean?
I just went to horse shows and like
You said some words I don't understand. I showed my banners.
My banners. That sounds dirty when you say it back like that. Like, what's a banner? No, it's my gypsy banners are the kind of horses I have. So I went and showed them in competitions, like just English pleasure, Western pleasure, like just riding around the rail and about your technique and not like jumping or.
So in England, it's just about being in control of the horse.
Yeah, it's your technique. Yeah. And then I got into shooting and I'm not going back.
Are you gonna do competitions with the shooting?
I did one last year just to like get my first one out of the way. Yeah. And it was fun. A lot of fun. It's scary shit, honestly. Like all these girls I ride with are so good. Like they go 100 miles an hour. Like I gotta show you Kenda. Like she is.
Is there a video of her?
Yeah, she's amazing.
What's her last name?
Unsane. Lanssie. Google it. I'm spelling it wrong. She's amazing, and they go so fast. And like, it's a time. I mean, it's a time demand, right? So you're competing just against you.
So you have like a green light and then you go.
Green light, you go.
How do they start you off?
You do.
What do they say?
They flag.
Oh, they drop a flag and then you go.
I didn't go. I did mine in like 28 seconds. She does it in like 8 seconds. But that's not, it doesn't work for her.
She went out.
Oh, she's broke down. She has cowgirl broke down, but she's still going. She wiped out so bad last year. It's right behind.
If you ain't down with the tricks, you need to be
Cowgirl way.
riding in a cab. So it looks like fun.
It is fun.
So you have one of those where you do bow and arrow.
They have bow and arrows.
What you're shooting.
They have bow and arrows. Rifles.
That's just the way it is. I got a couple days off. Man, I gotta get weird, right? That's crazy.
Love it.
Is there high speed when I show it here? Oh, wow. That's amazing.
There's 83 patterns. So the one that runs the
She's shooting that many times.
it's 5 shots per gun. So
You have to change your gun.
yeah.
So how many shots is it total in one? So, 10 shots.
Yeah, so that's
Dirt cheap making bodies.
See if there's one way they do it with both metal. I want to see that.
crazy.
So that's
I haven't seen that person with the rifles. Like, rifles, they don't have hands. She's got 2 hands and she's rifles. So, like, her rifles are lit. Right?
Right, and the horses are making wild turns. You have like crazy strength in your legs.
That is what I love a lot.
Yeah. So you can find one where they're doing it bows and arrows. Because I know that's how normal those other commanders did it. They learned how to shoot while they learned how to time the release of the arrow while the horse is in the air. Yeah. And have the least amount of disturbance. What is this one? Mountain archery. Is this a competition?
Alright, good man.
So they have played. British horseback archery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, I've got crazy marble now.
It's really cool.
Yeah, so very similar. Similar kind of deal. Yeah. California, that's where Keanu Reeves on that shit goes. Go there when I lived in California. You do like shoot already?
Yeah. That's okay. That's what we shoot out at. breaching facility and like all of that. Anything that can be shot is shot. So combating those arenas so we can do our moves.
That would be the coolest thing to have on your property.
Yeah.
Have a territory. Right, I suppose.
Like just out there in the desert, so like plenty of space to do all things.
That's it. The shooting distinction horses like that was a bad case. Figure out you're not doing all this, you know, that's what things
Something happened. Something happened. And the horses were earplugs, which is great.
So I had to figure that out.
Yeah. Horses were earplugs.
Figure out how many people got shot before they realized, hey, maybe I shouldn't be using real bullets to shoot these balloons.
Yeah. Like how to run.
Because you got a muscle audience. You got a lot of heart.
Yeah. And she catches hell for it.
It's athleticism. Really. Yeah, athleticism.
Everybody wants to bitch about something.
Right.
You know.
But that's just how it's
You would know. I don't need to tell you.
You're always going to make someone mad. So it's really and as long as you stay offline.
Yeah, stay off that TikTok.
Stay out of that river.
Folks, I really want to just summarize this athleticism. This is just unprecedented. Look at his body. Look at his body. What are just muscles on muscles? Bitches call me muscles. Muscles on muscles. This motherfucker has muscles. And his muscles have muscles. Freakiest shit ever. Bitch, you on Imager? No. Well, then you're not on them all, baby. Oh. Folks. Folks. We're open podcast. Take it out. Turn my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Look at this. Folks. Folks, let me just summarize this for you. If you're watching at home, this motherfucker's gotta take such a shit. Positive. Look at it.
this is different than other scientific methods, and the intelligence agencies know very well that events with very small probability have to be considered seriously because they could have major implications. Just think about October 7th. The Israeli intelligence agencies had a theory that the Hamas will do nothing, and they got data that indicated something is going on out there, but they dismissed it because of their theory. Now, because as a result of their mistake, which was clearly a blunder, a lot of people died on both sides. That this would have been avoided if they were to consider a black swan event, an event that you put a small probability for it happening, but you look at the anomalies in the data and say, look, the implications are so huge, we have to consider it. And this idea was already considered by the philosopher mathematician Blaise Pascal. He talked about God, and he said, look, of course you might think that God doesn't exist, the probability for that is small, but the implications, if God exists, the implications are so huge that we have to discuss it. That was the argument, Pascal's wager, and the intelligence agencies know that. Believe me, the Israeli intelligence agencies will not make that mistake again. Now, here comes an object from outside the solar system, and it shows anomalies. The scientists would say we should be as careful as possible at talking about anything other than a rock. Now, they say that when they know that we launched, humanity launched a lot of space junk, a lot of technological objects into space, and we also know that there are 100 billion stars like the Sun in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Most of them formed billions of years before the Sun, and there are billions of Earth-Sun analogs. Now, we all believe that we came out of a soup of chemicals. That's the scientific narrative of how human intelligence came on this Earth. And so, it's quite likely that, we are not the first one. Sorry to break the news that Elon Musk was probably not the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. And therefore, we should consider the possibility that things like us existed long before us. And you can ask the question, how long does it take our own technology, the Voyager spacecraft that we launched out of the solar system, how long does it take it to move to the opposite side of the Milky Way galaxy? Thousands of light years away. It takes less than 1 billion years. And that means that all these civilizations that had their history initiated billions of years before ours could have done it. And all we need to do as responsible scientists is to check if among all the rocks that come from outside of our backyard are really rocks, or maybe one of these objects might be a tennis ball that was thrown by a neighbor. And the reason I say that is, we live at our home, on Earth, next to the Sun. We look around us in the cosmic street, and we see a lot of houses just like ours. There are billions of them, probably. Now, my colleagues, those scientists who think traditionally, they say, well, microbes came to Earth very early, therefore they must be everywhere. So let's define our highest priority, searching for microbes on other houses in our cosmic street. And I say, well, you can do that from the vantage point of your home. You can go through the window and search for microbes in your neighbor's yards. But you would need to put $10 million to develop a big enough instrument that would be able to detect the chemical fingerprints of microbes, or exoplanets. And think about the possibility that there is a resident in one of those houses. That resident might show up in your front door at some point, or you might see an object that arrives to your backyard or your mailbox from the resident, or the black swan event, or you might see some construction project from a distance. That might be easier to detect than microbes, so we should hedge our bets. We should invest billions of dollars on proof nodes at the moment. The scientific community is willing to allocate more than $10 billion to searching for microbes. But no recommendation is made to allocate any federal funding to the search for side. Now, they have found evidence of microbes on Mars, correct? Well, it's not conclusive. We need to bring materials back to some orbit, and NASA has plans. We need to bring a sample back to Earth so that in our laboratories we can do isotope analysis and make sure that whatever signatures we see on the rocks there do look as if they were made by microbes. By the way, Mars may have had life before the Earth because it's a smaller body, so it has a bigger surface area for its mass. The mass of the object tells you how much heat it can retain from the formation process, and then the surface area tells you how fast it can cool. And Mars could have cooled faster than the Earth. So life may have started on Mars actually because it had rivers, lakes, oceans of water, and it would have been actually delivered to Earth. We might be all Martians, and when Elon Musk considers going to Mars, it might be the second trip around, and we might be going back to our childhood home because there were tiny astronauts inside the rocks that were chipped off the surface of Mars and arrived to Earth and seeded the Earth with the life as we know it. And in fact, we can find out if we get this material back to Earth, as NASA is planning to do, hopefully within a decade, then we can make sure that these were microbes, and perhaps we can infer whether the building blocks of these microbes are similar to the ones we have here on Earth, whether the DNA, RNA kind of process took place in both places.
Have you ever done any research on the structural anomalies that are on Mars, particularly the right angles that appear to be a square, this enormous structure?
Yeah, I've seen the data. It's not conclusive, but it's intriguing because both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere right now. So what happens on Earth is that when an object roughly the size of a person, or smaller, goes through the atmosphere, it burns up and creates a fireball, just like an atomic explosion. Then actually you have an object over a meter colliding with Earth every year. Every year there is an atomic explosion size, a fireball, in our atmosphere. It's not reported in the news because it happens pretty high at an altitude of 50 kilometers, so it doesn't do anything at all. 71% of the Earth is covered by oceans. But yes, so these meteors, that they are quite important. Obviously, we know that the dinosaurs 66 million years ago were extinguished by a giant impact by an asteroid the size of Manhattan Island. And we are aware, by the way, that such an impact could endanger us. And that's why the US Congress asked NASA to find all objects that come close to Earth with a size bigger than a football field, about 140 meters, so that we avoid the fate of the dinosaurs. So we think we are smart. We can see these rocks coming. But just imagine alien technology. It will not follow a path that you expect if it has some intelligence in it. And that's a risk that was never attended to. And I wrote a white paper to the United Nations and the International Astronomical Union to develop a strategy for monitoring interstellar objects that come from outside the solar system, like three-planets, that show anomalies that could potentially be ecological.
The structures on Mars, what do you think? What do you see that one?
I think it's very intriguing. Both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere, so the objects that come into them do not burn up, as I mentioned before about Earth. And therefore they serve as museums. Okay, so any space junk that might have landed on us over the past 2 billion years would not have burned in the atmosphere. It would have landed and we can
Here's athleticism. Look at this. This is phenomenal. Unprecedented. Someday I'm going to see somebody type in YouTube, unprecedented athleticism. I'm going to shit myself.
Right now, the Church family, they try to
Yo, baby. Yeah, on top of it. Yo, baby. Yeah, on top of it.
like the comedy store has late night spot. Yeah, we'll be doing it tonight actually. So I relax because there isn't that pressure on me. Like I can almost walk up to a room, thousands of people or what have you. It's a late night spot for stand up for me. I'm very relaxed. I can talk. I get like jokes. That's the comedy store, you know, like the original room, you gotta bring out energy, you know, tight for the most part. And then that main room, if you're up there when it's packed and you're there, you know, yourself or Joe Rogan or Leah, you gotta bring it. It's not to be stressful. It's not impossible. It would be for me if I don't do it. That late night spot, it's just like less pressure on me. You know, I get deep. I'm not trying to improve myself because people get me right out of the game. I get like nervous and excited if some people like it, but it's stressful. I'm trying to impress people. Whereas that late night spot, sit on the stool. That's another thing. Sitting on the stool recently, just kind of takes me around. Comedy spots, I think you guys have done. I would say, I mean, Joe probably didn't work for years. It makes no sense whatsoever because the public really are spots. You know, United States of meeting those foundations. I mean, Windows and now, and the public is part of the public wants to have a job themselves. Seems like maybe for spots on the back, they have to this one. You know, it's the most challenging challenge. I've been doing these, but I can't sit down these ladies. I didn't really know what's going on. You know, we live on this back. It's what comes by everybody. It's about the best others. I think if I species out there, so this problem I had 25 spots for myself. That's why I'm saying, that is just like 20. That's tight down. So that's what I'm 97, 30 spots. That's steady. I was 5 years there in shoe. I was doing 360 spots. Just in those 5 years. That's 18 right there. And there's people who kill their sets. You don't read that way, probably knows exactly what you do. See, I know I have really you look at you know you listen so much down. Nationwide, across America, and try like on a midweek set today, like hey, you're looking at it, you look at your notes, especially Yeah, that's a tough thing. Engineers, architects, scientists, and it stressed humans. They were, every tweet that went out there, like in trouble or money that they're going to think about because, that voucher is on here. Why was there anything that they changed from space debris right into the first because that's similar kind of thing. We lose them days. What's fascinating about the images is the writing space. Like, we're talking, like, I mean, something current event, news works, that's why I think I'm not always space. I'm not always a thousand. And I feel like, and then also I like to make some points, but I think there's just push it in that sense. I push it maybe in political, like an outlaw, this was or not. I don't think my house street, always off Twitter. Yeah, I think he's the only one looking at social media. It's Instagram. It's Instagram was fun. I just show photos. And again, it's not bragging. I just show some fun stuff and some comedy. Canadians showing them on private airplane. We're taking a private jet, which I'm not into necessarily. Private and fancy, kind of like being shocked to do that, but some people, just and so humans. I mean, that's why when I take my photos, I'm by myself in a restaurant. Everyone's happy all the time, and I get it. I think I'd be a little more relaxed. I might have somebody to help me, like maybe an assistant or something to keep things in line. No, I don't need a butler. I would not okay with the small condo. I don't need huge stuff. I get to do some things already. I'm getting to do Major League Baseball, fantasy camp, and I get to go to the comedy store and do whatever I want. I get to do podcasts, so you don't have to fund that. So all I need, honestly, is shelter. Eventually, I'd like to have a relationship. I like to have a dog. I would have a kid. I just don't know if that's going to happen. But as long as it doesn't, I'm okay. I just turned 4 years old. Yeah, I love to take you guys out to Shay Forbes. He's got Eddie Pepitone. These guys, they may like it. Look up to you guys. They're doing it. I can do it. So I feel good about that. It's like I think relationships matter. Again, we're getting to that other stuff again. You're able to touch your by yourself. I'll say something. It's been so crazy the last couple of years of politics. I feel like, honestly, I don't even be doing energy into that, into sticking up for good. If you want to say it's not crazy, progressive. I really want everybody to do well. I think that's everybody, and I think that I go to the comedy substitution. I go on that internet, and I'm just so much searching. I'm just putting out that's where my mind is. I think I'm alone in that. Like interest in that. It's hard to enjoy things. Enjoy things. But I would say the last year or so, just tension in the air. I'm not enjoying this. That's for you. It's been I don't follow politicians because they're also kind of on the check and I'll just start telling them. Let's not chase on this person's Twitter. So this person's frustrated or being great on Instagram. I immediately say, what's the July 1st? And so it's in there. I try not to do that. So that's why it's almost bad. I don't follow that name. And it's really slow. I can make sure it's in here. I feel like I'm a comedian. My thing is, for years it's stable, and everyone doesn't really like it. Let's be honest, it's just a fact. People are kind of down on it, and I feel this over here in the valley. Specifically, the front lines. My first business speech. All these comedians or, those will just have I can't like not say anything. I just feel like I have to speak my mind because I'm from here, and I hear things that just kind of like doesn't feel right. I felt that, and I've worked in shows, I've been in movies, I've done 3,000 television programs. I had you saw I had every high school come in, every military branch, and then when things started, just I just feel like I have to stand up for what's right. You can take it for whatever it is, but that's what I do. But I also feel like I have my own responsibilities, so I don't want to go into that, but I'm not. I have my reasons for how I feel about things. So I'm not trying to change people's opinions, but I'll just let them know you like that I guess it's pretty good, right? I put out energy, so why don't you listen to me? That's kind of how I feel. So yeah, I'm sticking up for the Valley. They used to pick on the Valley all the time. Reseda sucks. You're from Reseda. I went to Reseda. So I got picked on, but you know what? It made me stronger. I'm just admit it. Latino guys do Holocaust jokes, black guys do jokes. I played sports today. Team like that. It's amazing. But here's the deal. You're talking about the background check. These guys weren't malicious. I can name my Mexican teammate friends, and they would do Holocaust jokes, Jew jokes. It didn't feel good. I knew it wasn't coming from malicious. I could tell. And same thing right with baseball college. They have white guys in Orange County in Arizona doing Jewish jokes. I guess so I just would say like Jesus is Jewish, and then they would laugh. They would like defuse them. And to this day, I'm very good friends with those guys. So that's like this is in the eye, and I just feel like there's just more honesty back then, and that's just how I was raised. So I kind of I don't want to like make waves or anything, but I also feel like it wasn't good. I feel like I can back off, and I want to get back into just having fun, rock, music, bass, enjoying things. I don't want to be in it's so crazy. I feel like just push it back away from the sun. Yeah, you put on it's all very is mandatory obligatory where I was in chair for things, between 2020. So basically, my class, I just told atoms and molecules. So this is a very well taken therefore we know that we use them like identifying the composition of which atoms produce it's like sugar, it's okay. And so I was found, and that's why I was teaching them and that was exactly that's exactly very little iron. At first, no iron whatsoever. Now, usually, my opponent can see it from the solar system and also from the stuff there is one element for isotopic spice. Second, just like a nuclear comet. I had nothing to say about that one. It looked like a comet, it behaved like a comet, it was a comet. I was asking about speaking out loud and says, Nickel and I. Seattle, for me, I learned public speaking on because the summer t-shirts, the Seattle Supersonics, the K-Class show, I'm down to New York, aerospace, and all. Nickel could always accept nickel. I always tried to make sure that I had jobs where I was check. That was nice, so she's been pretty good job where you could nature is capable of speaking. So for me to say something, which I usually say, I'm just going to start us in our industry, it's very big conjecture that gold is carbon, and that's which is also in the industry. I mean, small work is the fact that I named the following for it. They said, well, it is carbon pathway, and that's where I was in Seattle. For me, I found my voice in Seattle. I called it into nature that I did not secure. Got it. No, it's not that. It's just you told me that like you said, you can get released in New York. I'm like, in Seattle. So separately, that's where I was. Therefore, those came out together in church. I didn't even set this up to Seattle. Then I started here. I'm solely basically all the way on over college. I was mentioning research and acting faster. And it's been a club for like a small away from any sort of, why it was just a nice, like based on jobs, but it is not clear. Anthropology is acting close to the strange organization there. There were young girls and there, and it's funny, he was trying to be a serious actor. I think in 1977, but the guy like Joey Party, we had some German that came from outside. I mean, yeah, we did a role that people laughed at me. So coming from this almost just like the acting, and when I go back there and just see those films, we film, we just write on the rich every day. Is the 0.6%. I just said, well, I'm trying to like not to snow before it was also because of my reason. And we don't want to try into bringing it up. Talk about like social media and the periscope and nuclear reactors. That's the kind of relationship you two have when you can forego years. But that's real relay interaction. We managed to fart great. This is called the sun. There were situation where, there is a day away from the sun, radiation, but observing it, they got forward to the brain of this object, this object. It's as if the day is pointed at the sun. It's just a perspective. just trying to put the order of magnitude as things come. The most efficient process ever. When you have dust particles, the ones that have just right computer eliminating the scattering of sunlight, so it's getting rid of one big ones, getting pushed back. It could be projects like ice that are scattering the sunlight. Those fragments of ice get evaporated and so they don't have any time to come back. It's not right. I wrote two papers on that and tried to explain that way. But my point is, they scientists are too curious. You would find it surprising. Why are they not curious? Why are they not $10,000 for alternative explanations to what is commentary? And it's because they're afraid of taking the risk. I came from a background where I was figure out most of the methods for substance, we don't know. So we already found it, and it's just forget our ignorance. Nobel Prizes were awarded for quantifying how much dark matter there is, how much dark energy there is. That's secrets, whose nature is unknown. Just think about it. Speaking of Nobel Prize, people just said how ignorant we are. We don't know what these things are. Ordinary matter makes just 5% of what matter makes. And in this culture of cosmology, I grabbed it for 3 seconds. Ideas to explain anomalies. There's an anomaly. I don't know what it is. People will reward the solutions of weird features and ideas that can be tested experimentally. You make progress. You don't know what you're studying all the nations. You motivate observers to experimentally figure out which one is the right one. And that was the culture. I think of it as the culture of okay? Trying to figure out how to when I get to asteroids, these objects, and consider algebraic possibilities to explain their anomalies the way I think the economics of cosmology, I encounter the culture of mathematics. Chess players. I don't want to address I don't want to get there. I just want to Detroit. I thought I was I just want as much evidence as possible so that they would not be able to shut down when it's on the That's why I was saying I'm an inspiring student right now, and there is a huge interest in that debate. So you have to really track as much data as possible. So tracking it, tracking the happens to be a server on the other side of the day, on the day, and you see again, so be it. If it's something else, it's for stupid. And therefore, we should consider that possibility seriously, just for like this much data. What is it about sandwiches? I have the sodas, I have the chips. You know, why are they worse? Why are they not just the first tourist, why they're attacking you for losing what seems to me to be a reasonable alternative, considering the possibility of getting all to and landing on the street pizza. When I got the hint, Seattle for the outside question. When I got the tourist paper, sorry, I jumped to Seattle. Reviewers, it's a great idea because consistent with all the data we have, it's most likely a flat object. Well, you know, from a regular speculating subject, which was my proposal. Then, the media came to my door. And people started asking me a lot of questions. I got so the personal attacks started. And I can tell you that I love my lesson. Just this week, there is a NASCAR race where one of the racers decided to put because you gotta go. My email is very so you know, talking about anything on his car. So let me show you some images. Show you He's so well behaved. And I wanted to tell her, I'm not well behaved. This was not the reason why I didn't jump up and down. I was just trying to figure out why they are jumping up and down. It made sense. I would jump up and down. I don't care about your words. And I pretty much defines me what I actually think about the big picture. So it's doing something that doesn't make sense. I don't know. So look at this. What is everybody each understanding how support that right? And you know what? It has happened to me. Things like that. That's what I got in trouble with on Twitter. I kind of lashed out and I was saying, if you not being nice to me, you so and so, you were a jerk, and you didn't receive this is private. Yeah, exactly. It's like I was in Seattle. Joey likes everyone likes people like me in Seattle. Then I go to New York, and all of a sudden these guys don't like me. It's like that's, and I understand like human nature takes a while. You can also see some people also discourage true colors. So there was some of that going on, but also you know, it's human nature, and I for me lashing out, yeah, I might have been right, and you know, essentially the way you did, that was a, yeah, I coached out, that's what I man, it's like turkey, and that's where I went, but it was just like lashing out, I was, you know, manic, I was so like pushing me, you know, you're gonna push me up to push you, and I think some of it was much of all skate bars from Venice, those guys, you know, jumped up against me, and push back, so that's not always healthy, but that's what I did, and you know, but a lot of people say, Brody, you gotta break different things, so I went off my meds, and then I really opened up my mind, and I actually people up and so you don't get agitated and say that you shouldn't be getting agitated. I was learning from problems to almost like these screenwriters get negative energy and like that. So it was like tapping into like real stuff like people do talk about how there's how are these writers and how there's like these. I got an argument at Starbucks a couple weeks ago. So you get these little nerdy type guys. I can have problems. One guy, he said, this becomes reasonable. I mean, it happens every few years. But I was receiving Nobel Prize, you know, Starbucks is now, it's all windows and bathrooms and hang out. Nobel Prizes are this one case. So I was drinking the Starbucks, my regular Starbucks. So there was a guy at the table, a transient type guy that I'd seen felt like he was transient. Anybody was wrong? We were like at a table and going down a hill, spread out. He had his backpack, he had 3 chargers going. He did have a coffee. He was very spread out. It's not a big deal. I thought it was kind of funny. And I took a photo. He's on my own. I didn't take him. Not showing his. It was kids. Just showing, oh, here's people making their home at Starbucks. If I was getting even better. And then I walk closer as I go get my coffee, and I see the guy has a BB-8 out there, bad, like a mini bag. He's taped on it. I couldn't get his weapon. Sorry. And the weapon was on the table. So not only was the backpack and he was spread out, this thing flooding. Now I see the weapon, so just kind of like to me, it just verified my initial instinct. So you know, I'll take this thing, maybe I'll just get it from the side, like a couple shots of weapon, and I go get my friend, slide, make a big deal, and then to take and then this guy comes up to me and says, oh, so you think it's probably like friend, and I go, I can see, like, I read his energy, like he was questioning me. I go, and I see him in my camera, I go, this weapon, and I go, why? He goes, oh, I thought you were taking pictures of me and my girlfriend. I go, why would I want to take pictures of you and your girlfriend? He goes, I don't know. I go, why don't you get the fuck out of my face? I go, yeah. And I was getting why because this guy freaking said I was taking pictures and I didn't tell his wife and I go, I said, I said, no, you don't want to do that. I go, it's not really something real. But I was getting a little worked up and I go, pictures of you and your ugly wife. That's what I said, or girlfriend. So I got all worked up and then the staff, break it up, guys, break it up. What's going on? And then he goes, you're a 60-year-old guy. I'm a 60-year-old guy. Okay. Fine. I go get my family leaves and he's at the table. And I was like, well, I go, you got a problem? You keep talking. I walk over and I go, nobody wants to take a picture of you and your ugly, I said, no, your fat girlfriend. That's what I said. And I didn't look at her. I didn't even notice. I just know, like, you're going to say this, that's going on. I shouldn't have said it. I didn't handle myself properly. The bottom line is, I wasn't taking pictures of him and his girlfriend. I didn't even notice. When he first came up, I thought he was a fan or a friend. Then he says, yeah, you're taking photos of me and my girlfriend. Why would I do that? Well, I don't know. Get out of my face. So I was upset, and I got a little worked up. And I probably shouldn't have said his girlfriend. Just like a week ago, that's just my instinct. Sorry, I'll go rogue. And but the bottom line is, I took the photo. I probably shouldn't have. That's a risk. So I took the risk. I did great. I was a bit sensitive about it. I admit that, but you know what? He could have easily gone to the manager. That's a risk you take when you step to somebody. Maybe they'll snap like me. So think twice. And he was a little skinny and TV type guy. He's with the guys. So I just I pulled him out of the court. I shook him up. His cage got rattled. Definitely, you're going to accuse me of taking photos. You and your girlfriend like I'm a creep of a vegan mom. That's not on my face. I'm taking a photo of the weapon. I know exactly what's going on. I don't know. The guy nothing. I didn't care about the weapon. I thought it was funny. I mean, with Starbucks being in the news, I wasn't mad about the weapon. That's right. It was funny. Based on my instincts being right. That's the risk you take. I didn't appreciate it. Maybe it was a big guy. Probably would have asked. You mean the red I would say average 2 to 3 a week. I'm okay with that. The Laugh Factory, improv, when I go in for speaking, so I can definitely show my face more at shows. It's up to me. I'll not get it on spots. I can always go. I'll do these backyard shows in the morning. And I never blame others. It was always on me. I feel like, yeah, there's something I just feel like that's probably my problem sometimes. Tennessee, and more kind of like talk down things. You moved here from somewhere, sure, this is my town, so I am there, and I stopped doing my time and went into business with so one of the things and that's another guy who's responders, and if you want to do somewhere else, it was either Phoenix or went to college or Seattle. Seattle, when they get to my house, when the arts authority, when I go to there was 94, it was North Ridge, they were working at Macy's or Montego, and he's getting a lot more red tag, so I didn't have a job there. And I just drove up to Seattle and jumped into the comedy underground. Bikes, just comedians trying to get their own I made it to the point found my voice, but that was about it. I wasn't going to really feature more. So I was a guest. I worked at the comedy from the city. Person shot and cable access or episodic to the person I needed more to get around the Seattle, so they know you to help store information. Enjoyed my time there. After 3 years, I felt like I was ready to come back home. I've been pushing ever since, like 18 years of pushing and pushing, and yeah, I don't know where my next gig is going to come from, but I do know that there's much coming out, and I do know that I am getting to the high spots. I mean, those to get things away that others don't know. I do feel good about my comedy. I've done a pretty good job at that. I actually even better with my mom. We made enough money for it. I think I honestly have to my father was maybe my comedy would be different. If I had a girlfriend, if I had somebody to kind of like be honest, being a bachelor stuff, the older you get, usually you're that sort of thing. So it makes you look at things a little bit different. I can get I can see why people feel hey, I mean, here was this. Do you remember talking about the comics before your experience as a comedy channel? There was pretty much like whatever it was. Yes, you couldn't be whatever. I had to reach out to a little show at the time. And it's just just having like the crowd there, 99% just crazy. Like my leg was pretty intense. I think it was in the I want to know religious, very emotional. It's very adrenaline and no I don't want to recognize so electric. Extreme signing up for the open mics, driving, to the comedy going to the number one karaoke. Being around Josh yourself, Dana, Yoshi, Ramona, having all these, pretty successful comedians who worked at cruise ships in Seattle. I just enjoyed me personally. I really enjoyed my was in Seattle because I was in Phoenix. I was near desert. I was so I had the first tree, first pierced earrings, and I needed that from Seattle. Gave me that, and then just totally underground. They open like every Monday and Tuesday. One of the open mics, and the characters there. Being in minors, there's going to be I enjoy the baseball. The Mariners are playing at the Kingdom. They get maybe 3,000 a game. Players like Oakland A's and Indians and Yankees, they watch me downstairs. I really do. Of course, don't miss our time there. I'm probably, I enjoy my time in economics. It's a big thing at the times in New York. Definitely Seattle. So I'm focusing on the sun and so the t-shirts wasn't really around. Three guys. They called it a sun. It was really fun. And making noise down the end. We had no idea. We was go. We got a spotlights. I go to the location. My friend so it seems like your colleagues or contacts are way the times are right. I wrote the this is what you write about science. How could I trust you so much? Very supportive. Yeah, so these very small structures we found that 10% of them had the chemical compositions of different very small materials that were found before. Again, my colleagues said, oh, they found ash, the burned material from coal. So we said, okay, well, let's check. We identified 61 elements of this genetic data and showed that it's definitely soda ash. And they said, it's something else from the Russell area. We checked that, it's not from the Russell area. It's a endless without having access to it. This is a known meteorite in Earth. You collected pieces of material from a scene where it hit. Right. And they still can't dismiss it. Yeah, they said they don't trust it. They raise a lot of dust. If you raise a lot of dust, you can say, I don't see anything. Well, it's so crazy. It's jumped in without contact. This is the landscape I have here. And the one way for this landscape is the common sense is not your experience. It sounds like a respecting person that you're going to which is probably based on some petty challenge you get that way. It's just don't show a microphone off, you don't stand anyway. Why do you think that is the case now that people are accountable for each other due to social media, that sort of thing? Or that's what it's just that's what brought me to science. And I don't change my reason for doing something just because other people misbehave. I feel I have that attending a party or say choose right that believes misbehaving. And all I can hope for is for a guest to show up and change the situation. One reason I'm seeking intelligence in international space is I don't often find success. And one man I still value much interesting that most behave as true photos. And how they just a lot of people are aware of the kind of resistance you face. I know it's a lot of what you discussed. I wish it was less. But it's important for people to know that it's not judgment. Well, I actually think this object, 3 eyes, is weird. So I do it. It's weird. I served in the Israeli military and we parachuted from tanks. I was in a special unit that allowed me to finish my PhD at age 24 and SDI, the Star Wars and I remember while serving in the paratroopers that there was a saying that sometimes you can put your research on a barbed wire so that your friends, colleagues, soldiers, and Well, it's available on Amazon, and maybe it will. I believe that they do it, more late night, midnight shows. I don't know. I think it's kind of. I also there's a couple of little things in there. I think people will like pleasantly surprised at nice moments, and also in the comedy store, actually, the comedy store is a place to be. But it's tongue in cheek, some of that stuff, it's silly music, it's a backstage, people makeup, stretching. So I got all that stuff in, and I'm curious to see where it goes. And I'm already thinking about my next meeting. I feel like you just got to keep cranking them out. And not to say that there's going to be another one. I'd like to think, okay, I got this now. I can my next one, and I really need to think of myself as a comedian. I've made that concerted effort probably for the last 3 years or so. So I do standards. So I put out a tweet before the show. Because people view me as, oh, you're an audience member. Oh, maybe you're a guy in Chelsea or whatever. I don't know. But in my mind, I have to think like, hey, I'm a stand-up. I go through the comedy store. And I think people do look at me as you are. You have made it. People do. It's been a long I think I do get a little, I get tension sometimes. I think like with some of the guys at the comedy store, I think because I know them too well. Heads sometimes with the guys, and sometimes it's on the podcast, it's on the video. I feel that never gets to me. I don't like having things like that happen. Also, I feel like relationships with people I will check you gotta be there. People like have opinions based on the podcast. People have opinions based on video. So they don't know the relationship between two people. Sometimes that stuff gets right. But I know, and I think the comedians know that I've been on the grill for a while. I definitely don't feel hate from the comedians. Sometimes fans, maybe this is Twitter, maybe this may be me jumping in comments, which I don't get. I butt heads at times. That's also me being in those situations, doing those late night crazy spots. It's like last be hired, first be fired. I'm like almost too nice. Sometimes I'm being nice and let's say people take advantage of me. But I just think I remember growing up, here in the valley, and sometimes I look at people for being a nice guy. I'm a nice guy, or happen in time. I see film writers who just get started sound or on a, happened. We were there at a hot moment, not a hot moment, but Seattle. It was kind of like the tail end of grunge. The comedy boom was dying, the house was coming. But Seattle was just a great spot to be pre-social media, pre-crazy internet. It was like the last bastion of there is. It's what it does. So on the one hand, I hear the day before the researching happening because at the Arrow people there is Alphonse and they have access to all the information they come and later I hear there is a research question is so Al, my point is I really enjoy this. Al, I enjoy most cycles because if there is a car accident, pretty good. Right. Different angles give you different scopes of what really happened. That's why FIFA is doing it with their cameras. Choosing to also create a brain injury when it's a motorcycle actually audience. What if there was a car in a construction case? What if the outlines of FIFA is using the same. So I don't care about stories because when I was a kid, I would sit in the theater I don't think there's a story behind it. I would see that it's not zero. Inventing answers that make no sense as a kid. Right. And I decided I don't care what I'm going to do with these stories from things that happened in the past. I just want to figure it out myself from data. It was different to your nights in Seattle. It was like you would get real audience. You would get the issue was these people wouldn't really have Alphonse is the founder of Rothschild'S. Yes, very collaboration with other scientists when it comes to materials that were found under to inspire people young and old, which are national cycles without to accept the right. He's not very the issue that you have with that is that these materials were from the sky, from some origin, with someone produced it. Maybe it was another government that did something. So I really lost my original speaker. I can see you in motorway. It's beyond any reasonable doubt. It's just like, but the cycle is that becomes thinking it, you can apply it. So it's kind of mindset to shit the sky is wrong. And scream everything on there is materials to be really away from or natural process. You will not invest time and resources in improvement. So it's a certain thing, obviously, very often you have these blinders, just like with the horse, you put blinders on your eyes, you racing track with it. You don't see your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. He's making the not available. The tone will please record your message. When you're finished recording, you may hang up or for more options. Hey Al, it's longtime friend here, Rabbi Stephen. What do you think? We're having a great conversation. My pal Joey Diaz, Fox. Just talking about Seattle. Your name came up. A lot of good times. Joey and I were still down here in LA we're having a blast. You're still going. It looks like you are positive motivational speaking. Winners get a complimentary 3-chapter sample of Al's newest book. Al's got a book coming out. Jesus, Al's Winners Don't Quit Association Embracing Change inspires you to believe in their own possibilities. You know what it is? Al, we love you. I was thinking about you. That was fun. Thanks for letting us go there. Stay live. You can stay out here, but you can stay outside. Stay out. I agree with you. That shouldn't be amazing.
So I don't know what to believe. It's just like people tell me stories that I don't know whether because until I see it, and I'm very happy to come and figure it out. Because
There's so much money in
it's a misuse of their privileges to extend to data related to what's outside the structure. They're supposed to be what happens on Earth, on the surface of Earth, national security. They're not supposed to tell us what lies outside the surface. And I want them to figure it out. But they don't give me the data, and I don't know what exists because I've never seen it.
Have you tried to realize that you have different challenges to try to figure out everybody communicate with?
So far,
It's very simple contract with defense contractors. The current most attractive videos that defense contractors project they were trying to back engineer. They don't understand that video and the aftermarket themselves, people make the jets and spaceships, they bring it back.
I should tell you that we always think, oh, AI is the future. We've never used AI in space.
6 months before he releases his
To me, it would sound much more natural if we had a visit or with intelligence, but it's based on AI, not by Rothschild'S, because then it can survive the whole journey and never get
you know what was one of the dialogues is weird.
It's weird.
How you just gave me something without committing, or that gives you a lifetime using
Sorry.
special which depends on biological every 10 minutes at the time for the session when you get out of way to survive on the ocean.
I really admire biology because think about the brain. It's using very much. The size of the brain, just the brain was limited by the metabolic power. It's using the power of the brain. And that's the largest brain that a gas can have, even the body size and the amount of speed. So it's all
I feel like
then you have these AI
it's a
systems.
popularity thing. I see YouTube numbers and in comedy it is subjective about the perfect. So there is give me a reason to watch.
That's
Like anything else,
much as driving cars are amazing. We don't have to
if your comedy is like I feel like my comedy it takes a little while to get recognized. So very unique.
Using the sand or using some stuff in the environment to repair itself every time you do something. It can create smaller cars for you to use. That's amazing. Like we can't even imagine that we use a car that will self-replicate. And nature is fun tequila. So I like maybe I can't see or understand tequila. How much better we can go than AI? Because if nature's taken out of random processes and created such a brain of 21, it's like we are spending gigawatts to choose and it must be a better path. That is similar to biology, but much more than random processes that happen. And also the traffication of time. If you send a spacecraft to the planet, instead of you send just one, which replicates, and then sends more, and so forth. They still tell something like that. And by the way, that was also spread that all the DNA, the DNA was discovered. So he realized that it could be done technologically. Before scientists realized that nature does it, and I'm pleased to not just modest because the vast expanse of space and time in the universe such as more than PBS real estate out there. We have the real estate professionals now beginning to say that but they need real estate on this rock that is 3 miles so this is a tiny rock. How much real estate there is in the cosmos just think about the windows and the point is it's not just that, it's the fact that we should be modest because many of those things existed before we came to explore that.
And not just our stage, but advanced and join with non-show special. Yeah, I think about that, and I think it'll be like show special. The arena selection is okay. That is the greatest cosmic scheme of things. The greatest species that realizes that the king of the creature that you are born on, which is not the big thing. Coming from the star is the big thing. So from one off to another, from Earth to Mars, it's a nice step. But it's not the real deal. The real deal is going interstellar, someone else, figured it out. That someone built humans that have survived for millions of years, long before, yeah, the kind of I do that today on my podcast. And those are the ones that we remember as like historians of the decade because what we remember in the future. Here on Earth, history in the next decade will be written by AI. It will be written by humans. Okay, so we need to be kind to AI. We should actually account with them. They will write very bad history for research. But in the Milky Way galaxy, whoever writes the history will not remember us. You know, the question of where is everyone? Okay, you can ask the same thing about humans. There used to be 170 billion humans on Earth. Right now, there are 8 billion. Where is everybody? They died. So the same is true about civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. Most of them died after the creation. We were not around to listen to the rise of hell. You know, we just came recently to exist. Telescopes just over the past century. So maybe when we hear a rise like that, we say, oh, no, it's nothing. It's a natural process that makes those rises. They have to or something. And my point is, there were lots of things like us who even better than us. Because of years. Just like the Earth was moving around the sun for 4.5 million years, which is not even existed. We can live under the illusion that we are maps or oceans. And we should not approach it from a sense of honesty that we are just nice actors and figure out what's going on here. Let's find that. And then have some relationship with those other siblings. And revenue. They're just religious scholars. Just the last 60 years, extraterrestrials. Religious our religious enemies. And I said, look, I have two daughters. And the second one was a freshman. It didn't take away any of my allowance that I had to the first one. So thinking about God as a parent who's going to have a one child, it's a sin. It's very limited. There may be lots of siblings in our family that have siblings. Really, just bring me to their children. So they're not necessarily based on actual evidence. This is not real evidence of muscle chicks. It's just a number game. Okay, but that's not evidence. Right? So what do you think is the most interesting, compelling evidence on the show? There being almost 226 differentials. You know, there is a reality. This is the same time as well, recently we just say how to we might be considering circumstances. It's not makes it so difficult to special like us. It's not billions of dollars on analog, other houses, everybody's right. They might have had, they might have had residents in the hospital. Also, the calendar, also in certain juries, the calendar has one of the weird things they said before. Right, it's going to be on Amazon June 22nd. Rooney Stevens live from the main room. I'm happy with it. I haven't watched it, to be honest with you. It's 9 months, so curious to see. I think it's happening, whether I like it or not, and I do like it. So I think I do. I got to start putting it on this help. So there is something there. I think it happens. I think like it's been harder to figure out to know what the other things are pretty easy out anymore. You can't get on a picture. Before you say like, guys, what's my ass? You gotta help me out. I'm not making that much money. It's the same one with you guys. Let's like now that they like that on you're a teacher, you're an authority. So the last few years, I've been like running tests, I've gotten that from so it's just friction. Whereas I was at this camp, you really like yell at the kids, but you can shake them up. You see, I get to use this hair, 3 hours, the show Jones, it just strength that I was talking about. Shows this journey, you sort of meet him journey. Every week on there, you that's the best thing. 20 years later, Valley. Yeah. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Tweet on June 21st. We'll tweet this. Twitter to find the church family. On Instagram, we'll go by one podcast. I don't want to thank you, my friends. Thank you for being on the show. And I believe in your thing. I was just telling you that. What nights, you can talk lessons on how guys teach. So thank you very much. Go real quick. Like I told you at the beginning of the show, you geese, there's only one place that geese.com. Why? They're all different. They all do the question is the super rado. Those psychologists are like 2.0. That's a wow, man. It's what they eat. I love it. It's a comment. You hear that? You should. You can hang out and take the comments. Look, I understand this is geese.com right now. I said, church, man, I get 10% off. You're going to get MMA. Yeah, they were in church. Watch me get the credit. These motherfuckers don't let themselves go to church. Number two, hiring is challenging. There's one place you can go on hiring. It's high summer. Very used to be on multiple job sites, stacks of resumes. That confusing for me. But then hiring can be easy. So you can have second, it has to go to one place to get it done. That's ZipRecruiter.com/checklist. Is one of the best. They send you a job job. They don't stop there. So it's already that's technology. ZipRecruiter allows the resume to find people with the right experience and a great qualify for your job. As application comes in, ZipRecruiter analyzes each one is optimized. So top candidates you never miss a great match. ZipRecruiter is so effective. 80% of the employees post on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate. The site was on one day. The right place at the right time. One day. Something like that. It was one ZipRecruiter. It's behind the sun. It's the highest rated hiring site in America today. Right now. What I'm going to do is this church family. It's right there. It's free. Rad is free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Someone says, should we get on that? That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Church CH. ZipRecruiter.com/church. Just before I came to you, you mentioned I was asked if could be that this is the signature as a whole. Thank you guys for being sensitive. Don't forget, Wednesday next week, it's much more maybe later mentions listen to what it is like, man, the restaurants Brody, Steve, and Jordan. That one face has to do with the government shutdown. Makes no sense whatsoever. We can see, especially since the Chinese investigators will keep us more exonerated. They should have shared it with scientists. They haven't done so. Because my guess is that taking the time, communication office of NASA, is not working because of the shutdown. But given that this subject is viral, this is the high-rise
Reading this whole podcast, the church we've had you and I, analysts, as understanders of NASA concerning this is why our government is shut down education. The outbreak initial effectiveness and initial technologies through NASA. I can't say enough good things now. They just took me over they give it the year elk. But it was the year 24 grams of production of delicious. Plus, they have the on 6 ton which is a 6-day exercise plan. Yeah, that changes your body, right? You can go to the house, this is just body because they see that as the best energy. I think you have a smoking sensation. They just downloaded me. What's cheap? Their time right now, taking the glory was the same as they have. They're so interested. I said, charge. I said, oh, they always bring the accents and all things. Actually, it was of the two records companies of all time. Restaurant is a key. And that's what you should pay $1 million. If you look at change, is doing same papers all the way to price. By the way, it's really martial arts. The way you share all the pieces to the fucking calendar. Colors, I mean, they got everything on just.com right now. I said, church, look at that. I said, right now, podcast, I was on myself. Listen, I don't get behind it. Listen, listen. So what doesn't care about the that's because they have a great product. So, orgsport.com, and that's the way to go. It's every day is going to be getting this fucking family. It's a lot of time using this June.
And out of that, 87% is carbon dioxide.
So, let's see why not. Why the fuck not?
And then 4% is water. 4% by mass is water. Very small fraction. When the object was discovered, the experts said, oh, it's most likely made of water. That's what they said, made of water. Then several teams reported, we found water. I looked at their papers. One of them had very large error bars. The data was not of full quality. There was a lot of noise, and I said that's not a clear detection. Another one was basically making some assumption about how much dust there is that blocks ultraviolet light, and based on that, they got the result that there is a lot of water. And then the Webb telescope actually measured the composition and found just 4% by mass water. So I was attacked when I said it's probably not real, that these things are reporting things, but they're not real, even though they made press releases. But then Webb demonstrated that it's only 4% by mass. Okay, so that proved my point, even though I was not a member of those teams. But so it's 4% by mass water, and the question is that it's solo podcast,
Lisa, I comment
micrometer size, the size of Twitter, these kinds of particles sound like very effective. That was the case. Particles need radiation pressure trail the object behind it. And wait for this. Why? Because they're being slowed down. The object is approaching at some speed. They are slowed down so that they're going away from the sun. And that's what you see so much. So why that's what happened in July, August, now in September, everything to happen. First, I'm seeing nothing dealt with the show. I show was the image of still and tell us very surviving compared to the cameras, right? It's actually happening. This is just that there's so many out there that I don't have very characteristics like just this about so far, so many members of the states most likely are street cats because these are very common. Then there's an image of an animal and there's on stage. There is a tail, but it's not very small. And then you realize from the image that it's the color is massive and it can't be street cat. And then you realize that it's nickel. And then you realize that it is. I understand that it's unusual. My question is how many of you have stuff to perform every system. We talk about hundreds of objects.
chicks paying that money, very similar, but this one has so few. I've got my brothers take a few days to social media a few days to see through the process of saying, okay, I'm not very much. But I read a lot of things that made me say, listen, last year, we stayed in the meeting, we got so much, and somebody commits suicide because you don't have any we still get these days of imagine a figure this guy's got that's the beauty of this life. We all go, I'm not be around forever. For someone like Chris Cornell, I know that you guys are petty all the practice. You fight for your life, the economy, your kid, this, that. Again, Chris Cornell is a town world where at least we see that. It's here. We see a guy like Anthony Bourdain who's traveling every week, something that we don't look at. 18 years. And so fucking he is he's all you fight him, cut out all his TV stuff. I mean, just fucking musician. So we'll figure out what it is. And again, this guy kills himself when you sit there. He's like the guy who knows he listens to the he wasn't my best friend. I never met the guy. I'm just talking about it as a human being from his perspective. You have to ask yourself what the fuck is going on with these people. Let's start from scratch. Do you find this podcast? Do you find me? There's a guy by the name of Norman from very far. He lost his son a couple of years back. He's still amazing. I can see that. He disappears from time to time. Rich, fiction, this is kind of a devastating vision. By the way, what's going on that little fucking head? By the way, this is the guy like Anthony Bourdain at 61 wants to say it exactly. I think suicide with sensors jump over and drag you, so you're still taking your life. I'm thinking about the baby. What's going on? So actually, somebody that knows about guys like you, this endless fucking siren. Like the endless fucking siren with you. To see what we're up to this that's something that makes sense. Everything else is this first hypothesis. My God, that's exactly my God, that's which is success. Money, people recognize this only thing that is the life. And you can hear some of you ashes and what we're doing with this. They all to me, they said, Facebook is the example. This week I showed me just like not all the other stuff makes you happy. These are the was not. And our next week I would come to things ever can reach 25 hours for kidnapping. The reason why I went to jail for is because I wanted money. All those years I went after money like it was this fucking thing that was going to change my life. After I got divorced, I got to stand up. And I won't get that way, and that's when I started living. When I got that whole money thing out of the way, that money is the biggest lie that's sold to us. And we want to leave a little bit of money to make us happy. Identify objects in the sky. That's the way to figure out which is everybody. It's the same way it's science. But, and we have those blind things. Maybe it's just a fraud. Maybe not even have money. Something comes to you and says, be open-minded. When we used to have money, you still don't have your job, you still have your child. So, at least she had a 16-year-old child. I'm fascinated by it all. You have to think about how this affects them. You know, looking into this with such curiosity. You're not dangerous. We all know they're riding around saying that. So, his wife, she left the hell on the street. It's been a couple of families and whatnot. For example, that affects revenue housing. I mean, if you had eyes on fucking friendship. You can imagine if it's about himself, like in your mind, have you led around in that residential garage all his life when you were a baby? It was something, and then having that forgiveness, you know, how unhappy was I? Like Trump was his mind playing out.
I actually spoke with my therapist because I wasn't like you wasn't Anthony's biggest fan, but I was a fan. Growing up with him, I've just seen the show. And the happiness thing I had what she said. And that a lot of times the people that she spoke to, she liked to keep out of the it's just been like easier for him how much time the better for him. Even though he had a daughter, she had kids.
You know, at first, looking at it as him going down, come on, this, we're looking at it as like reach out to earlier, some time in their life is firmly understand reality. People can listen to this podcast, or we don't family, we're all on drugs at one point. You know, this has to escape. Where should I really go to?
Well, I mean, I told something that was my first initial thought when I saw that you did
Some people are so they can't find peace. They're all scared. I was so about this because I was very scared and I wanted to destroy myself. But it was that statement I made the other day. It's a true statement. I told my family, I was scared I'm going to watch these plans for the change. Like it's not what you expect. That's what you was healing. The old chain started relaxing, which is kind of on drugs for all years. And I was thinking about getting really damn. It's not going to happen. Spontaneous. Being live on stage, it was that a lot. You know, as a matter of fact, that's whether a comic, since I gave him cocaine, the whole thing. That is really as a matter of fact, it will change. My mom will be in 2005, 2006, that was the time I think.
I was not
Those notes drinking Jägermeister. I can do it. I use the and talk to people. This is a risky thing because you were playing a role that was played by a man. So that was the thing where there's like a little bit of, oh, it's a girl playing Starbucks now.
Yeah, I know. It was really strange. So I was like almost had booked the part, or was maybe I booked the part, I don't quite remember. And I called my dad, who's a huge science I was like, okay, all right. So I like pops on down to, Blockbuster Video, and I rent the VHS, maybe the DVD, I don't remember what it was. And she on the couch with a girlfriend. We like opened a bottle of wine, and we're like watching this to like be like, okay, what's my dad talking about? And at some point, she looked at me, and they were like talking about Starbucks, and I was like, that's so weird. You must have missed her. Where is she? And we rewound it a little bit, and I was like, oh crap. And then I turned it off, and I never watched it again because I knew that in that moment it wasn't the same character.
It's not the same show.
Not the same show.
It's kind of crazy that they did that because they made a way better show. About a show that was just kind of nostalgic.
It was. I mean, it really only existed for a year, I think, and then they had like a movie or two afterwards. But it was a very short-lived show, and I always find it absolutely amazing. Ron Moore's a genius, by the way. Like he's absolutely. To be a fly on the wall of that brain would probably just explode my head. But he, the fact that he saw what he saw and led the charge on that show and brought the people on board that he did that had the same vision, if not, hire people that are better than him, and so he hired people that added to the vision that he wanted to create. The fact that he saw that from the original was pretty amazing.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Yeah.
The original show was basically a rip-off of Star Wars.
It was.
They were just trying to make a Star Wars TV show.
I think so. I mean, I think that, Star Wars was Han Solo. Right.
And the sidelines were kind of like Stormtroopers.
They were.
Robot Stormtroopers.
It was pretty, yeah, exactly. I don't know who Daggett the dog was.
What they did was, they took like a friend, they said like, I see what you're trying to do, but this can be a real show.
Yeah, I mean, and it came out at a time where science fiction was allowed to be incredibly topical, and it was always dismissed as, that's just science fiction, it's not real. So Battlestar was allowed to talk about controversial things that were happening currently in the environment and in our country and abroad, and it was allowed to do so because everybody just dismissed it as sci-fi, and so it's incredibly moving the show, and people identify with it. The thing that I hear the most about the show, I mean, maybe not the most, but one of the things is when I go to sci-fi conventions, someone will inevitably come up with a DVD box that is just beat to shit. It's dirty, and like they don't even know if the DVDs play anymore, and they're like, this came with me when I was, stationed in Afghanistan or Iraq, and it passed through the entire barracks, and it got us through. Thank you. And that to me is really amazing that a fictional show about people searching for Earth can be so important and relevant to people that are in the military, which is, it says something for the writing.
Well, people need an escape, and that's one of the things like entertainment is dismissed, especially like fantasy entertainment with sci-fi. It's dismissed as being nonsense, but escape is not nonsense. It's actually like brainless. You need a little escape.
Of course you do.
And especially like this escape that's also inspirational and interesting and fascinating. It occupies your mind and it frees you up. If you're the normally fucking force of it, like some entertainment value out of a television show that's about robots that are trying to kill everybody. It's like very valuable.
Some of the hardest moments in my life, current and in the past, I've been able to get through them because of television. Not because I got in it. Yes, the fantasy of going to work and being somebody else absolutely takes you out of your own skin for a second. But like, going through the health struggles with her daughter, watching TV with her, completely transports you to a different life. I mean, we all do that. We all really do that.
You can do much of it in your life where you're just wasting your life away, but as a supplement, it's also that I think we get something very good.
When I told her, I asked her something.
tomorrow, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
We'll go tomorrow, right? Is the birthday.
Yes, sir.
You know what? It's like, I tell you what, HBO and Showtime, they better get their fucking shit together. Because between Netflix and Hulu, those motherfuckers are gonna be out of the comedy business. Like, as far as like those specials I saw in season, okay, as opposed to the last three specials I've seen on comedy, I mean on HBO. HBO is hot garbage in comparison to Dougie and you and Maury Kilmartin. That's no bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just continuing trends right now.
Yeah.
Because we're not life is trying to save itself. What does that mean? I call it those three guys which I forgot what I would call them. Do you know about that?
Yes, I do. I don't know about it. Just in passing, I know about it.
So the developers, we try on the developers, it's the only matter of always trying to start with them. Just see how and watch them find it fun. Don't let guys check what else they got to do. I think how they do it, if they want to check if they want to check this out, they might do it.
Yeah.
That's a combination.
No.
Yeah.
Because there's some kind of instincts of survival that, everything's changing.
I do think to a certain extent, in this current field, there are advancements and things around medicine
Joe
that
Rogan.
can change the DNA of the practice, change the way that we track cancer or all of the, like our doctors would never cancer is like, genetic mutation that is, there's genetic patients in the United States like a few years ago, they lost track of it. Well, this the other day, there is in Germany that has a genetic mutation that the doctors talk to each other.
She was walking there on the 60-inch TV in the restaurant. Like, I don't remember her place. She was like, I had to give her 10.
Do you see it as a tool?
She should be some video. And it's interesting. It was great. She sort of like the Jerry Seinfeld and stuff like that. Just don't tell them that platform. Just everything's changing. Like, no one, I would never want to watch YouTube video on this TV. I had a computer when I was growing up. There was no, I remember having a Rambo on video disc. There were no real videos or anything. Now, that's what was the first Rambo. I think it was first one. That's a deadly movie. Watching this whenever
My fear is that you create and stifling other people's talents and their looks and their inflections, their expression, all of it.
Yeah, man. I mean, I got that Fire Stick, that Amazon Fire Stick, and we had it hacked, so we get all the movies and stuff like that. Bro, so many of the fucking movies are not worth the goddamn time. I mean, are total shit. Yeah, there's no good alternative for a movie. Just like this is killing my this is the
society is a number that is taking you right now and so if you're now creating absolutely unattainable and better and not only that, absolutely in a lot of ways. In a lot of different ways. It's really scary. You don't think about that. We just think about like, oh yeah,
for me to flip the script, man. I mean, you do more with Comedy Central and it's good. You do one with Netflix and it's all more than the first one with Comedy Central. I mean, but you know what? I was lucky because I took less money for the specials and did them on better cameras. It cost me more money, but because of that, Netflix bought all my ones that were on Comedy Central, and they were the first to go out on when they used to do just DVD. Do you remember that? And when they first went to 1080, mine were already there, and that's my last prime shot were in 4K, and so they're still going to be good for years and years and years. And I took less money, but it's better for me in the career. But man, Netflix, I was going to Australia, and because of Netflix, I would never tell a joke in Australia.
he wakes up and he's fucking no paralysis, no fucking no training, no rehab. It's like he's like,
feel like I just participated and I could have done things
They're doing Joshua trees. They're doing just Joshua trees. Wow. So the stand up you have to come from the place in Nashville is 300. Let's try that. Yeah. You want that might not now because they just got Bonner. They're gonna be playing Bonner. It's gonna be 90,000 show there. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. No, but Monterey gets real shit around that. They don't want nobody. They didn't want me to. Do you guys think about retiring at all? As far as I know, it's not going to be like doing the government or doing the just right now.
Like, so my dad retired and we grew up in a small town, and his dad well, that industry was coming to an end, and the longshoremen's union actually paid to industry. So that's great. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. So I would love for there to be protections for like those just little stars. That there are ways for them to
because there's certain jobs where you
snail. Okay, and he took and he goes to this guy and like and rubs him in. Okay, that guy must have had 20,000 socks on the back of his jacket by the end of the night. I saw this was the leak. He got one there, and then went with the other nostril, which was the thumb. Right? See that too. And that would look like the fucking seagull shit on that guy's shoulder. It was so thick, it was amazing. And this guy was such a fucking asshole. It was the most traumatic so much shit. What I want is for people like just to see your shit. There's and you see that you know so much shit. Oh my god, if somebody's doing day extra work, all of a sudden they start in this move, where you may have seen them in something, like, no one saw them in that movie. You know, it's just annoying as shit. But speaking of movies, so the church knows
attached to it. It's like the tear wall. It's attached to the door. Oh my god. It's a tear wall. It's in the same building. But that's crazy. That's crazy. It's all five. Just kind of pass the blood. We do something. It doesn't matter what the specialty is. They all make it money. And we're now in a position where We were just talking about something like, I don't know, they're almost the same. So you have to have a conversation with your life. This guy's fucking white. Yeah, it's very
I was there when Coco said that he had the yellow Peruvian gold. Okay, and Bobby, you can hear Bobby. Peruvian gold. Alright, and Bobby, I'll put it outside. I'll put it in your mailbox and I'll let it all over you. Alright, I'll be right there. Alright, have that goddamn money. Don't fuck around that time, Bobby. Don't fuck. And then hang up. And we sit there for 3 hours.
I would have to recall the addiction or the addictions. And I would torture them.
That first is going to be tour. I start next week and I go for 4 weeks. And then because Friday, Saturday, one show at 10 o'clock. It's the best show in the town. I mean, in Vegas. Friday, Saturday, 10 o'clock. That means you just go out, have dinner, okay, at a reasonable time, get some drinks in, you can come see me. You're done at 11:30. That's when Vegas starts rocking. You know, it's so much fun. So much fun. Fuck yeah, I'll be up there with them. This is a seasonal property. They give me chips to go out and gamble. I'm going to be on a $5 chip. That's fucking cool. Yeah, these guys are really spending a lot of dough. They're giving away trips. Why not here, bro? You know, you're fucking fans of church people. I love them. Why don't we send one a couple of them out there to Vegas? Dude, let me get it together. Church guys, church members, listen up. We're gonna fucking be on the night together. You listen to Coco, alright, and my brother Lee, and I will fly you to Vegas, wherever you are, Canada, wherever the fuck you are. I'll fly you to Vegas. Vegas on me. Put you up. Come to the show. Alright, maybe we can get some little stars or something. I don't know. Go work something out, okay? Alright, just on the top. You guys like me in Colorado, Noble, there, Noble, I love him, and my man Ookie Smith, you love that guy. It's bad. It's everywhere.
Jesse Linwood, and they were also brothers. MMA Inside Society. German Leon's favorite. There she is. Tammy Whitwood. Julian Thomas. And Morning. I love you also. Thank you.
Sup, man? I'm going now 2 weeks. I've got
In some regard, it's a loss of community and it's a loss of empathy and caring.
a week in Canada, back to casinos, Calgary, Winnipeg, and then I think I got a week off. And then I'm back to Harris for a couple weeks, and then I go and then I go to Australia. I'm in Australia for 2 weeks. Yeah, so right back there. 28 weeks. And the deal they're throwing at me is phenomenal. You know, I mean, I can't ask for anything better. A suite that's bigger than any apartment that we've ever had. No. Well, I'll say there Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I get the fuck out. Dude, I might stay and pay that drug house. Sunday is for my house, my family. I either gotta go see my dog or I gotta come see my kids or something, you know. I can't be at my 1 3 years in a row. It's just crazy. Yeah, I want to use favorably. Any food you're eating at a buffet, somebody does not want that food. They take something else besides that. They're disgusting. They thought that little breathing on it, they got AIDS. Stop. They don't stop AIDS. That's cocoa, you know. They don't stop AIDS. You're good. You're lucky. You're good at do that. You can't do that. I'll be doing a lot of Los Angeles press, you know, so I'll be coming in on off days and stuff. And, you know, maybe I'll come in here and hang out with you guys. I love it. You know, even if you guys, you know, you got other guys that want to hang out with you. Every time I'm going to do it tonight. It does. It keeps me humble. You know, and I remember where I fell in front of my house when you started, Rabbi, get up. They're going to think I'm bugging. Rabbi, get the fuck out. You got to just turn out and figure things out. You're going to take it down, Rabbi. Piece of fruit that this was a lot of dressing area. So I put the whole back to the side truck. It's like 40 image part of your side shot on that street. Part of that tree. Just let them through the water. It's just sitting there. Yeah.
Years ago, and I would be really curious to see, like, statistically, what the majority of the homeless people in the U.S. Like, what if there's studies where they actually been around? I don't know. I do not know enough to be speaking about it, but like, you talk to some people that I know they've had this conversation, found themselves homeless, and started doing drugs because try spending the night out on the street. It's not nearly, it's depending on your circumstances, but you know, where you are, what your gender is, like, you know, what your home is, like, it's terrifying. The story was amazing. Situation. You know, someone you were caring for had cancer and you lost their house because they passed and you didn't go to work for a year and a half. Like, there's a reason you then start using drugs. There's an absolute so I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who do drugs for the street, but I also think there are a lot of people who are on the street for other reasons, find they're way too drugs. And so it's a really big problem with a lot of people. And I think, oh my gosh, we have to try to get empathy and figure out how to help people.
It don't say why it's been that long. She signed me in San Antonio. There's a people lab festival. They slept up and let me go first. And I went standing up. Alright? So she signed me on the spot. Come out here. And within a week and a half, 2 weeks, I found out she got permanent. Alright?
We should give them and like education, things like that. You know, you shouldn't because they're trying to chase a public school that's better. Like the existing public school. And we should teachers. How about that? You know, my mom was a teacher for 35 years. She had a master's degree. She made something like $35,000 a year. In our country, it's nothing to do with children. It's underpaid. When they're the future.
Yeah.
Work in school gives you that out of watch TV. Your pride. It's not the comedy store. Nobody tests your creativity. Tests your actually do the work. Like, teach you to go to the process. Conscious goal with the five way of memory. It's a real
okay, you know, this would be in my house or in Vegas, and it's like, that's the greatest. That's the greatest. I'm getting it, I'll get my spider back.
Which refines the competition like shit's getting chocolate all over.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Today we postulated this carbon process is what we actually need to focus on having a high concept of the fungus
limited dishes now, but chances you when you go Valentine, you got this is you. Just imagine the sound. For some reason, you'll be on your own. You'll give me your money back. No refunds. That's you. They offer free shipping at the limited time. That's different. Yeah, that's 20% off. This is what you gotta go behind me. It's slash Joey. With the Beyonce, it's a better day guarantee. You have nothing to lose. So wait for the offers. Go to Beyonce right now. Go to Beyonce.com/Joey right now. Get the 20% off your first order. Get the matching Valentine's. Get the rest with the fucking Bible of the dot. She's gonna love it. She loves the flowers. Get with the other way. The one she got on, you rip them off. And throw on the floor. You ain't that movie. You want to know something that's happening now. Including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just one time to launch your qualified candidates. Run the system on its easy to use interface. No juggling email, no calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates to rate them and you hire the right person. Find out today what different has been used by forces. 100 companies and thousands of small, medium-sized businesses. And right now, visit the social
And
And the second one is cut it down.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. Like, they're both great movies. I really love Aliens. But the thing about Alien, the first one, was that shot was great.
Just the
Perfect shot. It's perfect.
it's framing of that.
Never one moment in that movie where you saw what was coming out.
It's fancy. Like it's
It has first or scene.
I remember reading the utter fucking most of our face.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
The chest burster scenes. What the fuck? What? I remember being in the movie theater. I had no idea that was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watched that like this movie is nuts. And that little thing was running around the ground and his chest was burst open.
So gross.
Everyone's screaming. There's blood everywhere. It was wild.
This is one of probably, in my opinion, one of the best movies of all time.
Oh, I agree. 100%. And again, the fact that it was a strong female lead was just as a tiny little part of the movie. It was just, she was so good. You didn't even think, oh, it's a strong female lead.
We didn't tell you this is a strong female lead.
No, exactly.
They just created a phenomenal character and made her a woman.
Exactly. And she just played the part perfectly.
Yeah.
This movie was so nuts. It was so nuts. Because you didn't know what was happening. People didn't realize, like, before when the very first spoiled, there was no spoiler alerts back then. You didn't get to watch clips.
But even just the way it's shot, the frenetic energy of the camera, matching the frenetic energy of his body.
This is such a crazy scene.
It's crazy.
Ranger knows that your life is in charge of keeping the lights on. You go to great lengths. Sometimes that's true power is always hungry, which is why you can count on Rangers. Special great products. These next day delivers. This is with everything greatest. To get the job done. Call 1-800-Granger. Click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger for the ones who get it done.
But if you could straight food, kind of.
It moved a little weird, but you know, it's an alien.
You were so weird as shit.
Job feels good. But then when you see the actual, I don't know what's happening now. It's presented by Newspedia are back. The trend of what's happening now is Hamilton.com, Hamilton.com, makes portable devices. Let's spray your butt with water. Go to Hamilton.com/church right now. 10% off. That's Hamilton.com/church.
And John work and I am sure gravitating towards not principal thing, and has been enough for various weeks, has been realized to and then also